Get ready to swap things over, folks, as we're ready to roll out here with a couple of KA100 Junior pre-finals. But before we do that, let's jump down to Alex Searle standing by with AJ Myers.
Thank you, Rob. AJ, you were obviously joking with me and Alex earlier. Firstly, how are you feeling? And a good qualifying session for you qualifying on the pole.
Yeah, no, I came out and did exactly what I wanted to do. I put it on the pole. Yeah, definitely after yesterday, my rib is bruised. I feel it every time out there, about 20 times a lap. So we'll see if I go out there and race later. I just want to win right now, so maybe I can fight through that pain.
And we haven't talked about the incident, obviously, with you yet. Thoughts after yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to say much. I think the driving kind of speaks for itself. We see it every race. It's with someone else, a lot of times with me. I mean, I envy what Joe and Ryan have, where they can go hard at each other, respect each other, and give the room. Yesterday, we're going for a warm-up race, my first race of the year, and we're going for silly passes, and he ended up hurting me. So, yeah, it's unfortunate.
And on a lighter note, prototype chassis for you guys this weekend. Looks like it's on rails out there. Talk about that and the speed you guys have had so far this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, practice day, Thursday and Friday, it was 2 to 3 tenths to Mateus every session. We were going back and forth, trying the other kart, trying the new kart. We found it just in time, and I haven't changed the setup since yesterday, and it's been amazing.
Well, there you guys have it from AJ Myers. Feeling confident going into the racing action. Thank you, AJ.
Great stuff, Caleb. Thank you so much. And indeed, great insight there from AJ Myers. And again, we talked about this yesterday, Xander, about the fact that they've got you got the Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg battle. You don't get the same kind of on-track respect, at least we've seen between the Morgado-Myers deal. It's a little bit different, a little more contact here and there. Getting things ready to roll right now with the drivers in the first of 2 races. 22 drivers to transfer through. One driver already with some trouble. The 898 looks like he will not be able to make the start. That is Keith Lewis Jr. Tough one for Keith. Alexander Vanchev starting on the pole alongside Max Christia, Edward Kennedy and Tristan Murphy, row 2. Isaac Malkit and Victor de Alencar, row 3. Field set, at it, green flag flying, and we have ourselves again this short 8-lap pre-final. Drivers are going to be super aggressive working forward. 22 drivers able to transfer straight through. We'll put 44 in the main event, so top 22 straight in, 23 on down, heading to that B flight. And all these drivers, there's 6 of them involved. Tough one. They're all likely going to go to the tail of the field here right now. Contact with another driver trying to pull away. We'll bring it back around. A number of drivers involved. The 820 was one of the ones within there. Mason Berry was involved in that one. I'll give you the group there that's involved. So essentially, if you were able to get through mid-pack and not get into that wreck, you're going to very likely a chance to transfer yourself into the main. Tough one for so many drivers here. Again, just getting things rolling here for an 8-lapper. We'll have a look as they come across the line. Vanchev is going to, I believe, lead this opening lap. The rest of the drivers settling in. Let's head back down to Caleb pit lane, standing by with Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Mateus, after that qualifying session, you were kind of alluding to an issue. You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, my gears were not going in, especially the 6th gear. So many times I was not pulling the 6th gear because I don't know what was happening. It was like if it was blocked. So yeah, I was having issues with that. It was okay, really close qualifying. Racing should be good again.
We were standing by when Caleb was talking to AJ just a moment ago. I have to ask you the same question about the incident. You know, what's your perspective on it?
I mean, I'm sure from his point, I tried to kill him or I tried to hurt him, but in any moment I tried to do that. I'm a racing driver. If you want to compete different, I'd rather just put him to dance ballet or something, because every touch he receives, he cries in social media or he goes crying around saying he will push me out next time. So I mean, I don't get. In any time I had the intent to push him out. I'm racing. I go for. There's a spot to go there to make overtake in the last lap. I'm going for it. You know, for sure. If I was reverse, if I was in the outside and him in the inside, we would have crashed the same because I was not going to lift. So I mean, I'm not blaming him. But whatever, I just don't like this type of stuff that you go crying in social media saying that I was with the gas when I was on top of his chest. First of all, I was not even on his chest, so I don't know what he's talking about. And all happened so fast. I don't even know if I was in the gas or if I was not, but that doesn't matter. It's racing, as I said. If you want to race, that's how we race outside from America, and that's how I will race forever.
Thank you, Mateus.
Thank you.
Sooner or later, I'll get the names right for our pit reporters. Alex, thank you so much there. A lot to unpack from that one there. Obviously, we were talking about rivalries. This is throwing a little bit of fuel on the fire, Xander. That's interesting stuff right there, Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, we are. Well, we're definitely not in. I don't know. I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss, which is good.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen Mateus, I think, that fired up. I mean, that was even more mad than I think we saw him in the way that, when he interviewed after the Summer Nats, it was right off a confrontation with AJ when we got to it. This is a day later, and granted, obviously, he heard his comments over the loudspeaker. I don't think either of those guys are bailing out of this race today. We are in for war, and hopefully what we're watching on screen is going to stay as clean as it is and not be as all out as what we probably will see in Shipley.
Well, again, you talk about the fact that we have rivalries, they're fueled, right? These drivers still have to get the job done, right? There's responsibilities to the team, to the brand, to be able to come away with race wins. So it can't just be elbows up, hey, you take me out, I take you out. You hope to see some cleaner racing. That's kind of when we got out of AJ Myers. We'd like to have more of a rivalry like Turney and Norberg has, where Morgado's giving you that Brazilian, that approach of, hey, there's an opening, I'm going for it, right? And he did. He 100% went for it. The gap eventually closed up, and they made contact on the exit. So a lot of different ways to look at it, depending on what your angle is and what your perception of that particular incident. The bottom line is, again, as I said, fuel thrown on that fire. The driver's gone off here.
One of the Carolins here that has beached it in the wall. This is right by our camera at turn number 5. So a major issue there.
It's like Walcott potentially.
Yes.
Grayson Walcott from 13th. That was a transfer.
It was, yeah, safely in, now outside. Unfortunately, he was having to race the B final yesterday. He won it, drove away. And hate to say it, but I think this kid might be headed for that again today, Rob.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the lineup here. We're now 4 laps down at the halfway point. In fact, you just put lap 5 down. 3 more laps to go here. Again, Orsalon Racing, sponsor of our KA100 Junior class. Max Christia had the lead, but Van Chep has gone back. And right there is Edward Kennedy. So that's the top 3 drivers. A bit of a breakaway there. Victor de Alencar and Tristan Murphy together in 4th and 5th. Marco Salmon, a much better run yesterday. Remember, just got in, finishing in 20th. Martin Jaramillo, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Lorenzo Varela, and Isaac Malkit, your top 10. Scrolling back down to the current transfer spot, that would be in 22nd, David Vasquez. Wow. Vasquez in the transfer spot right now, and he's got 6.5 seconds on Mason Berry. So he's fine on the racetrack. He brings it home where he is at this point. He's going to that battle for the top 22. Up front, though, we definitely have a battle for somebody looking to potentially go on the front row. Remember, we talked a little bit about this race here as well. The championship, we have dialing things in here for this category. Max Christia was the leader in the championship coming in, but not by much, as we know. Alexander Vanchev in the fight there as well. 1 point, in fact, before drops coming in, 795 to 794. Victor de Alencar quite a ways back, although he has a much bigger drop, a 70-point drop, I believe. So we'll see how it plays out. The bottom line is Christia versus Vanchev is probably what we're looking at in this championship scrap. And, of course, they are right in the front battle here as well, though. Edward Kennedy lining things up in the energy number 869. He's going to try to go to the bottom. He's thinking about going all the way to the bottom. As indeed Christia blocking down the low side of the racetrack. Make that 5 drivers. Hello, Victor de Alencar and Tristan Murphy. Welcome back to the show.
Yes, how about that? Victor de Alencar, Tristan Murphy. Murphy to the inside. Alencar, he'll get by. And this is coming all in a white flag this time by. 1 to go as the 7th lap comes to a close. And look at how many go-karts are all going to be right together here through turns 1 and 2, Rob. This is going to be tight.
That's stack 'em and pack 'em once up again here. The minute you start going defensive at this particular racetrack, with the nature of those corners and the geometry you have, it brings everybody back up. You lose so much exit speed, the momentum given up as you're trying to defend to the inside of the racetrack. That's bringing everybody back into it again. Tristan Murphy's actually got by Edward Kennedy. Kennedy's going to lose a couple of spots. He's on the outside here right now as de Alencar gets through as well.
I don't even understand how he was able to pull alongside or what was going on. Are we under red flag? The drivers are kind of all over. No, I mean, we're still green.
It's all, I'm with you. A little confusion.
And he's going to lose a spot there. He just got it back. There's so much just trying to keep a handle on it all. And even it's on our camera guys off here. Max Christia, out of the last turn at least, he'll have a handle on it. He's going to cross the line and win this opening pre-final. Kennedy will drop down to 5th at the checkers, it looks like. Murphy 3rd, de Alencar 4th, Vanchev 2nd,
What did you say qualifying? How many times did we see Edward Kennedy with a purple lap? He was the fastest driver there again. 56.372, but as you said, Dan, they're falling back to fifth. Not sure what happened on those last couple of laps. Christie comes away with the win, but Vanchev right there behind him. So again, those two drivers in the championship fight. Christie with the max points. Vanchev, of course, in the second spot. Murphy to Alencar and Kendon, your top five. Final transfer driver, David Vasquez in the number 824. 22 drivers straight in. Mason Berry is going to start on the pole position of the B Main. Grayson Walcott, Matty Grace, Jake Resendez, and Keith Lewis Jr. The five drivers moving to the B Main for this one here. But there are your unofficial results for Flight B. Christia, Vanchev, Murphy. If I'm not mistaken, that is 1, 2, 3 in the points, right? No, 1, 2. No, Murphy's a little bit farther down. It's Victor de Alencar, fourth. He's actually third place in points. Yeah, indeed, got to go a lot farther down to Tristan Murphy. But again, we got one more race before we take off for the lunch break. There's the remainder of the field, the 27 drivers, as I said, 23rd to 27th, moving into the B Main, which will be on track this afternoon. Scheduled start time about 2:10. Again, we're right on the time-specific schedule here right now. 5 minutes away before we get rolling here with Flight A for KA100 Junior. There you have it, folks. The drivers getting ready to go here. Flight A for KA100 Junior, brought to you by Orsalon Racing. 28 drivers racing for 22 spots to transfer straight into the main event this afternoon. Theo Salamao going to start on the pole position alongside Alessandro Truchot. Both those drivers very quick in qualifying. Nico Katowski, a great run in that four-lap qualifying effort as well. Puts himself into the third spot inside of row number 2 there alongside Ruben Gutierrez. Here is the starting grid. Edgar Rodriguez in the 876 starting fifth with Valentino Santin on the outside in the 874. Travis Pettit and Julian Rivera will be on row number 4. Capping off your top 10, Gabriel Balog and Drew Jensen. Jensen putting up a strong run out in Tucson, Arizona last weekend. Row number 6, Jose Halpin, who was a front runner in rounds number 1 and 2. A little bit back here this weekend. Darren Kittle started alongside him on row 6. Sebastian Venegas and Rodolfo Levine on row number 7. Neil De Silva starting 15th alongside Luke Fedowitz. Joaquin Bolero and John McClellan on row 9. Top 20 rounded out by Callum Haney and Liam Hiddy. 28 drivers, as I said, continue to work our way through who we have lined up here, ready to go. Starting on the next row, 21st will be Mateus Fortunato and Iago Lempin. Juan Jose Paramo, watch for him to come from deep in the field. 23rd alongside Ignacio Diaz. Jackson Elefante and Camp Chambers on row number 13. Row 14 will be the drivers at the tail of the field there, Alexander Savage and Ciro Flamini. 28 drivers, 22 transfer spots here in KA100 Junior. Barn burner of a race there in event number 1, the Flight B. Fastest driver, fastest outright speed. That group gets the inside line for the main event this afternoon. We'll stack 44 of them on the racetrack. Again, lots of racing for you still today. We'll go to the lunch break after this, folks. A half an hour break scheduled to come back at 12:25 with KA100 Senior. There's another 7 pre-finals for you before we roll into the run of all the main events. As we know, big field in total for the mains that we'll roll out here for you.
As they round that final turn, a nice looking grid gets ready to greet us here, Rob. Last session before a short break in the action here from Orlando. An action-packed opening pre-final once again. Let's see if the other half of the group is as well. 8 laps, and they're racing down to turn 1. Great jump for Teo Salamel as Katowski gets jumped a little sideways, and we've got a lot of them stacked up here. Middle of the pack, Sebastian Venegas involved, one of the RPG Cosmics. 809, the REM machine involved as well.
Well, AJ, you've been doing this long enough that starting Winter Series at Orlando probably feels a little bit weird. Talk to me about, though, what it's like to start another year, and what's the feeling like at this point in your career of racing, being a part of Magic. Even that's been a couple of years now where it probably feels almost like a warm blanket or comfortable, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I date all the way back till Rotax days where we did come out to Orlando every winter. But yeah, in the past, I don't race here much, and I haven't raced here in the past couple of years. Magic and me, this has not been our best friend. I got a brake failure one year, and the next year was just last year. It was just the worst race of my career, I think, in the shifter kart. But no, working together with the Magic guys over the year, it's been fun. I mean, it's like family. We started as a family, and now it's just getting bigger and bigger, and we have some new parts this weekend that we're working on, and it's always cool to develop it and try and get to the front.
Now, you're different than, I think, a lot of the guys that you end up running against at the front of the pro shifter field regularly nowadays, and even when you go over and run in the front of the single speed field, whether it's people that are cars bound or hopeful cars bound, full-time go-karters working in the industry as a coach or driver or hybrid of both.
Yeah.
You've got a full-time 9 to 5 and then still keep doing this. So what, have you ever gotten burnt out to the point where you're like, I'm not doing it again?
I'm getting old, but sadly it's not a 9 to 5, it's like a 6 to 4. But you just gotta do what you gotta do if you want to be able to come out here and enjoy and be able to race for as long as I can. I mean, it's still fun to come out here and compete. I mean, I don't practice maybe as much as Mateus. I'm not in the seat every day, but I know how to get around this place, and I know how to drive.
Now, you guys didn't end up really probably meeting all too much on track in Vegas, and then the previous time before that ended up pretty crazy. So how do you kind of describe, if you could explain to someone in as much or as little detail as you'd want, last season?
It was kind of a struggle, just never really, every time I was there, Mateus just edged me out just once or twice. Once was fair and square, and once wasn't, but no, it's great to race against the best of the best. He showed it when he goes to the Worlds and he can come in second place. So to be able to come out here and hopefully beat him, that shows that what I can do. So it's great to have the best of the best here. And yeah, me and him didn't get along that great last year, but I know what to expect now. And just watching the last Winter Series, I watched him do the same move he did to me about 3-4 more times. It's getting pretty common. So you just know what to expect and just got to race the people you're racing.
What are, between him and the rest of the front of the field, some of the qualities that you see of other guys that you wish you had a little more in your repertoire, or you feel like you're weaker because you don't get to drive as much? And what are maybe some strengths that you have that you feel like not everyone does that you're racing around?
Anytime you're in the kart every day and that much more, you just get that feel better. Everything just starts, the weekend starts smoother. Everything, you're natural into it. It just starts fresh. I come into it and maybe I've driven like twice since Vegas. I got in the kart last week and just to get ready for this, but there's a difference between working out and going for a run and getting in shape and then karting shape. It's just a completely different shape.
What do you think are, strengths or skills that you have specifically over maybe a standard really good driver that can run?
Just the maturity and just like the understanding of like the engineering background and just trying to maximize that package. I never really give up trying to get faster. If I'm faster, I want to know how fast I was compared to them and then go faster. So it's just that knowledge.
What's so different about how you approach race weekends, or just how you feel about coming to the track at where you are in life, like right now, compared to 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when you were kind of just bursting onto the scene in senior, initially first in Leopard and then over into shifter?
I think a lot more pressure you put on yourself early on, and the pressure early on, you're racing against guys that are new. You don't believe in yourself as much, and you just want to be the best. And then now you approach the weekends like, okay, I know what I can do, and let's just go have fun. Let's go win this thing, but let's go have fun.
Do you almost, does it suck fun out of it that you have higher expectations for yourself because you've gotten such a level of success over the years? Or?
Yeah, Kart Chaser came along now. They weren't here in 2020. I just dominated through those years. The competition has really amped up over here with Mateus, Premmer's coming over. So, I've had to step my game up just as much, but yeah.
Now, with both of those guys, you've had good battles where it's bled over, and you guys have obviously had a disagreement. For everyone that's watched the journey of both of your rivalries with Mateus and with Marian over the years, is there any other rivalry you look back over your career, whether it was you with another driver, good or bad, or someone that just you two ended up being the two guys fighting for a win for a long period of time.
Yeah, no, this is probably a common one. Just ZCD, he just gets on everyone's bad side. But other than that, over rivalry over the years, Danny Formal, me and him have gone back and forth, you know, but no hard, like, I'm going to take you out. Like, no,
Yeah.
just, no, none of that.
Because there's levels to it, right? You know, you have kind of what Joe and Ryan have, which is a bit obviously uneasy because they're competitive, and right now it's been lopsided in the win column, but it's never ended up in a crash or tears for either one of them. And then you have, like you said, you know, rivalries where there is a lot of bad blood between it. So
it comes down to that respect, and I mean, like, with Kremers, I mean, when's the last time you saw me and Kremers crash?
yeah,
It was that same season he came over. He came over, he drove the way he drives, and he learned how I drive. None of us really changed our driving style, but we just learned how to drive with each other and what to expect from each other and how to not butt heads with each other.
so that leads me to this. I think sometimes when Rob or I or anyone's watching, you know, a pro shifter race, for example, at Pro Tour, where there's a lot of guys that have been racing for a long period of time and know what to expect of each other, that it looks like you guys have an unspoken code of what's okay and what's not okay. Is there a couple common things that everyone agrees on and like how to handle it, or not really?
I think it's just the fact we race each other long enough. I mean, you date it back far enough. Formal's driven right over the top of me. Kyle Wick, he's taking me right out of the race. And I've probably done the same to them in their eyes. So, I mean, all of us have, like, gone through that cycle of, like, screw you, no, screw you. Like, But at the end, we just kind of settle in and find that mutual respect that you have to have.
Right, like you almost have to come to terms that, like, this guy's not going away.
He's gonna be there. Like, I'm gonna have to race him. Like, so you always want to have that mental edge on people, obviously. Like, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. But at the end of the day, you know who you race and race each one individually.
So what drives you now to push yourself to work the hours that you do to basically make it 6 a.m. to 4 and sometimes longer days, overnight, Sunday night to get back to the office on Monday? What drives you? Because you've won the Pro Tour Championship. You've won at every high level. Yeah, Vegas is obviously still an unticked column, but you've accomplished a lot.
The drive is just to win. I mean, I haven't won enough the past year. I mean, I'm getting beat. Magic Kart, we won every Pro Tour race there was to win, and last year, we didn't win a Pro Tour race. So it's more about the brand and putting them on top. Alongside myself, I want to win the races, but now watching Max Weil and these other guys on the brand, it's amazing to see the success they can have on a brand, and to see them win now is almost a better feeling than when you win.
And with Magic specifically, it kind of goes in line with what I was mentioning earlier, that, you know, your situations, they're different. You know, drivers like Marian or Mateus or, you know, Ryan over an X30 or Joe and X30 and Danny and Shifter, you know, their deals are team to team. And while they're loyal and respectful to those teams, it's not seemingly this deep bond that you and Andrew and Robbie have. I mean, has there ever been a point in the last couple of years, or do you ever foresee a point in the coming years that you would ever not be driving a Magic car?
I mean, if Magic left the building, then I guess maybe, but no. I mean, Robbie's, he's put it point blank. If I went to Burrell or something like that, he would punch me in the face. He would knock me out. So I mean, it's fair. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, no. I mean, it's family. I mean, I don't want to be at this race with other Italians, with other family. I don't want to have that. I want to have my family.
When did, you know, if you could pinpoint kind of a moment in time or a period in time when you guys went from being buddies or teammates or driving for them to really, you know, being family in the way that you guys described it now?
I just started early just because when I joined the PCR with them back in the day, I mean, they'd won some races. Robbie had some success himself, and but they hadn't won USPS. We won USPS together, and then I kind of took them, and then they win that, and they let me go to Europe with that. So between that experience of working with them and working with the factory, we came close right away. And then kind of the only time it went downhill is when I left them. I mean, we didn't talk as much then, that's for sure. But in the end, I came back to where I belong.
How did the conversation come together for you to go and drive for them at the start when they were still doing PCR and as checkered motorsports?
I think I was just coming off of CRG, and I mean, it wasn't the best run of success. And then it was just like, that wasn't an option before, and it all made sense. I mean, why would I want to go somewhere else? I want to build with them.
Talk to me about that period where you did leave. Like, where what was that conversation like? Is there stuff that you look back on that period when you did go away from the family that you wish you would have done things differently, or?
It's all kind of intertwined. I mean, it was like me and Andrew left Robbie, and we went and did this whole Mad Proc thing. We had this California guy. We were going out to California, racing all over, and so Robbie was out on that. Andrew and Robbie really are the ones that had like they're coming together a lot. But me, I was a mediator in between. Like, oh, he's not an asshole. No, he didn't mean that way. So yeah, me and Andrew did our thing, and then at the end of that, and then me and Andrew fighting for a championship on different brands, and really coming to head with each other. And then after that, it just all lined up to come back together.
Now, again, going back to earlier, or going back to the fact that you've got a regular job, you have a day job, you went to college, got a degree. Did you ever do a gap year or anything? Did you ever consider trying to, whether it was this industry or another part of motorsport, put off school? Or was the plan kind of always from a very younger age, like, look, we're going to race where we can, but we're going to, you know,
the goal was always to move on, but I mean, it was just, nowadays there's a lot more things going on for drivers to get selected for a program. Back in my day, there wasn't so much, and I just really never got noticed, never got really the shot. I didn't have the money to go to cars, so then I ended up taking a semester off of college sophomore year, just to go and do go race in Europe. I learned Italian, did all that stuff, but as far as car racing, I mean, I got to do a test or two, and oh yeah, you're really good, let's put something together. And then I don't have 200K. So it just comes down to that. And some people get lucky, they meet the right people, and I just didn't get that.
You say you're getting older. You're not the oldest guy in the front pack in Pro Shifter. There's definitely a couple guys with a couple of years on you. You've got a couple of years on some of the guys that are becoming veterans in that class still now too. How long, or you know, what is AJ Myers doing in 3 or 5 years? Do you look that far ahead and go, I don't know?
It's a tough question you're asking now, Alexander. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at planning ahead. I see myself racing as long as it's fun and as long as we have this thing going on with us. I mean, we just started the whole Sauna USA, and even if I'm not driving every weekend, I'd want to be involved.
So you could see yourself probably still, even after, you know, you eventually maybe do hang it up from a super competitive
I don't know.
level.
I might have to take a break. You know, I can't end up like the people that just end up at the track their whole life. Maybe have to take a breather.
Okay.
But I don't know. See life outside of karting, but no, it's fun here.
So talk about this year. I mean, what has been the little bit of break? I'm sure you end off Vegas, another good run, another bittersweet finale to Vegas where it just seems to bite you at first, and then you end up showing good speed towards the end. So was there any kind of like, all right, let's change the game plan up this year? You mentioned obviously it was big that you didn't get to win a Pro Tour race. What's the last couple months have you guys been talking and been up to?
I mean, we have a new kart here we're trying out and just trying out several new things. I mean, 3 years ago, Burrell was really struggling. Now Burrell's good all over the world in the shifter. So they've upped their game, so we have to up our game to match. And hopefully we can do that. This track has notoriously been bad for me. And so today we weren't the fastest, and hopefully we can get better. But working through that and just work with the new kart, see if it's better. It's always tough with this track, but dirt blows on the track, we're half second slower. So when you try new things, it's always tough to get that feel of what works, what doesn't work. But so far so good, and looking forward to see what new things can do.
Outside of luck, is there something about this track that you feel like just doesn't gel with you? What makes you say it just?
I don't think it's just a me thing. It's just like our kart didn't gel with this. Like when it gets hot and the dirt flows onto the track and it gets slippery, maybe it's just the other kart's softer or something. It doesn't suit us. So it pointed out our flaws. And then we got out of here last year, and then boom, right on pace. Every race we went to, I had the speed to win. It was just in the end, I missed it in a couple races, had some crashes, and it was really just this race last year that was honestly my worst race of the career.
Now, I've gotten to ask Mateus and Joe this so far. Again, for someone like you, like them, that's been racing at a high level in the sport, nationally and globally, both before and now during our period here, and we've been around long enough. What's felt different to you, AJ Myers, personally? Has there been any difference in impact day to day? You know, anything you notice, and it's, you know, what's changed?
Definitely more kids notice you and they come up to you like, oh, like, hey, like, I get a photo. Like, that definitely happens now, where that never used to happen. And other than that, I mean, when I want to race, no one knows. If you do this, like, no one remembers I had a run of success because no one documented it. Now you see this Joe Turney won all these races. Everyone knows, everyone sees it. You blast it over media. Oh, Joe Turney just won. Joe Turney won again. Norbert, can he beat him? So it's all blown up. So, I mean, the part you have to get used to is the hate that comes with it, because all the fans that say, oh yeah, go AJ, there's just double of them, and they're saying like, oh, that kid don't know how to drive. So,
how do you deal with that? Has that ever really gotten under your skin at points when you end up in these heated rivalries, or even just when you end up winning races and you read the comments, or you get, you know, messages or whatnot of not just people who like you, but people that really want to watch you lose?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm better now. I mean, I definitely gotten to me from time to time, but not anymore. I just stop caring. You stop caring.
Now, that said, you and I have talked at points where you're like, hey, you talk about Ryan being a 9-time national champ all the time, and I've gone back and tried to make sure that I let everyone know that you've got a lot of titles too. When you see those two guys, especially just because X30 now is racing more than Pro Shifter, and more especially with big fields, you know, with not being in USPKS, with Stars only just now starting to see some of the other big hitters and big names join you. Does that light a fire under you at all? That like everyone else around, you know, in the X30 class is heralding those guys as good, or maybe more so than what your accomplishments have been?
It's definitely annoying. I mean, part of it for me was like even just, I think 2022 or something. Like if I just showed up to Utah, if I just showed up for that round of the Pro Tour, I would have won the championship. But we didn't go to Utah. I swept the weekend here. Did good there, but I just had to show up. I just didn't do it. And that was the same case another year back in like 2016. Like I swept the weekend one time, did good when Supernats was part of the Pro Tour, but I didn't do the first round. And like I still got 5th in the championship. So there's a lot of those too, where it's just like those people don't see that. And then back in the Rotax and the Rock, I did a bunch of Rock shifter stuff, and that's where a lot of my championships came, but those don't count. Even though I'm racing the same guys I'm racing now in KZ, those don't count. But so I did most of that. So that was just semi-pro racing, and it got me to here. Okay.
You know, for anyone that's doubted you or said that stuff doesn't count, I mean, what's your response when they come up to you and go, you know, the Rock stuff doesn't matter or whatever? What do you say back to them?
I mean, back then we were pulling in 50 Rock shifters for the Florida Winter Tour. It was the same thing as just what you're racing. Now, if you look at Rock Cup, what they are now, if I go win that, yeah, sure. I'm not that, I don't count that, but I was racing all the best back then. Garrison even throwing in there too. He race shifter with us a little bit in the Rock shifter days. So yeah, we used to have stacked fields for the Winter Touring shifter.
Now we've got stacked fields this year again.
Askew, all those guys that raced them and won the championship. I don't know about that. They raced. I don't remember if they raced all 3 rounds or not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that. I'm racing.
You were in the group.
I'm racing the guys that made it.
Mm-hmm. What does it feel like to be kind of on the front of this renaissance? I've been meaning to get to Danny to ask this too, right? We go back 2 years ago. I brought you guys 2 on a virtual podcast that we did, and you called everyone out. And now, obviously maybe that's like 1%. You know, there's been a lot of factors of why the field's grown over the years, but is it exciting, and does that kind of add to the drive to keep coming back to see the field getting better and better?
It's amazing to see the field get bigger, yeah. No, there was just this misconception. Someone spread a rumor years ago that shifter kart teaches you bad habits, when literally it's the best practice you could ever have before you go to a car. And now you see like the Antonellis, they do races. Alex Powell last year before he goes to car racing, Nakamura Berta.
Yeah.
They're racing KZ2 and winning world championships in that level, and then they jump up, where there was a misconception that was bad habits back then. So now a lot of these younger kids, like Martello last round, like he's doing a whole thing of cars. That's great. But he came here to get better in a shifter kart. He didn't want to go race KA to get better. He came to race a shifter kart if you want to get better.
Right, from the driver's seat, because like from the outside, especially usually it comes from people that don't race it a lot or look at it, is the mindset, or at least what I hear. Oh yeah, you know, you don't have to worry about momentum or blowing a corner because you just drop down one more gear in a shifter kart.
Buddy, you miss a shift, you lost 2 karts. How you getting that back?
Yeah.
Like it's everything. It's just exemplified. Like you get on the gas a split second late. Well, that's 3 karts because the acceleration he's gone. So it's just everything's magnified. You see that accordion effect more. Like momentum. There's no draft, but it's a lot harder to drive.
Having been around and seen so much, is there anything that comes to mind about karting as an industry, as a sport, how it's run over here, how it's run over there in Europe and around the world that you know, you're like, man, it should be done this way, or this could be done this differently, or, you know, do you ever give any kind of thought to like that as to why this sport stayed roughly where it's been for many, many years of the same size?
It's tough. I mean, it's just like when people come to this and they see that all this money and all these big things, like, sure, that might be attractive to a niche crowd, but that's not attractive. So that's to the average Joe. So, I mean, that's why you see that little 206 blow up. But I mean, that's not real motorsports. It's fun racing. It's great to race that stuff, and it's a heck of a blast to drive sometimes. But real racing is that I want to be at the pinnacle, and that's where this is. But the average person looking in, it's intimidating. And how do you get to be Ryan Norberg, Joe Turney? Like, oh, they've been doing it since they're baby. How do I do that? But
I don't know. AJ Myers would make you king of karting in the U.S. What do you do? What's your first executive order you sign?
First executive order, we don't make qualifying 5 minutes, we make it 5 laps.
Okay.
First one off the top. I hate every time someone gets caught out. But karting as a general, how it's run. See, I'm on the side of like, everyone's been here for all months, for a whole month driving the same track. Like, I want to show up on a Friday and yeah, get practice in, but I don't like the whole 4 days of practice. I like what kind of Stars is doing in that with the 3-day shootout. The whole pro thing, I like that. I like the whole pro thing. I don't know, you put me on the spot on what I would change.
I mean, there's a lot to it, right? Like, from our end, the pro thing partly is trying to, at least for me,
separate, like, and elevate some
yeah, it elevates it. I think you can do some stuff to put an extra spotlight on it, and you build a race weekend format that if we do get, which, you know, I don't feel like realistically we're far from a TV contract, whether it's to run a replay of the main event for Pro Shifter the next week, or eventually something locally live, it doesn't have to adjust the race day then. You know, we've kind of already got something that could work, or...
Yeah, you see the stuff that's on these channels, like, who's watching this, but they don't watch this, and it's just, no one really knows what it is. You guys kind of bridge that gap a little bit to the general public, but still, there's no one randomly on a Sunday who plays football, going on YouTube. Your channel doesn't pop up. They're not going to find racing. They don't know what racing is, so there's 90% of America who just doesn't know what it is. So, a Super Bowl ad?
Maybe. I don't know. You're the one that's got the nice, consistent paycheck. I'm over here buying this new light and these new cameras over here. Maybe you could pay for the spot, huh?
Man, I'm still trying to just do this for free, man. Come on. I ain't paying for this.
In all seriousness, what would it mean, and would it mean more now with Sony USA launching this year, along with everything you built up with Magic and the field of where it's at, to win, say, Pro Tour this year, or to finally get the monkey off your back to win Vegas? What would that be like?
I might just have to retire. If I swept the whole year, won every race this year, I mean, maybe. It's not impossible. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead, Xander. I told you that.
Okay.
But no, I mean, Vegas. Yeah, Vegas is the one that gets away every time, but we're fast every year, so every year we have a shot. This year, Pro Tour, I like it. The new tracks are not the same tracks. I've been to Speedfords. That's a great track for me, I think, in our kart. So I think we have some tracks that fit us, and I think we can win the Pro Tour, win the Vegas. That's put Magic back on top. That would mean the world.
Do you try? Have you considered trying to change your morning routine at Vegas? You know, because whatever it is obviously attracting the cartoon.
I've tried to drink. I've tried to not drink. I've tried to not think about the race and party, or maybe just not. And I stayed good, and then oh yeah, your chain just fell off, buddy. Sorry. All right, let me get a beer. But no, there's no change to it. You go into the race the same way. It's like I gotta get to the end and be here in position to win the race, and that's your mindset. Okay. The guy who won this year, Bazile, from 12th.
Yeah.
Morgado should have won the race. First lap, I had a heck of a start. I was on his bumper. We did see each other in that race. Okay. But he was just really fast. He got up a little further. But yeah, my speed was great, but that race, he was on another level. I don't know what they did.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you seem like you're in a pretty cool, collected, fun spot. I'm sure this weekend's obviously a low-pressure test weekend. Yeah. You know, as a final question to the fans, I mean, why should they root for you guys this year? What would make someone, or if you were pitching yourself?
I mean, why are you going to root for the team that puts hundreds of thousands of dollars into like winning that race? Why are you not going to root for the guy that just showed up after work, put his car together with his friends, came out, and won the race? That's the team you should root for, the underdog.
Badass. Thanks, AJ.
I think I closed it nice.
That was good. That was a good pitch there, dude. That was slick.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rim protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Kart Chaser and the coverage of Championship Sunday here with the SuperKarts USA Winter Series at the Orlando Kart Center. 78 degrees, a beautiful day. We get ready to get back into it here. Rob Hydra will be alongside Xander Clements throughout the afternoon. Pre-finals and finals still coming for you here on Kart Chaser. KA100 Senior, their pre-final, lining up and getting ready to go. A field of 46 drivers, and it was Sathik Sarathi, very impressive in qualifying to put himself in the front row. He feels he's got pace to come away with a win. Very impressive in qualifying. He'll start alongside young Jensen Burnett. That is your front row. A couple of young guns ready to go after the pole in the main event. Fast Frankie Mossman will start at the inside of row number 2 alongside Blake Nash. Then will be Sebastian Garzon, another young gun. Starting the 5th spot, won both Super Nationals junior categories, and he'll start 5th here at the senior. Alongside Henry Wheeler, row number 4, we'll see Kate McQueen, the British driver, on the energy alongside Donovan Biddy, another Super Nationals victor. Finnegan Bailiff and Frederick Manning on row number 5. Row 6, Santiago Fernandez on the inside, starting 11th. Salvador Della Vecchia on the outside in 12th. Stephen Eisert and Anthony Rivera on row number 7. Ibrahim Din, Jose Hernandez, Ivana Richards, Luke Welcome, Remy Andriatos, and Lorenzo Coppin. That is your top 20. Field set, and they're going to work their way down here into turn number 1. Underway for an 8-lapper for KA100 Senior. Welcome back to those of you tuning in to Kart Chaser once again. Lunch break is over. We're at it with a number of pre-finals heading into the main event to cap off this year's Winter Series. You see beautiful blue sky day here in Orlando. This is why you come south. One driver getting shuffled off from further back, diving back into the middle. Tried to pick that up. Might have been the 940. Hard to pick that number up if they came through there. Might have been Joaquin Galan. But drivers are getting underway and rolling here for the first time. They'll get down here out of turn number 9 into turn number 10. Strong start, Sarathi. Very good opening lap. And again, a driver who had not yet started on the pole position in a national event like this, to be able to get out as he has. Talked a lot about with the interview that we had earlier today. The work that they did, and he's been just digging down at Homestead. Working as much as he can, learn more about the kart, and it is paying off right now. Sarathi goes to the lead. Burnett runs in second. Good start for Sebastian Garzone. He'll work his way up into the 3rd spot now. Look at that opening lap. All about getting into the right position. You've got to really work hard to find out where you are. Pick up your couple of spots here and there. Don't get yourself in trouble. A number of drivers scrapping about hard. There's a 956 in there. That's McQueen, Caden McQueen. Frankie Mossman there as well on the J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic number 905. So 6 drivers essentially in this lead group. You go back about 7/10 of a second to Finnegan Bailiff leading that next group there. So the drivers dialing in, and a little bit shorter pre-finals than we had. We were here back in January, just based on the lap times. We were a little long in terms of pushing it deep into the evening, so cut a couple of laps on this. It'll be 8 lappers. Changes the sense of urgency a little bit. That's that gap, as Alexander was talking about yesterday, between essentially the racecraft needed the opening couple laps and the last couple laps. That midsection when you're working more on speed is something that it just changes a little bit. I want to say one of the drivers may have fallen back here. He was dropping down the order. Somebody went off the track. That's exactly who that was. Deeper in the field, one of the top drivers falling back. You see them backwards in the background of the shot there when they came across start finish. Sarathi still leading lap number 2. Great job for him right now. Burnett into second. Blake Nash up to 3rd. Caden McQueen, we talked about him on the move. He ends up getting his way up into the 4th spot. Fast lap, 56.620. Burnett has closed up on Sarathi. He's got the position still. We'll see whether or not Sathrick can stay focused and come home with a victory here to maintain that pole position into the final here this afternoon. Again, main event, as we are a time-specific schedule. We've been doing a great job staying on time. Expect the drivers in the KA100. Hey, did Caden drive him off? That would be a potential result of this. But the other one is, I remember last year when we watched a lot of what drivers like Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg do. When they're getting past, I saw the same thing at the CKNA Grand National with Brandon Jarsakrak, right? He was leading, 3 guys went by him, made the move to the inside. He got freight trained, but he just tucked back into 4th. He ended up winning the heat race anyways, right? But he realized where he was, right? Didn't try to hang on the outside, which a lot of guys try to do. When you try to hang on the outside, you're inevitably going to get pushed off. If you don't have the apex, you don't have the exit. And that was kind of the case there, I think, for Caden McQueen. He had made the move to the inside. Sarathi just did not want to give it up. Finds himself off in the grass. Like you said, had he been maybe a little more relaxed and tucked back in, he'd be able to be in 3rd or 4th instead of back in 8th.
So now Sathrick Sarathi is going to be on the back foot trying to drive back up the board here on that Dan Devereaux Racing entry. With 2.5 laps to go, though, it's all to play for. Frankie Mossman now into second and White Line Fest up front.
Here we go, and guess who just turned the fast lap of the race? Sarathi. So the pace is there. Even if he comes away with it, he knows he's got the pace to run up front. He said that in the interview with Alex Searle after that pole run. But as Xander said, here we go. Last couple laps, 2 to go. And it's time to get a little bit on the defensive side. Jensen Burnett's going to hold the spot, does not defend. Down into turn number 10. That's going to pay off for the driver behind him. Frankie Mossman goes by. Burnett happy to tuck back in. Right there behind the energy of Caden McQueen, Nash, Garzone, Wheeler, Fernandez, and Sarathi. A half a second back to Steven Eiser trying to get into the battle as well, but Frankie Mossman has gone back to P1. He'll be starting looking over the shoulders. He'll defend to the inside. Look at Caden McQueen trying the outside right now, and Burnett, does he get it coming through? He does. Beautiful pass around the outside. He did that yesterday, I think, too, Xander.
Yeah, not the first time Caden McQueen has ripped the cushion as Blake Nash is going to get pushed to the wayside. He'll drop down a couple positions, so now move him back outside the top 5. Final lap underway, folks, as they work their way through that big sweeper now and over to the kink in front of the grid. A run down the backstretch. Mossman has picked this field apart nicely as they, oh man, really race at it hard behind. But McQueen sends it on the hairpin. Frankie not able to complete that over-under. He's going to get shuffled. Here comes Burnett and Garzone, who's going to spin. Mossman spins into the grass for 2 of the championship contenders. And to the line, Caden McQueen is barely going to hang on.
That was big. I was literally just going to drop out the fact that Frankie Mossman leading the way on the final lap was your point leader coming in. That was potentially going to get first or second potentially in that race. Instead, contact as Garzone tried to push through as well. Burnett was clean through. Mossman knew it. Garzone tried to force the issue and got sideways, taking both of those drivers out. They were running. Here it is here. Watch it. Oh, yeah, indeed. I want to see that one again because it looked to me, watch this. Little defense to the inside, and then the big move to the bottom there, I think caught Mossman off guard a bit. Garzone dove, got up on top of the curbing a little bit, and very likely shuffled a bit to the right, you know, the way the momentum was coming. They made wheel-to-wheel contact. Wow, battle there again for that, what would have been third and fourth position. Instead, they finished all the way down the order. Where are they going to be? Garzone's 45th. And indeed, coming across the line, I'm trying to scroll back up to see where Frankie Mossman came across the line. He was able to continue on 18th position. Now, whether or not they'll check what he did, because he didn't really complete the corner. He did come back on the racetrack, but well back, lost a lot of spots at 18th position. There's Garzone there. He's probably not very happy with this at all. The contact coming through. He threw it at him, Xander, to try to get that P3 position.
Yeah, I mean, he let it all hang out right there. But, again, that's not the time to do it. And that's just, sadly, a bit of a mistake, really. I mean, this was a pre-final. This was fighting for the inside or the outside of the front row and the front couple of rows. I get it. I get you want to go for every move as a racing driver. Even some of the best have been saying it and showing it on track like Mateus Morgado. But still, I mean, you have 40-plus go-karts around. You cannot afford to have anything go wrong because you just can't pass that many in those 18-lap mains that we've got.
Indeed, and listen, that's two examples of drivers going for the gap that really wasn't there, right? That was the key deal. There's Sarathi getting rubbled up there as McQueen went to the inside. He did not want to give that up. Sarathi ended up coming home in the 8th spot. He was battling it out coming down into the corner. There's a lot of hardcore action. That's Garzone getting roughed up a little bit there. He had his hand in the air. Here's again the move for Burnett to the inside. This is when Mossman continued his charge to the front.
Yeah, I mean, Frankie Mossman, up until that crash on the last couple of corners, had picked apart the field perfectly. And then, of course, later in this lap, he completed the job, getting by Jensen Burnett right at the helm of the entire pack and right as things were about to really heat up. First and foremost here, Caden McQueen loves that outside move in turns 1 and 2. He's done it multiple times. He did it yesterday, did it today. And, well, even around the outside there in turn 6, which, again, you can only do that so many times where someone just gets frustrated with you, making them look silly, and they get into the side of you. But here, again, this is that great slow-mo shot. Mossman, he let Burnett go, and Garzone tried to get in there, but even still, before Sebastian got up and on the curbing, they were already looking like they were about to jump rear tires.
Yeah, I think that was a low percentage move, right? He saw the gap, he saw Burnett going through, thought, hey, I'm going to be able to come through, but you got to know who you're racing with. Frankie Mossman's not going to give that up. He's already gave 1 spot up, right? He's not going to give 2. Probably would have been better for Garzone to check out of that one, roll into to P4, and started on the outside of row number 2 for the main event. Instead, he's going to start all the way back, as I said, in the 45th position. It ends up being McQueen with the win, Burnett second, Fernandez third, Blake Nash fourth, Steven Eisert in 5th spot, Henry Wheeler, Donovan Badia, and Sathvik Sarathi with the fast lap of the race still. Despite going back into 8th, Frederick Manning and Anthony Rivera round out the top 10. Rivera, winner yesterday, back in 10th, outside row 5 starting spot for him. Man, right after the lunch break, Xander, everybody fired up and ready to go.
Yeah.
We've got lots of racing still for you. The drivers in Micro Swift now on the grid.
Yeah, the youngest superstars hoping that their pre-final will be a little bit cleaner, folks. Zev Gottschalk from Curacao will be getting ready to lead the field of green when the track gets cleared, and a healthy 40-plus driver microgrid is ready with him.
away we go. Drivers in the micro strip category onto the track for their 8-lap pre-final. The category brought to you by Energy Force America. Zeb Godshot on the pole position alongside Hudson Howard. See how these drivers roll off. We had a little bit of issues getting them started yesterday in the pre-final. I think we had 3 waved off starts. They only drove for, I think, 4 laps at speed. Godshot and Howard will be on the front row. Marcelo Flores and Lennox Lockhart on row number 2. Those 2 drivers are the ones I believe in the championship fight right now. Indeed, in the micro category, yeah, it's Flores and Lockhart separated by about 52 points with the drop. So we'll see how it plays out here as they come back around. These points are crucial in these pre-finals. Row 3 will have Liam Francisco on the inside, Alvaro Medeiros on the outside. Row number 4 will be Aiden Go and Camila Canache. Rounding out your top 10, Leo Simoni on the inside, Mateo Gomez on the outside. Row 6, Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel. Row number 7, Enzo Ramos on the inside, Isaac Carvalho on the outside. Then we'll have Samuel Chervari, Jack Katowski on row number 8. Row 9, Mason Brody alongside Franco Schiavo. Row 10, Ajax Gardunya and Dylan Smith. The driver's super slow coming out of turn number 10. I got some time to go through the rest of the field. If I can here, I guarantee it. A little further back, row 12, Dominic Nagel and Max Santana. Row 13, Miles Wilson alongside Cohen Shoecraft. Charlie Skripowski in the number 244 and Caden Cladera in the number 238 will be row 14. Row 15, Jose Torres and Roman Machina. On row 16, Eliseo Tosti on the inside, Michael Porter on the outside with Liam Compitelio alongside Enzo Patero. Row 17. Again, full field of 42 drivers. Let's go to Grayson Power starting 35th alongside Mark Ayers, 37th, 38th, Brogy Allegretta and Liam Astalios. Row number 10, Kason Sanders and Max Schubert. And then row number 20 is Bernardo Goubert deep in the field, Batausta Pugliese at the tail in 42nd.
Well, unfortunately, Rob, we were hoping that they were not only going to give you enough time, you were going to time it perfect, we were going to go green.
Tried.
Not going to happen on the first time here for the micros.
Indeed, didn't like the first start. Let's see if we can't get it around this time. Maybe 4 false starts over 2 days so far in pre-final action. Front running guys they just get anxious, right? Again, these are the youngest drivers in the sport. This is their first. It's not like these guys have been doing these national races for a half dozen years. They're all super new to it. And a lot of times, Xander, we'll get new guys in the front row as well. New pole sitter potentially. That pole sitter sets the pace. A lot of anxiety, a lot of anxiousness. They know how to crawl around the racetrack, which they can't do when they see the start line.
Yeah. I mean, they know what they're supposed to do, but at the same point, whether they got to talk to yesterday or not, ultimately it's just not good enough on that first time by. So hopefully the second time will be a little bit better. They're all going to take their sweet time down the backstretch, so we'll have a little more time to kind of hang tight here and chat a little bit about some of the kids. You know, at least let's give some love to the turnaround of what today could be for the likes of Lennox Lockhart, the likes of Zev Gottschalk with what a great qualifying effort. And then on the flip side, this is a great test for young Leo Simone to see if he can drive forward from the outside of row number 5. Jack Katowski had some speed yesterday. He goes all the way back from 15th. Dutch Westbrook from 12th. So you do have some kids looking that have already done a good job to set a better tone for Sunday, and others who are going to be put to the challenge, put to the test to see if they can improve.
Yeah, I don't know why Zev Gottschalk's waiting for Hudson Howard here. Just drive up and go. You're the pole sitter. Oh, that's actually Howard on the outside, Zev Gottschalk on the inside. He's waiting. My goodness. They are burning these clutches up here right now. Come on, boys. Fire it up a bit here. And again, we'll talk about some of the drivers of the championship fight as well. Lennox Lockhart looking to bounce back. Did not have the best day yesterday. Had a couple of good days back in January, so he's got a 90-pointer he's going to drop in this battle with he and Marcelo Flores. And the same goes further back for Zev Gottschalk. He's 13th coming in. This could be a big opportunity for him to get some points and potentially get himself into the top 10 of this program. Again, drivers just putting around, as we said, super slow between 9 and 10. You can see the SKUSA corner literally begging them to come down to the corner.
Yeah, look, Dutch Westbrook even got pushed out of line with how crazy this is getting. So
this reminds me, I know we don't have a race director on the racetrack right now anymore, but this reminds me of something you would have had a couple of years ago when a guy like Terry Bobby would have stopped everybody and had a driver's meeting, right? Listen, we can't be doing this. You got to be a lot quicker coming around to the line. You never know whether or not one of the race control guys will like to talk to the top guys. You can actually hear the mechanics screaming from the top of the race, the top of the track. We can hear them above our tower, outside our tower here too, screaming. Come on.
Yeah, everybody's here to race. We want to watch some racing, kids. Let's see if they can at least keep the carts together at this speed to get it. I know that the officials would love it to get them racing as well. Nobody wants the race to go green more than the SKUSA team, so they can keep us on schedule for the day. Let's try for attempt 2, boys and girls. Here we are. Yes! Green flag in the air for the second try.
Thank goodness. We're going racing right now into turn number 1. Look at that. All that smoke right now, that'll clear out in a bit, but man, they were loading those engines up like crazy. Up front, Win Gottschalk out, or Zev Gottschalk rather, out to the lead here to get things underway. I got a message from David Cole. It smells like clutch out here.
Oh gosh, I cannot even imagine what it's got to smell like on the racetrack. He's got a reek out there. Kudos to him, to Kyle Cuthbertson and our crew as well out there shooting. But either way, finally they're racing. Hopefully the field is going to end up decent by the end of this opening lap. You can see definitely there's some smoke from some clutches and a couple drivers going wide, but all good. And a big swarm headed down to the hairpin. It's one of those hold your breath moments because you just know it could go wrong at any point. And I think there's already some clutches failing there. A lot of drivers got bogged down coming out of the corner.
Yeah, I agree with you. All these clutches will be coming off after this for service. And indeed, here we go. We'll get the first lap in the books for you, the second lap rather than the books when they come back around, because that first lap, remember, the wave off counted. So as they come across the line, it's Gottschalk, Flores, Howard, Medeiros, and Lockhart, your current top 5. Right outside that one is Isaac Caravello there as well, Liam Francisco. That's where they lined up the first time across the stripe. Again, out of turn number 5. Big train up here. A couple drivers looking to the inside, a little further back to try to make moves to the inside. Aiden Go grabbed another spot there, I believe. But it's still the 221 of Zev Gottschalk leading the way. 13th in points coming in. 10 points already for starting on the pole position. Looking to try to see if he can't get a good spot here in that 8-lap pre-final. It'll be 7 laps at speed, having lost that first lap for the wave off. So he's trying to see if he can't get himself back up front, maybe another pole position to put a big number up on the points to move him up into the top 10.
Yeah, that would be huge here to move up in the points, because all it takes is one really good day. This rewards a little bit of aggressive driving, the 3 out of 4 format. Although for one kid, the aggression can be dialed back a tick today. Marcelo Flores has been exceptional. Just took the lead under pressure though, and Zev Gottschalk did not want to let him get away.
Yeah,
wow.
You saw that developing, didn't you?
Yeah.
They were kind of figuring it out that it just looked like Gottschalk wasn't giving up coming into the corner. Very lucky that those 2 drivers did not end up spinning and going off the racetrack. Alvaro Medeiros did benefit from that as he was able to go to the inside of Gottschalk coming through turn number 2. He jumped all over that and got to the inside of the apex and took P2 away. So the Orsalon Racing driver with his head down trying to work his way forward. Gottschalk back into the 3rd position. Flores with that J. Howard driver development shield in the front of that cart. Here's some battling further back. My goodness. I think that's Gottschalk battling it out as well there now. He's trying to hold off whoever that is behind him.
Yeah, Zev Gottschalk trying to hang on. Sorry, miscued there. That's Aiden Go in the black suit on the Paralyn. And check out a couple movers here through the field. How about the OKP 285 going forward? And it might have been Kanache. And across the line, another lap in the books. That's going to put us 4 down. Flores back to about 9th or 10th, and then this pack here still side by side. Aiden Go yesterday ran exceptionally well, but right now he's buried a little bit, trying to hang on, trying to stay ahead of Zev Gottschalk. Zev side by side with one of the Jabo twins.
Yeah, right in there, Xander as well. Is Liam Francisco, the 241. I thought he had the spot, but to open the door, they all came covered to the inside of turn number 5. Very frantic racing. Everybody diving for their spots. You really can't hold on in. Look at that. We almost went 3 wide into turn number 9.
Yeah, the fact we haven't had more of these battles and moments end in tears, Rob, is incredible. But it just speaks to how these kids manage to rebound. They don't seem to get too flustered or fired up, but they're definitely getting experimental with where they can pass and how side by side they can go. Brody Stoffel here behind Dutch Westbrook. There's Katowski 3rd in the line. white helmet at the back of it. I believe that would be Dutch. No, that would actually be Carvalho. Side by side. Oh, a 2-for-1, and they get hooked up. Katowski went for the move on Aiden Go and ends up kind of cleaning Dutch Westbrook out with him.
213 is actually Dylan Smith who's in there. That back. Left Dylan Smith right up there on the wheel. Like you said, that white helmet, getting a couple of spots there. Take advantage of the other drivers having issues more often the outside of turn number 5. We did a lot of farming over there throughout the weekend.
Yeah, whoever told me, whatever these kids ate during lunch, this is the same situation as yesterday where they are just going bananas.
Was there like an ice cream sundae bar or something?
There is actually a snow cone truck I saw earlier in the pits, so maybe that's it.
They're all jacked up on Mountain Dew right now. That's what's going on. Four driver breakaway though.
Yeah, 4-driver breakaway. Lennox Lockhart there going into second. Alvaro Medeiros, he's in that green and white Orsolone. Tony Kart, the 247, I believe. Then Hudson Howard, back of the train in the white and blue. In the front of the train, Marcelo Flores.
And you mentioned it already. He's in a very unique position, right? He doesn't have to battle for spots. Right. He's got that drop still. He could drop this race here and stand on a pretty good point total. He comes in here right now with 722 points. His drop is actually a 112. He only has 52 points on Lennox Lockhart, but he 100% only has a 112. He can literally almost get that 112 here by winning this pre-final. So if he does that, again, he's in a really good position to lock down the championship as it is. But a win here would be huge for Marcelo Flores in terms of trying to get the championship as well.
Yeah, talk about closing it out in style. Marcelo Flores back to Lennox. Big move there. Alvaro Medeiros hung it out on the edge. He was trying to get a nose to the inside of Lennox for the S's. I don't think he'll get there. Last turn to the line. Here we go. Marcelo Flores, white flag in the air, and the gap it's going to evaporate very quickly. That was a good recovery by Lennox Lockhart and the crew there to run him back down.
And again, guys, this is P1 and P2 in the championship. Flores and Lockhart are first and second, separated by only 52 points before the drop. Final lap as they come. Again, Flores dropping to 112 and Lockhart dropping to 90. This is a really, really close race. It's still up top here, and they are digging. So again, every point still counts. Let's not count this one for Flores. If he comes away with a race win here, it would be big. He'd take those points away from Lennox Lockhart. We put it all down to the Sunday final to see who comes away with the championship. They're out of turn number 9 back to 10. And I think it's enough of a gap right now that Flores does not have to defend into the right-hand hairpin.
Yeah, he looks like he should have more than enough into there, but I don't know if he'll have enough to not have to defend going into the last sector. Maybe. Great launch there by Flores. He'll still fade a little low. Lennox will close the gap up. He needs a monster run. I don't think it's going to be enough. Marcelo Flores keeps the Mexico flag high above the pylon as he wins the pre-final, Rob.
Yeah, crucial one for him. Not only does he get the 100 points for winning the pre-final, also starting on the pole position. So first and second in the championship are going to start first and second on the racetrack. The driver in third, Leo Simoni, will be on the inside of row number 3. He ends up finishing P5. So again, the top proponents in the battle are right there. Big fist bump there for the two drivers in the championship fight. Flores and Lockhart congratulating each other on good runs. Hudson Howard holds on for third spot. Alvaro Medeiros in fourth. Leo Simoni fifth. Liam Francisco in the sixth spot with Aiden Go make a bunch of spots. He finishes in seventh. Zev Godchuk, who started on the pole, ended up falling back into the 8th position. Brody Stoffel and Jack Katowski rounding out the top 10. An exciting one there for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. They battle it out for sure. Again, time-specific schedule, where are we? Nicely done. 1 minute away, X30 Junior, Xander, on the grid, getting ready to roll out.
Yeah, X30 Junior going to be ready to put on a show for us, Rob. We cannot wait for more of it. Beautiful day, beautiful action, a lot of on-track action all together across the pile. Here we are, X30 Junior completing their outlap, and a couple of the smaller drivers were better in qualifying today. Rookies and junior sophomores at the front of the field. Tristan Murphy and Theon Shee make up row number 1. Solid quality effort out of Cole Medeiros in both junior classes. His starts back on row number 2 on the outside. Alongside him, last year's Mini Swift national champion Ashton Woon in the SCR Red Speed.
Yeah, obviously big winner from yesterday. Alexander Vanchev starting in that 5th spot alongside Jackson Porter. Edward Kennedy and Nico Katowski on row 4. Field set. Do we go green? One driver jumping way out. We got the green flag flying though. That was one of those deals where I think the drivers thought they were more in control. No, we're not going to start. No, green flag was given, and we are racing. Those caught off guard, falling back a little bit. Great start for Theon Shee. Back-to-back pole positions for Theon in this X30 Junior category, and he does it again. Works his way out to the early lead. Drivers settling in. Tristan Murphy right behind him as well, walking that 7-11. Right back onto the rear bumper. Good start as well. I believe that is, is that Ashton Woon now up in the 3rd spot? We'll see as they come through. I think that is Woon, potentially to P3.
Yeah, Ashton Woon. Great launch, great way forward. And now, can he make it stick for second? No! Up and over the rear tires of Tristan Murphy. And everyone scatters around him and try and keep going.
That looked like he may have had that pass. He was kind of in there. They just got contact as they both came across. Both drivers getting the bad end of that deal, falling down the order. How far, in fact, do they fall down? They'll come across the line. In fact, no. I think Murphy was able to get away decently. He ends up, in 3rd spot. Only Vanchev able to get by there as Theon Shee still leads. Vanchev seconds with an RPG 1-2 right now. Oh, elbows up though, coming through. Here comes Jackson Porter. He'll make a move to the inside as well.
Jackson Porter yesterday stood on the box. Today he'd like the top step, but they are racing really hard here. The 707 of Cole Medeiros going at it with Jose Shermer right in front of Ben Abernathy, who sticks out nice in that lime green Hotes DD machine. But look at the gap here, Rob. A lap and a half in, and we've got a 5-car breakaway by a good margin.
Yeah, I feel like Cole Medeiros elbows up here right now. Here's the replay right now. You see the drivers getting together, just coming into the corner, side by side, wheel to wheel contact. Probably really just kind of incidental contact. Tough one there for those 2 drivers who got together coming in to turn number 10. It's so early in that run, right? Just the opening lap. They could have just settled in. But Woon decided he was going to make that move to the inside. Like I said, to me, it looked like it was kind of far enough in. But listen, Tristan Murphy did a good job rolling the outside on that one. It just, as Woon was rotating, that's when the contact happened. Drivers settling back in and moving forward, Xander. My apologies.
No, you're good, Rob. Again, indeed, drivers settling in, and finally we're able to showcase a little bit further back down the board than normal, just because there is a little bit of calmness at the front of the pack. This is Sarah Bradley, Jack Katowski down the inside, I believe, or no, Nico Katowski on the inside there. Finally, of course, commentator's curse, we talked about that earlier, that's Alexander Vanchev going by Theon Shee. We get a move up front, and then we go check further back down the board. Katowski just ahead of another one of the many SCR and Ryan Perry Motorsport entries. They have brought a big contingent here, and that is a breath of fresh air because we are so used to seeing the blue and pink boys and girls just dominate the front of this X30 Junior field, and that's still got a lot of them at the front, but there's some more colors mixing things up here.
Yeah, they're running 1, 2, 3 now, but indeed a bunch of drivers like Edward Kennedy making things happen.
Let's go ahead and keep our eyes on the field now here, Rob. About a car length and a half, getting away for the lead. Alexander Vanchev could close out a championship here with an exclamation point if he could dominate today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This kid really has stepped up. Only a couple issues, of course, that we were here back in January kept him from coming away with a bunch of wins there. He has been very impressive on the year so far. Of course, the big victory yesterday, second in the pre-final, coming away with 290 points. He's up by 220 on Tristan Murphy right now, although Murphy does have I believe, what's he drop? He's dropping a 174. So yeah, Vanchev in really good position to potentially take this one away. He is leading again, as we had said. There's Cole Medeiros there. He fell back a little bit, has been digging his way back forward. Medeiros crossing the line currently in the 6th spot. A much better weekend than back in January here in the SKUSA Winter Series opener for Cole Medeiros. He got roughed up a couple of times and did not have anything to show for it. Instead, has found himself a consistent top 10 runner here today. So indeed, Vanchev, Shee, Porter, 1, 2, 3 here as we're at the halfway point now. Then you've got Edward Kennedy by himself in that energy in 4th. Tristan Murphy 5th. We've seen Medeiros there in 6th spot. It's a top 5 running group now. as Kennedy has reeled in Jackson Porter, so make it 5 drivers in the lead group. Then you've got Medeiros, Alessandro Truchot, and Jose Schirmer in the Speed Concepts Racing Machine in 8th spot. Truchot, of course, on the Paralympic. And Cole Medeiros from Racing Edge Motorsport. Those drivers 6th, 7th, and 8th. Bennett Abernathy only 6/10 back in 9th, and Sarah Bradley right in front of Nico Kutowski, who just went purple. Kutowski just laid the fastest lap down. He gets by Abernathy. He and Bradley now moving up to 9th and 10th. Purple and pink up front. The drivers from the Rolls Performance Group digging it out front. 1, 2, 3. Vanchevsky and Porter. Porter at the tail of that RPG train with Kennedy. Thinking about getting aggressive. There's Kutowski right there, the driver in the TKG Barrel Art Machine number 792. Both the Kutowskis have been impressive. I chatted with Nico afterwards. He's got the speed, he knows it. He said, all I got to do is keep working on the racecraft. And I loved hearing that from the young driver. Realizing I just got to work on that racecraft a little bit. I'm going to keep moving forward. There's Tristan Murphy as well. That's that battle right now for, I believe, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I think that Kennedy's by. We'll see where he is. No, yeah, he is. Kennedy got by. No, he didn't. Jackson Porter still. They're digging up front. It's actually Kennedy back behind Tristan. That's what happens when you're slightly color deficient as an announcer. It's hard to pick up these colors. They keep changing on me. The helmets as well. So we'll do the best we can as they come back around. Kennedy has had a good run so far. And I'll tell you, though, there's another pass for Tristan Murphy. 2nd place in the points. Up now, another position. Doing a great job. I'm telling you, these guys are going back and forth. Now it's Kennedy somehow. He was 5th. Now Kennedy's back into 3rd. Jackson Porter lost a couple of spots. He'll go back into P5. That's allowed both Vanchev and Fianchi to pull out a bit. They will see the white flag this next time by. Kennedy fights his way back up to 3rd in the energy. Then it's the RPM machine of Murphy, followed by Porter and then Medeiros. Cole Medeiros is closed up as well. Remember, he's been digging. Yeah, look at Cole Medeiros right there as well. Oh, Murphy looking at the edge of Kennedy. Final lap, guys. This is the pre-final. Don't throw it all away here. Kennedy will block to the bottom. Porter getting down the inside as well. Medeiros going to try to over-under. Man, this is aggressive racing. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Leaders are gone. Vanchev and Sheet. Porter's trying to get himself back up to P3, but this is great stuff from Jackson Porter. Elbows up. Tristan Murphy's been driver on the move as well. Kennedy as well. This is going to be a wild last lap. You see 1st and 2nd, good to go. Vanchev and Shee. Way down to the bottom for Kennedy. Murphy's going to try to give him a little help. Cole Medeiros going to try the over-under on Porter. Porter's got drivers on the left and the right. Porter holding off. The other challenger, Truchot, arrives on the scene as well. Checkered flag will fly. Alexander Vanchev, another win, very much locking in the championship potential. Fianchi in 2nd. But wow, the battle across the line. Murphy to 3rd, Kennedy 4th, Porter, Truchot, Medeiros, Jose Schirmer got in there as well. So 3rd back to 8th. I'm going to say separated by 7/10 of a second at the line. 7/10, 8/10 at the line. Look at that gap, a 3.4 to a 4.2. 8/10 from 3rd back to 8th. Vanchev, though, with almost a full second on Fianchi. RPG 1-2, that's the way they'll start the main event this afternoon. Vanchev with big points there, like I had said before. Doesn't need much in the main event to be able to lock this championship down. In fact, I haven't done the math. He probably could have it done already. There's the rest of the field, 16 down to 30. Mateo Calderon getting himself up into the 16th spot. Jose Halfin into 18th. Other drivers working from deeper in the field, trying to get themselves back up for a better starting spot in the main event. Some wild racing there, no doubt, in the pre-final for X30 Junior, brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing. And as you know, as we wrap things up here with X30 Junior, that means the Pro X30 drivers are waiting in the wings. Their race set to go in about 4 minutes' time. That was Joe Turney. There is Caden McQueen as those drivers getting ready to go. The British drivers, I believe it's an all-British front row, if I'm not mistaken, as well. They're getting ready to go for their pre-final here. The 8-lapper, the drivers up on the front. Indeed, Turney in the 58, McQueen in the 95. All British front row. Kart Republic on the inside. Energy on the outside. Ryan Norberg and Colin Lloyd will be on row number 2. Don't go anywhere, folks. 4 minutes away. Pro X30 set to roll out for their 8-lap pre-final.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
There you go, folks. Just what we were looking for. The time has come to roll these Pro X30 drivers out for their crazy, hectic 8-lap pre-final. Not a lot of laps to get the job done. That's why you'll see some of the drivers further back in the pack. More anxious and more aggressive in the opening couple of corners. There's Joe Turney on the Kart Republic machine, already locking down the championship. As Andrews mentioned throughout the day, 6 straight Pro X30 race wins dating back to 2023. Of course, that injury put him on the sidelines for a number of months, but he has been the monster at Pro X30 here, dominating the action against the best we have. Everybody in this paddock wants to see what they can do to potentially beat him. Trouble for a driver deeper in the field. That is the number 80. It is struggling to get fired. Levi Sangera, and that energy for having some issues getting it rolling. We'll see what happens with Sangera. It will be Joe Turney and Caden McQueen on the front row. Ryan Norberg and Colin Lloyd on row number 2. Row 3, Austin Garrison alongside Paulie Massimino. Row 4, Jensen Burnett, one of the top rookies right now, alongside Super Nats winner Donovan Padilla. Diego Ramos from PSL Karting alongside Jacob Kolar for Vice Racing. And we've got Chase Gasquet and Aaron Benoit on row 6. Row 7, Adam Brickley and Enzo Vidmontien. Row 8, Stephen DeKaiser and James Overbeck. Row 9 will be Brian Garcia and Wyatt Downing. Capping off your top 20, Henry Leppert and Nicholas Fuchta. On row 11, Tiziano Rosso Orcel and Sidney Castle. Row 12, Brooke Shambo and Kellen Spears. field coming through 11, 12, and 13. Behind Spears is Mateo Malo and Naomi Garcia on row 13. Remy Andriatos and Nicholas Eugene on row number 14. Capped off your top 30, Christian Blevins Jr. and Levi Sangara, if he gets out on the racetrack. The remainder of the field, 41 strong, will try to get themselves through the final couple of corners and lined up nicely. Turning on the inside, McQueen on the outside, all English front row, green, green, green. Pre-final underway, tourney clean. Great run around the outside from P2 as well for McQueen. Couple drivers further back though.
That looked really nasty for Jacob Kolar. You can see the dust cloud. I don't know how the field made it through that chicane. Sorry, Rob, man, only one off bouncing in the dirt after all of that is hard to believe, but JT's got them all lined up nicely behind him as they rocket through that quick chicane before the long back straightaway on lap number 1. And we wait to see who's going to bail out of line here. I think everyone in your front 5 is going to ride, and it looks like for the first time all weekend, Ryan Norberg put it best. He said we all need to basically agree to not fight each other. If we see the leader is the number 58, let's see if they stick to that. Caden McQueen, first up, to try and take a swing at it.
Yeah, it's like collective survival, right? It's, listen, we can battle each other. We can all have different colors on our carts. We can push up from different tents. But if Joe Turney goes to P1, we better work together. Indeed, there's the first move there. Caden McQueen, broken. He's to the inside. Norberg can't quite get the job done. He may lose a spot to Garrison. Yeah, Garrison wasn't going to check up. He kept the momentum rolling. And indeed, right behind him right now, Norberg P4. McQueen goes to the front in the energy. We've seen him do this before. He is out front. Let's see if Garrison can do the same thing, because I mentioned this yesterday. If you want to try to beat Joe Turney collectively, you got to put him back into 4th spot. 3rd's not even enough. You go back to P4. Norberg makes the move in turn number 10, Xander. He gets by Garrison, move him to P3.
Actually, believe it or not here, it'll take some getting used to for sure, Rob. That's Colin Lloyd in the 93.
I got to pick that helmet up. I should know that.
Jordan Perry-inspired helmet here. Longtime Florida racer and assistant GM down at Homestead. We did a lot of training and development with young Colin Lloyd. Now as he put 2 laps in the books, we'll pull a pylon on the left side of your screen, and sadly one of their teammates, the 91, has gone around on the left side. That is Naomi Garcia. And look how much they've all stacked up here. Big move from Jensen Burnett, Diego Ramos, Paulie Massimino, and side by side, another couple Floridians, Chase Gassiet-Lee and Jacob Kolar.
Yeah, Ramos stacked him up coming out of turn number 5. He held to the inside, covered down the bottom of turn number 6, and that got things pretty wild. Out front, the 2 British drivers are pulling away. Norberg realizes it. He's got to get up on it and see if he can't reel them in. Open the door big time for McQueen. Of course, Turney, just such a patient driver, takes his time, doesn't need to make the move here right now, realizes they're pulling away a little bit, could have dove to the inside. He'll take the time or the opportunity when it comes. Now's not it. A little look over the shoulder, sees that Norberg's coming a bit, and again, Colin Lloyd. Listen, has he not been one of the revelations? I know he wasn't even going to run Pro X30. There was no room back in January, Xander. A couple of drivers had to move up to Pro X30. It's given this kid an opportunity to jump into the spotlight.
Yeah, and again, against some of the best in the world, which again, we just saw 2 of them trade the lead there. McQueen and Turney, Norberg closing in, but yeah, Colin Lloyd, unexpected, not planned at all, and it's worked out better for him. Speed Lab Racing Engines, they haven't really made too much of a foray into the 100cc power plants, but it actually worked out where they were able to give a little extra sponsorship and support for Colin Lloyd. And as you covered well this week here, Rob, the T1D Racers driver racing with type 1 diabetes and wrenching on his own go-kart is an amazing story, a feel-good story, and right now he definitely is looking good. P4 with the winningest driver in America in front of him, one of the winningest in the world, all the way in the lead, and Caden McQueen right in the middle, one of the most highly touted superstars to come out of the UK in the last decade.
And we talked about the fact that Ramos covered off a little further back. There is Lloyd going to the inside, book it on Ryan Norberg. Lloyd now up into the 3rd position. I was going to say a little further back, Diego Ramos in that 6th position, holding back the Lions right now. Burnett, Kolar, Massimino, Chase Gassiet-Lee right there as well. Lloyd has made the move on Norberg. We talked about the fact that when you go by a top driver like that, you got to be perfect. You can't make any mistakes over the next number of corners, right? Otherwise, you're going to go right back on by. But if you're faster and you show you can get the job done, maybe they'll let you go. There's a big push there. That's Gasly Lee getting shoved up a little bit. Massimino leading the group. Everybody diving in the limit here as well. The 13 right in there of Gasly Lee holding on, elbows back up. Was right behind him, the 59 of Enzo Vidmontien.
Big dust cloud across the track there from the other side. As you can see, Gasly Lee's got that front nose fully crushed in. The rookies definitely have been in the middle of both the chaos and the good parts of the spotlight here in this class, as we see another one of them making some waves. Burnett and Kolar able to get by on Diego Ramos.
Kolar set the fastest lap last time by, but for a split second, it was actually Colin Lloyd. He actually was 0.02 of a second faster than the leader, Turney. So he is not letting those leaders get away, and that's why I think Norberg hasn't been super aggressive right now. We'll see if he's able to close up on Caden McQueen, who I have no doubt in his mind has the urgency to try to get back by Joe Turney. I think he'd love to start on the pole position as opposed to off pole. He was able to get through cleanly to start the pre-final as they're going to put lap number 6 in the books, but Turney dialing it back in again. Does he go purple this time by a 53.663? No. This time Ryan Norberg by a 1/10 of a second. So literally the top 4, Xander, not separated by over a second.
Kind of all in lockstep, Rob. Just back and forth, trading the best lap in a game of hundreds. But just as has been described, Turney's able to kind of not lose his head, but also not lose too many positions early on. And Ryan, in chatting with him, said he's really good. Joe is at about going 95%, or maybe 90% even, and still being fast. But for Ryan, it's really working on trying to change that mentality, change that style from all go or no go to maybe just a little bit of go. And that way you've got something at the end of these races like we've seen so many times and like we're witnessing right now here, Rob, where Turney is just eking out a bit of a gap over that pack. And as he hits the white flag, the margin increases by a full 0.2 and some change back to Caden McQueen.
He does turn his fastest lap of the race. Turney does still Norberg with the fast lap. He'll pick up move to the inside again. Lloyd's going to go to second. He'll try to capitalize on it. McQueen going to try to run the outside. He gets a good hold on it. He is actually going to hold that spot. Norberg's going to fill it. He is going to have to just check back up. Great job for Colin Lloyd to get back in to make sure he stays in front of Austin Garrison. But that was a big one. Listen, we don't see a lot of big outside moves. So it was an outside, number 1, an outside pass in turn 1 for McCade McQueen. And then he does an outside defense coming through turn number 6. Not a lot of stuff we've seen. Now we're battling. Goodbye, Joe Turney.
Well, at least in this case, the race is already coming to a close regardless. As Turney heads out of the last turn, they'll stack him up in that final corner. Joe Turney completes a perfect weekend thus far as Caden McQueen holds on for second over Norberg and then Lloyd. Austin Garrison again, P5. Kolar up to 6 at the end of it all. Ramos, Burnett, Donovan Bonilla picks up a couple. Paulie Massimino up, down, and sideways. He was in the middle of the Hornets' nest. Felt like that whole race. And the North Carolina native is going to walk away with a 10 here as we pull the results up for you.
Yeah, I was trying to have a look where James Overbeck came from, because he was finally up there almost into the top 10.
Well, the big thing there, he's kind of been fast throughout the weekend and last weekend as well in terms of January, Rob. He just didn't go dirt tracking off in turn 5 on the first lap like he'd been, I felt like, more times than not. 14th up a net gain at 2. And again, on that outside lane, you're going to drop back 2 to 4 spots probably off the start. So that was solid. Good positioning. There may be some penalties ahead of you. You might end up into a top 5 starting position, top 5 rows anyway. Vidmontien, Garcia with a decent effort there. Brian Garcia's made some serious gains over the winter. Steven DeKaiser, and then back to the next page, Nick Fuca, Wyatt Downing, Sidney Cassels, Brooks Shambo, Aaron Benoit, middle of the road here today. And really, we didn't have any DNFs. Everyone able to finish, all but Mateo Malo and a couple that went out on the opening lap. So, about as aggressive and racy, but at the same point, kind of tame as you can get here with this division.
Yeah, it almost seemed like people were like, okay, this is what I got. I can probably get a couple spots here. Otherwise, we're going to do it again in the main event anyways. It doesn't matter if I'm 5th or 6th or whatever. I'll be able to get myself to wherever I end up with in terms of pace. So you guaranteed not what Ryan Norberg wanted. He'd like to be all the way up to P1. Caden McQueen and Joe Turney, who are the front row starters, both looking very good as well. Having a look at potential pushback there. Right side for Ryan Norberg, you think there, Xander? Right side for Ryan. So That's a tough one. We wonder who else may have any kind of pushback bumper issues here coming in. Norberg may lose a couple of spots. I'm going to look there at number 3.
So Garrison's good. That'd be Colin Lloyd.
Colin Lloyd.
So Colin Lloyd's good.
So they've already they gave him the 3, so they've already moved Norberg back a bit in terms of where he finished. So we saw that before. So yeah, action for sure as we roll our way through the pre-finals. Xander, what do we got left? KA100 Master on the grid. Mini, Swift, and then the Pro and Master shifter drivers will be on track in their combined group. 8-lap pre-finals before we go main event racing. The KA100 Junior B main at 210. 8 main events for you to wrap up this year's Winter Series.
How about that? We've got lots of racing here as finally we've got a little bit of interview time during this break in the action. KA Masters chilling on the grid. And Alexander Searle is down in the pit area with some of your top finishers from that Pro X30 Pre-Final.
Colin, a top 3 run there in the pre-final. We spoke in the first 2 rounds of the season where you kind of missed the KA, sign up, had to run X30. You're one of the fastest guys in X30. Why do you think you've adapted so quickly?
I've driven X30 a couple of times. It's just first 2 days was getting used to the tires. Luckily, I had Austin Garrison and Speed to help me with that, and they have a lot of experience with X30 running, so helped me out a lot, and I think that's just how I adapted so quickly.
At the front of the grid, we spoke a little bit before that pre-final saying you're still chasing a little bit of something. Do you feel like you're heading in the right direction after the pre-final?
Yeah, I think we're getting there slowly, just making little itty-bitty changes. I don't want to make a huge change for a big race like this and fall backwards, so I think we're definitely going in the right way.
Joe's a guy that he punishes you for small mistakes. What else do you see that he's doing compared to the guys around you guys for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th that's allowing him to kind of get that gap?
He's definitely just trying to stay in the front, like 100%. No matter if the person in front of him's faster, if it's slower, he's always just trying to be either 2nd or 1st in the train. And I feel like that's what separates him from a lot of other drivers, and just being aggressive, waiting for the cart to come in, and then right when it comes in, start pushing really hard and pull away.
Yesterday, we saw some chaos, I'd say, for the battle for 2nd place. Some drivers may have had some things to say about how they felt, how that race unfolded. Do you think you're going to change your approach at all from what happened yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. I want to change my approach a little bit just because of what happened on the first opening couple laps, but I think it'll be good for the next one.
Thank you, Colin.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great stuff there. Alex, thank you so much. Colin Lloyd, we had talked about that mid-race, how he's been one of the impressive drivers here jumping up from the KA100 Senior class into the X30 Pro, only because he wasn't able to get in to KA100. Man, has he been an impressive driver. Again, when you're right where you are right now, that's super impressive.
Yeah, he has been so fun to watch. Colin Lloyd, super clean, up front, consistent. And, another kid that's been a lightning rod of speed and racecraft. Jensen Burnett is standing by in the scales.
Thank you, Xander. Jensen, a little bit of a miss there in that session. Had a good racecraft, just not the speed that you wanted. What happened in that one?
Yeah, I tried my best to fend off the entire race. We didn't quite have the speed or the power to, get up to the front guys. So I saw Kolar and Diego behind me, and I said, hey, let's work together, see if we can get there, because I didn't think I could do it myself, and it ended up coming down to a little race at the end where it was all clean, all fair, and yeah, we're going to have to see if we can get this fixed.
Yeah, you've been knocking on the door to your first senior national race victory. What's that little last thing that you think you're missing?
I think we have everything there. It's just about getting it all together. Like one race will have the power, and then I'll make a mistake, and then the other race, vice versa. So I think I just need to do better at combining it all together, and we should be set.
Well, there you guys have from Jensen Burnett, looking to put everything together in the main event. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Caleb. Indeed, this driver is ready to do it, and if everything gets put together, they're going to be in good shape to get working on it. So, indeed, KA100 Master, it's been a dominated program here, Xander. We've watched this driver who leads the points coming in flat, just really dominated the whole year so far, the whole series. Franco Crivelli's been untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, how else do you describe it, right? He has just been a level above the grid in KA Master. Charlie Fonseca kept him honest yesterday. He has been pretty consistent at being the next best. Today, does he have a little bit more? Was he able to learn anything? He's obviously under one of the powerhouses, if not the powerhouse team in the pits, Rawlson Performance Group. They've been able to make a number of drivers win races and championships in the Masters classes alone. He's got Nico Rivas as well lined up behind him in the 4.24. So teammates to compare some data. What more can you learn? How much can you bring to the table to level up for the final day? We're green with KA Master down to turn number 1, and this one, a very tightly packed start. Looks good, should be good. They'll file down very quickly and frantically in the single file formation.
One driver may have went off to the right side of the racetrack there, a little further back, but otherwise just kind of working their way forward. Here's Scott Falcone trying to get some spots early on. He may have got one. He was able to slip by potentially Tom Gerster there. But you think about Franco Crivelli out front right now. Of all the sessions, 10 sessions in total so far, right? With qualifying, pre-final, final. He's been first or second in every session. He's only got 2 points he's left on the table. Those were fast laps of the race. Otherwise, he's been the top guy throughout the year. So indeed, slider there from the 424 of Rivas as it gets to the inside of the racetrack, and he loses at least one spot. I think Paul Elefante potentially be able to go through. Or Todd Shambo as well, I think.
Yeah, big time slide there. So Nico Rivas up and down, and now his teammate Charlie Fonseca is going up. New leader out of turns 1 and 2. It's the 410 that takes us down to turn number 5, and Mundy Lawyer looks on the HRI Mexico machine.
I wonder whether or not Crivelli would try to go right back by in turn number 5, because that was a pass with decisiveness coming out of Charlie Fonseca as he took the lead there in turn 1. The 406 is out as well. Scott Carapaletti has parked that Cosmic off the racetrack, so he's done. Carapaletti, who was running in the 8th position, is going to go to the tail of the field. It's Crivelli, Fonseca, Lawyer, Elefante, and me are the top 5 right now. Mundy Lawyer really stepping things up from yesterday where he was kind of the driver outside the top 5, but instead has got himself up into 3rd. You can pick that helmet out for sure as well. Fonseca continues to lead. Again, remember these short races though. Lap number 2 going in the books is again just to begin lap number 2, coming down into 1. That was Fonseca's move. Lawyer looking to see if he can't close up on Crivelli. They were only separated by about 1/10 of a second. Fonseca with the fast lap and almost a 3/10 of a second lead.
Charlie Fonseca and Franco Crivelli have maybe not as much of an edge over the field yesterday lap time wise, so it's a good idea to kind of ride together. But for Crivelli, I mean, he put 2/10, even 3/10 on him in qualifying, Rob. So you obviously drive this class here and there every once in a while.
Yep.
You know, what feels so much different, or what could the pace of, where's this coming from? Where's he able to all of a sudden match Crivelli?
A lot of times I think it's about consistency in terms of what you're able to do. I think we saw that Fonseca was able to turn good lap times yesterday as well, but it's about putting them all together, right? Kind of when we roll through a race where there's not a lot of battling, we oftentimes look towards live timing, right? Let's have a look at the lap times. What kind of consistency do they have? And you look at a lot of the times when the drivers start settling in, they're banging off laps like a Crivelli within 1/10 of a second, 2/10 max. And if you can get 2/10 quicker than a driver behind you, but every lap, that's still 1.8 seconds by the end, or 1.6 seconds rather, by the end of an 8-lap race, right? So you've got that 1.5 seconds. It's the consistency that all these drivers can do. We all go out and test. We all come in and look at the micron. We want to see the same number after the point, right? If it's 57, you want to see 57.4, 4, 4, 4. Then you're doing the right thing. You're into that consistency. That's something we don't see out of a lot of drivers. And that's kind of what separates the front from the back, I think, a lot of times. I can go out there, I can throw in a lap time 4/10, 5/10 off of the fastest guy, but I can't do it consistently. I'm going to drop down 7, 8/10 of a second if I blow a corner. These guys don't make the mistakes when you're up front.
No, they are able to hit their marks lap after lap, and part of that comes from seat time. Part of that comes from really just drilling in all the marks on the racetrack. Right down here is a great angle of how bumpy this brake zone is. Look at those front bumpers just kind of putting all those off the ground. Over the years, it has gotten more and more divoted on the entry to the corner. We've obviously covered how treacherous it is off track here at Orlando Kart Center, but this pavement, it has seen a lot of go-karts on it, and of course heavier than the racing karts are those 350-pound beasts of rental karts that Andre Martins has here that are active at the end of every race day. Very active with some of the kids as well, racing on the pro classes. That all kind of beats down the pavement here in sunny Central Florida.
Now, Xander, you asked as well about, hey, listen, what do you think that Fonseca could have done to get that extra speed he needs to be in front of Crivelli right now? As you know, I run when I can in the Masters category, whether it's a 4-cycle or a 2-cycle, but I spent some time underneath the Rawlson Performance Group tent, right? And I know that they work so hard on those small little changes, right? Again, you talked earlier in the weekend about the fact that these track is changing, right? Coming away from the tires from last week to this week, they'll make minor changes, a lot of front end stuff, right? Not all the time throwing an axle at it, but sometimes it's just a little front end geometry change that makes the kart come alive, right? It makes it rotate a little bit more. That's all it takes, especially when you're like a Fonseca who's that close to Crivelli.
It's been a game of little changes in the same way, Rob, for Austin Garrison. Another pre-final in the books for him inside the top 10, but it seemed like he probably needed a little bit more. Alex?
Austin, yeah, Xander said it best there. Looks like you needed a little bit more. We were speaking before the interview. You guys tried something maybe a little bit too far in that direction, but how would you kind of sum up the pre-final?
Yeah, so we, I know yesterday our car felt pretty good in the main event, and then we just want to go and, get that little bit more. You're always trying to go and get a little bit more time out of the kart. So we made an adjustment for a warm-up, and it was fast. It was okay on brand new tires, but once the racing went down, the setup change that we made wasn't the direction that we were thinking it was going to go. So we're going to just go back to what we had yesterday, and we're going to go out there and give it all we got.
You're the highest running, I guess, teammates, you and Colin Lloyd. How much does it help having a quick guy like that under your tent?
It does help a lot because he can go make an adjustment on his car, and I can make an adjustment on mine. And, hey, did this work? Did that work? No. And, so we all kind of gum together before the racing, and then, we're pretty close on the setup now. But, yeah, it does help a lot having another teammate there who can kind of go and give really good feedback and, just feed off of each other throughout the weekend and go and make it easy for us.
Thanks, Austin.
Thank you.
Back to the racing.
And back to a little bit of chaos here, folks. There was a little bit of contact, I think, between Fonseca and Crivelli over in turn number 10. Fonseca put his hands up in the air, was not happy with it at all, but it looked to me like Crivelli gave it back to him as well coming up into turn number 10, Xander.
Well, in typical fashion here, Rob, we go side by side to go get a little bit of extra intel in a moment that we think things slow down, and they explode. 4 cars all together here on this last lap of the pre-final. Could be about 5. Miguel Mears on the way, and a big inside move now. The first one to break the ice, Mundy Lawyer, and Paul Elefante is not happy about it.
Moved to the inside of turn number 5. I'm not sure how mad you can be about that. Yeah, a little bit of contact, but this is last lap. Here comes an over-under for Crivelli. Can he get the job done? Lawyer went to the inside. He gets the spot. And again, looking forward there, Elefante's not happy at all. He lost even more spots. Contact between the 2 leaders coming in to turn number 10. And Crivelli, I think, is done.
He stalled it at minimum.
Or did he lose a chain, you think, potentially with the contact?
No, his hand went down to the battery like he was either turning it back on or if the starter was engaged trying to turn it off. But, well, either way, he's going to go to the rear. And Charlie Fonseca will start from the front in the main. He'll win.
Alongside who? Mundy Lawyer.
Whoa.
He gets up in second. Miguel Mir third. Paul Elefante in 4th spot. Crivelli comes across the line P5. That was a shakeup on the last lap. Todd Shambo 6th. Scott Falcone up to 7th. 8th, Janae Din. 9th, Tito Gutierrez. And 10th spot was Tom Gerster ahead of Kim Carapoletti. Nico Ribas rolling across the line as well. We saw Scott Carapoletti go to lap number 2. What is happening here in KA100 Master?
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe you might know more than me, or maybe our guys down in the scales can let us know what is happening here. But a very topsy-turvy pre-final for these guys that is going to have, I think, maybe some post-session intervention here. We'll see what the SKUSA officials have to hand out ultimately, though, in the books, and it's probably going to go decently well for Charlie Fonseca. Here you see Mundy Lawyer, Paul Elefante catching up. I think Paul's probably venting more than anything to him.
Yeah, I don't think he was real happy with Mundy making the move up to the inside there. Here's Crivelli and Fonseca talking as well. I don't, again, like I said, Crivelli made the pass, got by the contact coming out of 9. We saw that when we were side by side with the interview, but Crivelli did let him go back by. You could tell he got off of it and let him get back by. I don't think we're done here.
No.
So obviously a couple of connections on the racetrack. Discussions are happening to decide who's happy, who's not. Paul, definitely not happy. And we'll see how it all plays out here when they come back across.
I think that might be the most unhappy top 5 of the day so far. It seems like there's more angry campers going to tech than happy ones.
Well, we'll see whether or not that spills over to the main event this afternoon as we work our way through these pre-finals. KA100 Master. Championship-wise, it's already in the hands of Franco Crivelli. Let's put it that way. These guys are racing right now for a Sunday win. Let's put it that way. But in the end, Fonseca, Lawyer, Mir, Alfonte, Crivelli were the top 5. We are working our way through the pre-finals. Mini Swift will be next up. Still 4 minutes away, guys. Don't go anywhere. More to come as the drivers getting the call to fire up the engines on pit lane. All right, more to come in the short pre-finals. Then we'll go long format with 60 and 18-lap races. Still 2 pre-finals to come. Mini Swift rolling onto the racetrack right now to get things underway for their 8-lapper. So many fantastic drivers coming out of the micro category over the last couple of years. A great group of rookies here in this class as well that we believe probably mid-season really going to be there. Although they're kind of out of the gate. Enzo Di Gennaro has been the driver to watch here though today, and really throughout the entire program so far. He is the point leader coming in. Starts on the pole position alongside Cooper Lopez in this 8-lap pre-final. Nathan Ramirez and Aston Wyatt will be on row number 2. Maxwell Macha, Jake Finale on row 3. Zane Burgess is able to work his way up to 7. They'll start alongside William Vitor on row number 4. Luca Becquerel and Simon Klein capping off the top 10.
Santi Orioli and Brandon Shore with better starting positions today for each of them. A little bit worse for Ware for Benjamin Fernandez. He'll roll from back on row number 7 alongside cars maybe all piled up.
Yeah, there was a bunch involved. Dominic
Cars maybe all piled up.
Yeah, there was a bunch involved. Dominic Gaddis was in that one. Again, a bunch of drivers got collected. That's that corner where the guys get drivers have now locked up. We'll see whether or not they can start working their way forward. They're putting the pressure now on Cooper Lopez.
Yeah, Cooper Lopez now side by side with Maxwell Macha out of that last turn. High-low, picks his way back into the line. And into turn number 1, no change there, although Lopez could go a little bit wide and cost them some more time. So they've got to be smart here. Aston Wyatt is doing a great job pushing Enzo Di Gennaro away. And they're going to try to freight train Cooper Lopez and make it quick here. 2 of the Sonys go by. Another driver to the inside. Is that Johnson? Maybe in the 111? I think so. And he's kind of being joined by another one of the Paralympics, one of Brandon Shore on the DR, and Santi Orioli, although I think that Brandon Shore or Dylan Smith maybe, one of the 2. That was Shore. He looks like he's got the bumper pushed in.
Yeah, Nathan Ramirez in the 184 is in there as well. So indeed, we talked about the fact of the 2 Sony car drivers getting together, but there is the 111 of Cameron Johnson slipping by as well. Cooper Lopez, he's going backwards right now. He's been passed by a number of carts. Again, you find yourself getting passed, and you're always on the wrong side of the racetrack. They just keep making moves on you. You do got to do whatever you can to kind of shut it all down. Up front, they're just trying to pull away. This is Enzo Di Gennaro and Aston Wyatt, and noteworthy to remember that these drivers are first and third in the championship as well, and Wyatt is only, without the drops, only 55 points back. His drop race, I believe, is a 190, where Gennaro breathing room on Ashton Wyatt. Gennaro looking good up front. The other driver in the fight is Benja Fernandez, who currently runs in 10th.
Great look and a low angle here as that pack back outside the top 5 is starting to lose some more ground fighting. They're having a good battle. Lopez to the inside to reclaim 6th, and that's going to leave you still a pretty hefty margin to run back up to Cameron Johnson.
Yeah, it's Lopez and Ramirez right there. And then I believe that Shore in the 131, right? The DR Kart, and then the 106 there as well, Santiago Orioli. I'll say this, I'm digging a couple of different camera angles here today. We picked up some different stuff coming through the chicane 8 to 9 and a couple of different angles for you to give you a little different feel of some of the corners here at this Orlando racetrack. Cody Kart drivers are lining up nicely though, aren't they? That is Maxwell Macha and Zane Burgess. They went purple last time there, and there's an issue there. The number 155 of Paxton Romero, he goes around. He's running, I believe, in like the 24th or 25th position. He falls down in a bunch of spots here.
Working through 3 laps complete, working on lap number 4 now as they head down the back straightaway. And the gap, you can see it visually coming down from first and second back to third and fourth. The 2 Sodis are hooked up. Maxwell Macha and Zane Burgess closing the gap, although did Zane get that pushback deployed? It looks a little loose, Rob.
I'm thinking as well, it definitely does look like it's kind of tilted down a bit, but look a little further back there. That's Cameron Johnson. He is ready for these guys to start scrapping for position and work their way past. Our ticker says lap 4. My live timing says lap 5.
Yeah,
so
give it a sec here. I think
there we go. There we go. We are up. So only 3 more laps remaining. DeGennaro and Wyatt have that little bit of a gap. It's 7/10 of a second. Last time by, they were a little bit quicker, honestly, than Macha and Zane Burgess. So both those drivers, those Sodi karts, have work to do. If they're able to get in there and kind of disrupt this action up front, that may allow Cameron Johnson to get back in there as well. Otherwise, DeGennaro and Wyatt doing a great job so far. Wyatt has been a perfect wingman, not putting any pressure on, waiting those last couple laps.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt, the Nitro kart has been glued to the back bumper of Enzo DeGennaro this whole race. He's done everything right. He's pushed him away, built the gap. If it weren't for Maxwell Macha and Zane Burgess being able to quickly get rid or get past Cooper Lopez, he would have probably built up a 2 or 3 second margin. But in only 8 laps, the defending, the battling begins pretty early. Lap and 3/4 to go, and Enzo DeGennaro is getting ready to park it down on the inside.
You know, Aston Wyatt's like, no, don't do that. I'm with you. I'm with you. Oh, how about 2 corners? That's all it took, folks. A block into 1, a block into 5, and here come the Sodis, led by Maxwell Macha, and the driver just went purple, Zane Burgess. 4 drivers in the lead group right now, and I guarantee you, Cameron Johnson just begging for these guys to start that defense, because the Merlin Nation driver could be there for Franklin Motorsports. Here he comes. He knows it's happening. Watch a big wide run here for Cameron Johnson. He may be on top of these guys by the time they get over to 11, 12, and 13. Look at what kind of a run he has right now as well.
Yeah, he has a big head of steam headed towards this group that are all going to be dirtying their tires. We talked about it all weekend, probably to a fault. But look at this over-under. The Sodis lined up on the high side. Wyatt and DeGennaro on the low side, 1 to go. 2 by 2 down at turns 1 and 2. Aston Wyatt's going to go wheel to wheel in the chicane. Can he stay on track? Yes.
Ooh, but he doesn't get the spot, Xander. Cameron Johnson ready to pounce as soon as somebody opens up the door. Big racing here, DeGennaro up front. He's looking to try to lock down a championship. This would definitely help getting full points, especially with Benja Fernandez back in P7. They'll work their way through third number 7. A big slide there from the number 174 of Macha. Everybody there, 5 drivers out of turn number 9. Block it down the bottom of turn number 10.
All the way low, but trying to stay above the dirty stuff here. DeGennaro's going to stay in the middle-ish. And Aston ends up on the back, on the bad side, the outside. Look at Johnson. He'll give him a shove. 2 by 2 to the chicane, boys. Hang on. Oh, man, we're going to barely get out of there.
Johnson's going to get a couple on the inside out of the corner as well. He's going to try to come across. Here they come to the line. They get 2 wide, all separated by about 3/10 of a second. and it is going to be across the line, Enzo Di Gennaro, but not by much, just over a tenth of a second from Aston Wyatt. Cameron Johnson comes home P3. None of that would have been possible without two wide racing. Johnson goes to third, Maxwell Macha fourth, and St. Burgess rounds out the quintet of drivers coming across the line.
Impressive stuff here from them all.
Hey, I thought Johnson was going to get at least one spot with the over-under in turn number 10, but everybody was pushing so hard coming out of that corner. He wisely checked back up, knew that he was going to be able to try one more time. That was a really veteran move for Johnson. He could have forced the issue like we've seen a couple teams do, a couple drivers rather, but instead checked back up and did the over-under in 13.
Kudos to him here, folks. We've got one more pre-final still on the way. Pro and Master Shifter are lining the grid now before the final batch of main events are rolling here from Orlando Kart Center. So we've got a few moments. I know we'll take a moment here for a quick break and a word from our partners, and then it's time to bang some gears and check back into the rivalry that just keeps on giving. Mateus Morgado and AJ Myers make up the front row.
Enzo Di Gennaro, first of all, you came into this weekend leading the points. You just won the pre-final. I got to say, you and the mini guys, as we see some good sportsmanship here with Maxwell Macha. What's up, buddy? I was going to get on to that point, actually. You guys put on a better show, I'd say, or as good of a show as these pro guys do. It's so much respect out there. Is that how it feels for you?
Yeah, it feels very respectful. I mean, we race very hard. No dirty racing or anything. It was just very clean.
What's going through your head right now as we head into this main event, knowing that you have a championship on the line?
I'm just really focusing on just winning the race and just hoping for a clean one, and we could take it home for the championship win.
We didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, but how would you kind of sum up how this weekend's gone so far for you, Enzo?
It's been an amazing weekend. I mean, all these weeks for road tax and last week, everything. It's been a good race. Weekend.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Enzo Di Gennaro, obviously, to both the cheers and jeers of his buddies, who, as he put it, have been keeping it pretty respectful. The mini kids, as usual, have put on some great races, some clean races, and some ones that keep you on the edge of your seat. Pro Shifter now getting the command to fire motors. We will be getting ready to walk you through the lineup and how they stacked. It's pretty similar to yesterday. Not too much has changed from where they have all ranked themselves. A nice qualifying effort from Ashton Henkel and Lucas de Longchamps. They were able to leapfrog Andrew Boyd a show from a day ago. And for Ashton Henkel, one of many new additions to that PSL karting camp, hoping to run the full Pro Tour season in Pro Shifter and try to really get out there with the big boys.
I'm excited about that. The countdown to the Winter Nationals for sure. This is a good field, as we know, with a number of drivers, 13, but I can't wait to see us with 30 plus potentially out there at the Winter Nationals in speed sports.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talk about how it's baseball spring training, right?
Yeah.
You got a lot of East Coast teams and clubs go to Florida. Decent amount of West Coast ones have places in Arizona and the like for training of some kind. Well, it's very similar in our sport. You're only seeing half, if that, of the full-time Pro Shifter teams and superstars that we're hoping to see when we all come together in Houston. And I think it, again, just kind of builds to the element, seeing a little bit of superstars over here, a little bit over there, and then bringing them all together. A lot more, again, along the track of what we're used to seeing in the old days of a couple national races a year. Not this big traveling circus, but you race your club, and then you meet up with everyone a couple times to go race the big stuff.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of shifters as well at K1 circuit for the start of the California Pro Kart Challenge race on February 28th to March 2nd. That could be a big weekend as well. A lot of those West Coasters who didn't come over here could be getting some seat time there at the end of the month.
That's for sure, Rob. We've got 2 weeks till the SKUSA California Championship gets underway, but with karts on the racetrack here, the outlap underway. Caleb, you've been the one down on the grid. What do you got for us?
Thank you, Xander. Just an update here on AJ's rib injury from yesterday. He's feeling a lot better, but still has major discomfort in that rib. The only reason he's out there on the racetrack is what he told me. They're trying still new stuff with this new chassis that they're testing out. But a driver who's not feeling as good as AJ is Vincenzo Saracino, dealing with a badly bruised tailbone after changing a seat for setup purposes, and it's not gone his way. Setup-wise, it has gone his way, but for him, just major discomfort and a badly bruised tailbone for Vincenzo. Back to you guys.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
Oh, what a bummer.
That would hurt for Vincenzo for sure, but he'll have to dig through 8 laps of racing. AJ Myers again starting on the pole position alongside Mateus Morgado. Obviously, the huge story to cap off the day yesterday in the pro shifter categories. As again, those two drivers getting together in the final lap of the main event. They'll start side by side here in an 8-lap pre-final. Justin White coming away with that big win yesterday. He'll start on the inside of row number 2. Gavin Bailiff has been great here in the Winter Series as well since the TKG team moved over to the Beryl Arc chassis. He's really picking that thing up.
Yeah, he has been very fast and very comfortable on that go-kart. He looks like he's not even taking a step back to learn, and for a limited amount of seat time that he gets, especially, funny enough, ironic how little he drives for living on the property of a racetrack. He has definitely acclimated to it well, and he's got a chance, small one, to steal the title away, or at least get to the second or third spot on the championship podium. Nearly everyone in the points fight has had one downer day, and today, well, it is a chance to make it all good. Round 4, pre-final, pro shifter, and what a launch for the Magic Man. AJ Myers is going to clearly get the whole shot to turn 1, Rob.
Man, he's been good off the line here today, no doubt about it. Further back, the driver's getting at it. Sketchy Barnes gets a good start, dives himself into a couple of the drivers. Oh, driver's off. That's Myers.
No, Portishow.
Is that? Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Driver's off, indeed. Ouch, early. What happened there with Andrew Portishow? Great start for him. I think he got a couple of spots potentially, and then off the racetrack. That is tough. I thought that might have been Myers. I go, you gotta be kidding me. But no, Portishow off over in turn, early the entry to turn number 5.
Yeah, no idea what in the world happened there for Andrew. I mean, he had, like you said, a good start. Both of the Magic karts have always been pretty good off the line in 3 sessions thus far. But now, AJ, you heard from Caleb, they still want to maximize this weekend. You only get so many opportunities to really develop the product and material. But how hard do you push yourself? Both out of obviously the will and the feeling and the need to beat Mateus Morgado, but knowing the winter match is only 6 weeks away as we go side by side for third. Great battling here between Justin White and Gavin Bailiff. They're at it again.
Yeah, Bailiff had a good start to go up into the 3rd position. Justin White, we know, a lot of confidence now after that run yesterday. He's got Saracino now bookending Bailiff, so it's a couple of Marinellos on both sides of Gavin Bailiff. Bailiff going to try to defend on him a little bit here. Big run for Saracino coming down. Bailiff's going to try to over-under him when he comes through the corner. Does he get a better jump off of turn number 10? No, moves Saracino, even with that bruised tailbone, up into the 4th position. You're just going to feel that they keep getting better and better with this Marinello, right? They're making little changes to it. The win yesterday, of course, momentum for Justin. Saracino now up into the 4th spot. 5th goes to Gavin Bailiff. And it's Charles Gauthier and Ashton Henkel now running 6th and 7th. Right behind them as well is CJ Bowman on the Magic car with Scott Presky there as well. So exciting racing early on. There's a big dive bomb to the inside move there. That was a CJ Bowman going at it with Henkel.
Yeah, and now they're going to open the door for the Masters. Turn pro driver again. Scott Presky over-unders the kids. and actual driver in the Master Shifter class right now. Skitchy Barnes is in the middle of it all with the seniors. They don't want to give him an inch, and the man from Bermuda will end up in the dirt and lose about a spot or two. And now, in Master Shifter, Nick D'Andrea gets ahead in the Pro Shifter category, but Rene Martinelli gets new life.
Yeah, I'm not sure Skitchy Barnes can be real happy with that. DeLongchamp kind of rode him off on the outside there at turn number 9. We'll see if Skitchy does anything when he gets back up here. But this is racing outside the top 5 right now. Some super aggressive stuff. And these guys are up on it right now. Presti, Henkel, Bowman, DeLongchamp, D'Andrea, all fighting it out outside the top 5. Myers still leads the way, though, over Mateus Morgado.
Indeed, A.J. Myers on the Magic Kart, about 6/10 up the road. And it's just so interesting to me, Rob, how Mateus Morgado, as good as he's been and as fast as he's been, how much he struggles to start these races, to really get going. I mean, everyone else around him seems to really get away. And, you know, Joe Turney, he may not, he's kind of similar in the way that he's not pushing nearly as hard as it feels like the drivers around him in the first 2 laps, but he doesn't fall as far back as Morgado does.
Yeah, and David Cole and I were talking this on the way to the track today. Morgado just seems to be the fastest guy over the last 3 laps, right? He really struggles, like you said, in the opening couple circuits. Isn't there to scrap, but then works his way back. This is that replay here between DeLongchamp and Skitchy Barnes. Barnes is trying to hold the outside. DeLongchamp just kept on the power. When you're on the power in your shifter kart, it sets the kart back, right? As you're back on power, the transition of weight goes backwards. You lose a little of the front, but you're not getting that big corner coming up, or big push coming out of the corner. And kind of skated out on Skitchy Barnes, and Barnes ended up going a couple wheels off. I'm sure he's not pleased with that at all, but he's in the middle of a fight here with Martinelli. He's got to keep his head down.
Yeah, he's got to be smart about this here. He wants to obviously maximize the day, continue to, put the finishing touches, the extra bow and the wrapping paper on that. Another consecutive, I'm not sure what the number is, of Shifter Master titles in the Winter Series. It might be 3.
I know exactly that.
For Skitchy.
Love to ask him. I'll tell you this, though, just for Maranello as well, as we're starting the season with shifter racing here, the Winter Series and shifter racing in the Challenge of the Americas, it's been nothing but Maranello and Masters, right? Joe Rook and Michael Gouache kind of dominated the action over in the West Coast, and you've got, of course, Skitchy Barnes getting it done here on the East Coast.
Yeah, I mean, for a team here in the U.S. that really seems to be probably more focused exclusively on shifter than anyone else, they have been very competitive. And again, kind of like in business, Rob, you focus on something, you refine, you really lock in on the micro and not the wide macro. You can perform a little bit better, but in karting, both from a business side and then ultimately from a development of the go-kart, you benefit from getting laps at every point of the day and really in every type of program. So I think it's actually more impressive that they're not really running that many drivers and that many other classes to be doing as good as they are.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not we see the Kelly family come back here this year as well. Justin and Tiffany Kelly were part of this Red Mafia as well on the Maranello. We'll see if we see them back for some national racing here in 2025. I'll tell you, if he's got a hurt tailbone, Vincenzo Saraceno is not showing it at all because he is up on it and trying to get by Justin White. He has turned things up. You see Gavin Bailiff has let them get away as well. That is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Myers rocking and rolling up front, 50.009, a 1.1 second. You'll see the gap there back to Morgado. White flag is going to be shown here to Myers coming across the line to begin lap number 8. Untouched right now in this pre-final. Morgado and he will start in the front row once again if it ends where it is right now.
Yeah, this is a bit of the contrary, right? We thought Morgado maybe would have a little bit of a late race surge, but ribs hurt or not, A.J. Myers is a man determined right now to put a whooping on everyone, but especially, I think, the driver right behind him. And he's going to open up the throttle on this final lap just a little bit on the straights. Maybe try to ease it into the corners to save some rubber for the main event. I think it's a very similar kind of setup for the story here, Rob, as to what we had yesterday. Close.
Did you see that last run through 11, 12, and 13? Did not touch a curb at all.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't slide. Nice and through. Staying off the curb. No need to do it now when you got that kind of a lead. That was a veteran move there by A.J. Myers. Take care of that body. Take care of those tires a little bit. Don't pound those curbs. And come home with a clean victory. 1.4 seconds over Morgado.
So there you have it. Pre-final, wrapped, done, dusted, sealed, delivered for everybody. Main event grids, albeit with penalties and I'm sure some appeals in some divisions still looming. We've got ourselves the grids lined for the main events this afternoon. KA100 Junior's B final on deck right now. Pro Shifter, a look back here at the overall and against Skitchy Barnes. Man, I didn't even realize it stayed that close. We saw him obviously get pushed off, and he was kind of trapped in that pack of the pros at the back of that grid. Martinelli was only 3/10 away.
He actually had a faster overall lap to a 51.577 to a 51.613. So indeed, Martinelli's got the pace there in that TV kart. He's just got to get in that battle early with Skitchy Barnes. You know, they were right up to Lucas DeLongchamp, who Barnes was battling with and eventually shoveled him off. He ended up finishing in the 7th spot, so DeLongchamp very quick. And indeed, his fast time of 51.081, still a full second off of the pace laid down by A.J. Myers. Interesting stuff. I felt like a lot of guys were kind of cruising around there a little bit, maybe early on. Saraceno put the hammer down, but knowing the size of the field, kind of where you are and who you're going to be racing with, I think a number of the drivers settled in a little more to kind of take care of the tires, knowing that they've got an 18-lap main event still to come.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rob. Just cruise around. If you're not going to be able to get any more positions, no need to put any more laps in. This race will be over quick, and you want to make sure you got a good piece to fight in the final. So AJ Myers, Mateus Morgado to Tech 1 and 2. More testing completed for the pair of them as they try to gear up for the Pro Tour. But how about this here? Handshake, okay. Cleaner day, but I mean, who knows how much that was
The
worth.
facial expressions say it all. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Priceless.
We got main events, though. Xander, time to rock and roll. Of course, the first one, the B main for the drivers in KA100 that did not qualify through, but they're going to get that 18-lap full-distance race and get a chance to race for a win, which I think is always something that I'd like to see young drivers do. Maybe you're not there in your skill set yet. You haven't driven a lot yet. This gives you a chance on the national level, not an A main, but you're still racing for a victory as well. So, indeed, we'll see that momentarily. But while we got some time, let's head back down to pit lane as our pit reporter standing by with A.J. Myers.
AJ, I mean, smooth sailing out front. I know we've been talking about the rib injury all day long. It seems like it's pretty good. The prototype looks pretty good as well. How would you say the chassis feels?
I mean, I was going out there. I really didn't know what it was going to feel like. I mean, the adrenaline just gets you through, and then I wanted to try something on the kart while we're out here and just see what happened, and turns out it was the right move, and it's even better than it was before.
Looking forward to the final now. Do you think, I know we spoke yesterday about, you said Mateus was probably hiding a few things. Do you feel like they showed all their cards in this race, or do you still think he's going to have something for you in the final?
I mean, right now it just seems like they're outpaced right now, and I hope it keeps that way.
That's a good response there from AJ. You see the Do It for Dale hat?
Do it for Dale.
One more race to go for AJ Myers. Back to you guys.
Well, hopefully the ribs are going to be good enough to last 18 more laps, because I want to see this again. I want to see a rematch of what we saw yesterday. Of course, the emotions are high right now. We're still a little bit of time away from getting things rolling here, I believe, as we start the 210. So we're about 4 minutes away. Let's bang out a couple of interviews down there. Alex, you're standing by with another one of the top drivers in Pro Shifter.
Gavin, I'd say, again, a solid race. Running around in P5 with the Maranello guys. Sum it up for me.
I tried that session, just some setup change that I thought would work, but it just was no grip. So for the final, we're going to go back to kind of a standard setup and just try and roll as much speed as we can. We're a little bit down on power, just mainly with the gear shifting. Me and Mateus both. We're struggling a bit, but the chassis is really good other than the changes I made. So I think we have a fight, but we just have to figure out other issues first.
Any idea why that's happened to both you guys?
I don't know. I don't know if this gearbox has just not been changed in a while or something, but we struggled pretty much all weekend with it, and we've tried as much as we can to fix it without internally doing something into the motor, but I don't know. I guess we'll learn for the Pro Tour.
You, Mateus, different driving styles. How much can you guys learn and bounce ideas off each other, chassis-related specifically?
Chassis-related, we're very similar. I mean, our setups are nearly the same. That time, I was just trying something different to try and learn for the both of us, but it didn't work. And, yeah, data-wise, we look and see where we beat each other, and that helps tremendously. So I think we need to learn a little bit more for the final to win this thing. But, yeah, I think we're good.
We've talked about Mateus specifically, but I think it kind of relates to you as well. We're out the gate. The Burrell maybe isn't as quick as other chassis. Is there a reason why you think it's setup related?
I honestly think maybe we just haven't dialed the tire pressure in as much as we were hoping to in all the practice sessions. So with these longer runs and these the short pre-final throws it off because we don't know where to go, and then these longer runs in the finals, I think maybe it's just me and Mateus's endurance, but I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Alex, thank you so much. And if you're watching at home and you heard from a couple of top drivers there, that Austin Garrison being one, Gavin Bailiff being the other, if you try something on the chassis and it doesn't work, it's still a win. Don't think you made a bad mistake, Xander. You learn a lot when you make a mistake. Each one of the guys said, we're going to go back to our baseline.
Yeah.
And we tried something and it didn't work. Make sure you note that down. If you're a club racer watching this right now, when you try something, make sure you take the notes on it. Notes are key. And if it doesn't work, then you know which way not to go. Anytime you do something, whatever it is, the way the chassis feels, make sure you document that, because you just go right back to that baseline. Both Garrison and Bale said, we'll go back to what we have. We'll go back to the baseline. We tried something and it didn't work. That is actually a big win. When you try something and it doesn't work, you probably learn more than if it does go a little bit better. So don't take that as a negative. It's 100% positive if you've made a change and it's not exactly the right one.
Right. It's just a matter of, again, learning. You hear it from all the best that they have to relearn everything about this sport, everything they think they know beyond the rudimentary fundamentals. Year over year, everything changes. New material, new ways to drive, new tire compounds, new tracks, new engine packages. So you're always trying different things, and when they don't work, you take note of it. We're at that part of the year where we're really only on maybe weekend 2, weekend 3, or in the case of AJ Myers, weekend number 1 of the next model chassis they're going to drive on. They're making adjustments from the previous year to try and, in their head, maybe rectify some problems they think they have or make some improvements, but they still don't know exactly what it's going to do. Think about what our sport is. We're twisting metal going 75 to 80 and miles an hour and above. So it's a dark art.
And Xander, I talk about having a notebook when you put a brand new a prototype chassis down. There is no notebook. You turn it over, get some clean pages, and start from the very get-go, because a brand new chassis, depending on the way it's designed, which sizing tubing you have, and any cross member, whatever it may be, everything changes the way the thing flexes. As we know, everything is about flex in a car, whether it's a chassis, the axle, the tire, the sidewall itself. Everything's about managing that flex. It's the shock absorber, of course, with the driver in the middle, the heaviest part of that machine to a certain extent. It transitions back and forth. That's where you're on seat struts to move the weight around, transition weight. It's just so much you can do in terms of the chassis. And again, that note-taking, documentation is key to success, especially when you're, even with, I love it when you're racing at a club level, because you're always changing the temperature. You never know what it's going to be. So, indeed, wrapped up with all our pre-finals. And yeah, we're done with pre-finals for this year's Winter Series. All we got is 9 races for you. The B Main, the KA100 Junior brought to you by Orsalon Racing, rolling out here right now. Camp Chambers starting on the pole position alongside Mason Berry. Row 2, Igo Lemkin and Grayson Walcott. Row 3, Sebastian Venegas and Maddie Grace. Row 4, Leo De Silva and Ciro Flamini. And 10 drivers in the race here. 5 rows. We'll bring them around. Keith Lewis Jr. and Jake Resende. There is a look at the starting grid with Chambers and Berry on the front row. They'll get a chance for full 18 laps, so dial things in for a full distance run. And one of these 10 drivers is going to come away with a race win. They'll get that experience of racing for the victory. We get ready to go here and start things off with 9 races on the docket to cap off this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series.
So at least for, again, the B Finals, 18 full laps here. KA Junior ready to kick things off. First main event of the afternoon. Then all the A Finals will follow. Again, on the inside in the Kart Republic, the white helmet, that'll be Camp Chambers. Mason Berry's in the black suit. And the black and red Team JWR colors. Green flag, and they're racing down to turn number 1. It's a bit fast. So you kind of pucker when you see that, but also not as many of them as the rest of the division. This one should be okay. Let's see if they can keep it on the dark stuff. They do. We're green and clean to turn 5 as Berry takes over the lead.
Yeah, Mason Berry down to the inside of turn number 5. He will take the lead and lead them all over to turn number 6. The left-hander into the big sweeping turn number 7. Everybody going to have to essentially get in single file, but no, how about double file a little further back? One driver on the outside, getting shelved a bit. That was a 844 Grayson Walcott, Xander on the outside. Lost a couple of spots, and one driver around coming out of turn number 9.
Yeah, there you go. Sebastian Venegas spins it on the opening lap there just in front of the field. a bit sketcy for sure as they work their way up and out of the back hairpin. Keith Lewis Jr. with a rocket ship start. The 898 all black and Miami Vice blue. Kart Republic leads the way of the second group as the leaders quickly shimmy to try and clean those tires off from all the dirt and debris of lap 1.
You're going to call that cleaning tires? You're not going to call that a Euro swerve?
I don't know. I'd call the swerve, he was like this, alongside of it.
A little blocky block. Not a Euro swerve, but a little...
Maybe a multiple
little
field.
Tuck to the inside, baby. Again, happened.
They're kids, Rob. Be
That's
nice.
true. All right. Alago Lemkin into the lead. Could move to the inside of turn number 5. Again, settling in here now, the early couple of laps. I think we're going to have a good little race here right now. We got these 6 drivers very close together, 2 by 2. A couple of pairings. Here goes a move to the inside. Lempin on the outside is going to give that up to, I believe that's Barry going back in there. Right behind the 885 and the 898. Good looking racing up front. This is a good opportunity for these guys to go at it. Once again out front. The 898 this time, that is Keith Lewis Jr. That was the driver who went to P1. Keith Lewis Jr., who had the trouble, I believe, on the opening lap of that pre-final. I don't think he got a lap in. So he's going to at least get the 18 here, which is awesome. Lepin now runs in the second spot. And we got lots of overtakes. Look at this moves here. They are going at each other right now. That's the 885 of Matty Grace to the inside of Lepin. So move Matty Grace up into second. Lepin goes back into third. Walcott recovering from that issue early on. He gets himself, he goes to the inside of Lempen as well. Surprised him, I think, going into turn number 9.
Wow, Yago Lempen now back a spot as Grayson Walcott, another driver, didn't get to finish his pre-final. We saw him nosed into the wall about maybe a quarter of the way through. So for the second day in a row, the Parolin driver has to go to the B final, but he looks fast again with another chance to try and at least win out on his last main event of the weekend, his last main event of the Winter Series. Again, for all these drivers, the next stop in the SKUSA calendar, of course, is the Pro Tour opener in Houston for the Speed Sports Racing Park stop on the SKUSA Pro Tour. The regular national season tour is just about into swing. U.S. Pro Kart Series kicks off in a couple weeks. You mentioned SKUSA California Pro Kart in 2 weeks as well. It's about that time of year where we kick things back up again.
Yeah, kick-start it and get fired up. Lots of racing coming down the pipe. We'll take it all the way through. And really, a lot of the national stuff is kind of wrapped up at the end of July, early August, indeed. And there's a couple big races, of course, at Newcastle at the end of September, early October. Otherwise, lots of racing through March, April, May, June, and July. Let's see if Walcott can dial things in right now. Keith Lewis Jr. has turned some good laps. Matty Grace just went quickest at a 57.938, but she was only about 100th quicker than Lewis and was back by half a second. Again, still early on. Remember, this is a full 18-lapper, so four laps going in right now, working lap number 5. So indeed, lots of time here. Again, these tires really probably aren't even up to the pressure they need to be yet, right in that optimum window. So carts aren't great right now. They'll start coming in when those tires get up to temperature, and we'll see more racing. Lempen all the way back there on Walcott again. Walcott made a good move to get by Lempen in turn number 9, but has not been able to pull away, and has been a little bit off that of Grace and Lewis. Lewis just went purple with a 57.584. So the leader now stretching out to 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, the gap opening here. This is definitely a bit more stacked of a field, and again, maybe it's just a matter of more drivers making improvements overnight. Yago Lempen, an improvement in position there as he goes by on Grayson Walcott. So that'll move him a little bit further up the board. As we continue to watch this duo, the rest of the pack is spreading about further back. Chambers lost about a second that time. Mason Berry kind of in his own little lane there in 5th. And Leo Da Silva, James Zende, Cyril Kennedy. Venegas has gotten back going at the back of the field. So about 9 seconds to spread right now here. Just early going of this KA Junior Main event, or B-Main.
One of the things I like about the B-Main here, and again, a driver like Keith Lewis Jr. up front here on the national level, getting a chance to get out front to a lead and then hold that lead. Don't make the mistakes. Put the laps down. He's been knocking out purple lap after purple lap, 57.277. The gap now 1.2. This is such a great opportunity for Keith to get out there, bang the laps out, and feel what it's like to run in the lead. And then what do? Hey, I've got a lead now 1.2. Let's see if I can stretch it to 2, and then can I hold it? Do a Joe Turney. Can I take care of the tires? Can I run maybe at that 90% to take care of the material and then still hold the lead, right? A great opportunity. And again, same thing here with this driver right behind in the 885. That is Maddie Grace running in the second spot. Grace 1.7 back, but 7/10 at Lempin, who's kind of closing up right now. Last time by Lempin, about 0.2 of a second closer. So again, same thing for Lempin. Can you reel in Maddie Grace? Maddie's got to do the same thing. I got to hold him back here. I want P2. There's just so many opportunities to push hard up front, as opposed to running 22nd or 32nd or 42nd. You're thinking about racing for a win.
You are. I mean, you're trying to, just say, look, I don't care that where we are in terms of B final, A final. I want to be the first one to the checkered flag, and however I need to do, in my, whatever I need to do in my head to pull that off. Right? If you think it's better for you to lead, if you think it's better for you to go by after pushing for a couple laps. Right now, Maddie Grace, she's getting reeled in, so Iago Lempin made the right move to go by Grace and Walcott. All three of them, though, are still lacking some speed, obviously, to hang with Keith Lewis Jr. He has pulled away, has continued to pull away, and only 7 laps completed so far of the 18, and he's more than 2.25 seconds up the road.
Yeah, another purple lap as well. He keeps going faster. 57.135, dropped another 1/10 of a second. Maddie Grace right there in the number 885. Putting the hammer down. There is your leader out front, Keith Lewis Jr. from Vice Racing. Down to turn 9, 10, pardon me, the right-hand hairpin. Now we're dialing things up here for some fun. Second, third, fourth, Grace, Lempin, Walcott. We got ourselves a battle coming here right now. Maddie Grace has got some challengers coming.
She does. She's got a lot of pressure on the way for P2 here as we approach the halfway mark in this KA Junior final. Now Iago Lempin, I think he's close enough. He wants to go. Let's see if he does. Turn 5, Maddie only sends 2 more narrows. And hang on, there it is. Turn 6 to the inside and through, and probably a split moment there for Ryan Norberg. Iago Lempin runs with his national team at RPG. Maddie Grace sporting the Norberg Karting Academy. She's one of his newest proteges she's bringing up, but she's over with Team GWR this week and getting her elbows out.
I like that.
Wow.
Just going to say.
There you go.
That was
get it.
a really good move for Walcott on the inside, but she just ran it. She says, I'm in there still. Let's see if she has the over-under. No. Walcott will finish the pass down in turn number 10, but he showed the nose in a big way over in turn 9, and she just said, all right, I'll run the outside and stay on it. Using all the curving on the outside. Maddie doing a good job here right now. She'll go back to P4.
So there you go, Maddie Grace still with a big cushion back to Mason Berry. She should be safe there. Would love maybe get a top 3 or better here in this B final. A lot of racing still left, like you mentioned, Rob. We're only at that point now where everyone starts to really feel whether or not they've got the speed to hunt down the driver in front or pull away from the cars behind.
Hey, by the way, Keith Lewis Jr., purple again. Another fast lap, 56.894. It's just a 10th and a 10th and a 10th and a 10th, getting faster and faster. Last time by, though, it was lap 8 was the 56.894. Last time by, coming across the line to 57.011. So literally just a couple of tenths off. We talk about that's the consistency that you want to have. That's what the leaders do up front. They bang out these laps within a couple of tenths. He can probably back it down a bit now. He's got a 4.1 second lead. So get into that groove where maybe you just hold the pace you're at. A bunch of 57 flats, knowing the fact that you're significantly quicker than the other drivers behind you. That would be the way to get the job done. Lap 10 in the books. How about a 56.9? Back the other way out with 57 flats. So Keith Lewis Jr. coming off what was a disappointing run, no doubt, with the issue at the start of the pre-final as making it all work here in the B Main.
Yeah, Keith Lewis Jr., Vice Racing. This would be hopefully their first of maybe more checkered flags. Only, I think, 2 entries this weekend for them, maybe 3. Obviously, Jacob Kolar in Pro X30, Keith here, and Satvik Saranti's entered under them. He's running with Dan Devereux Racing, but I believe they might have one more. Small couple pop-up 10x20 tenths here in the paddock this weekend for the Vice Racing Group as the grid is beginning to fill up here over in the A final. Right now, 44 drivers after all the penalties were accrued and applied in those pre-final split in the top 22, ended up on the grid. The remainder have ended up on the racetrack right now as we see Maddie Grace pulling up the rear bumper and maybe bringing a little bit of a second wind and a fight there to Grayson Walcott as we got a great battle here in the middle.
Mason Berry getting to the inside of Leo De Silva. So move Berry now up into 5th. Now move Berry back to 6th. De Silva to the inside. The 852 with Jake Resende right there too. Good three-driver battle right now. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th. I don't think we're done yet between Grayson Walcott and Maddie Grace either, although Keith Lewis now to a 5.555 second lead. 11 down, 7 to go. Look at this scrap further back here, Xander. This is Berry, Resende, De Silva. Flamini's coming up into it as well, and right by Flamini is Sebastian Venegas. Remember, he was sideways coming out of turn number 9 on the opening lap. Venegas is getting himself back into it here right now in the 868.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, what a great battle and a good way to hopefully, as long as they all can finish, keep it, go home with your head held high after the SKUSA Winter Series here this weekend. I mean, you've got so much that has to all, come out perfect to stand on top of the podium in an A final. But just to make it to a race weekend takes so much commitment that maybe you can at least end up with a good one. But that Mason Berry was a bit sketchy in turn 5. You just want a good battle to enjoy and chat about on the plane ride or drive home.
I was going to give a shout out to Resende there because he made 2 passes, one in turn number 1, one in turn number 5, then lost a spot, and then went back to the front once again. So Resende was, I think, 8th, then 7th. I think he's now 5th. That is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. What a great run here at the tail of the field. And Resende in the number 852 goes back in the RRC machine to P5. Good drive there again for Jake Resende, but it's not over yet because look who's coming. The driver was backwards, almost sideways. Venegas in the number 868 Orsalon machine up to P6.
Yeah, Sebastian Venegas rebounding from a sketchy opening lap moment. He entered this weekend 19th in the points, Rob. Middle of the road, I'm sure is bumped to be in the B final and seated outside the top 44, but he's at least having a good recovery drive and definitely getting some well-earned airtime for him and Orsalon Racing right now.
Yeah, indeed, both those drivers, Resende and Venegas, now running 5th and 6th. I have a feeling that Maddie Grace may have gone back. There's Venegas to the inside, book it. He's through to take P4. What a great run here right now as he gets through into Resendez. Oh, there they are there again. Not quite. I think Lepin went back by. Look at this scrap here. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Grayson Walcott, I think, is out. Xander. Grayson Walcott out on lap number 12. So something happened for Grayson there because that's moved the Lempin-Grace battle for 2nd and 3rd. 8.2 seconds to lead now for Lewis. Lap 8 still was his best one, but a 57 flat again. He's within 0.2 of a second of his fastest lap. This is a great battle right now in the B main. This is the fight for 2nd here now. Lempin in the number 813, Maddie Grace in the 885. They keep digging. We're not done. Grace continues to put the pressure on Lempin. Way up the road is Keith Lewis. 14 down, 4 to go.
Yeah, this is just getting good here for P2. Maddie Grace keeping the fight alive, keeping a good battle for us to follow along with as she chases Iago Lempin, who got by her, I mean, a good bit ago. It was not a long wait at all for Iago Lempin to carve up this pack, and I thought at this point he might have been a little bit further away, but she has dug deep, kept him close. And now, with 3 laps remaining, they're going to have a great battle here.
Yeah, even if you go to fastest lap, Maddie's a bit quicker by about 0.02 of a second. So she's got the pace. She's working there with Lempin. This is a good fight here for 2nd. Again, Keith Lewis, absolutely perfect up front. His lap times are fantastic. Just went a 57.1, but now just about 0.3 off. He's doing such a good job of putting down that pace up front. Lewis, your leader in the 898 for Vice Racing. But what a battle here. Lempin will go to the inside, a little bit of a block to the bottom. Let's see if we get an over-under here from Maddie Grace. She'll try to tuck back to the inside. No. Stays right with him instead of making that move to the inside. 3 laps to go. Lewis will make it 60. There you go to the inside at turn 13. Book it. Grace through to go to P2. Great racing here in the B main. Oh, man, this is good stuff. Maddie Grace making the move in that 11, 12, 13 chicane where you're rolling so much speed to try to get down to the apex. She'll cover the bottom of turn number 5. Good job there to keep Lempin at bay. Lempin, though, setting things up for an over-under coming out of turn number 6. Not there yet. This is the battle on track. Sorry, Keith Lewis. He's such a great job. Oh, he touched to the inside of 7. Oh, she opened the door a little bit, and he came on through. Watch this run, though, Xander. She gets a big run out of the corner. Lempin's there. He's going to go to the bottom. Maddie's going to try to stick with him. Here comes the outside run. Tuck that over-under. Oh, she gets a great run out of the corner, though. This is good stuff. And how many times, Xander, we've said it before. You and I have talked about it. All it takes is 2 drivers on a racetrack, and it can be magic. All you need is 2 drivers, and you got a battle, right? Race driver versus race driver. This is what we got right now. We're keen on a tremendous battle for P2.
Again, not to say that and take any credit or well-deserved spotlight away from Keith Lewis Jr. He has been well above the B final field, more than fast enough to deserve to be in the A main for the 2nd day in a row. But this is so much fun to watch. Maddie Grace, Iago Lempin, inside, outside. Oh, a little maybe bit of a bump and run attempt. Not quite. She'll let him get back into line as they race to the sweeper here on this final lap around, Rob.
I am loving this right now. Let's see who's got it. Lempin. Oh, Lempin's going to go to the inside. Grace is going to get a massive run out of here. Way better drive. She hasn't been able to do the over-under yet. She's falling down to the bottom of the racetrack. Does she go wide? No, she's going to try to bump and run him through. Not quite enough. She gets a good run out. Here comes your leader. Let's go to Keith Lewis Jr. Domination out front by over 11 seconds. Lempin's going to try to send it. Can she do the over-under in the corner? Not quite, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Keith Lewis with the win. Iago Lempin is going to come home in 2nd. Maddie Grace in 3rd. Look at this scrap further back. Oh my goodness, we're going to be too wide deep in the field. Cross the line in the B main. And who comes away with it? I think it was Venegas. Sebastian Venegas, who was sideways coming out of 9 all the way down to 10th. Fights his way back up to 4th ahead of Jake Resende, Mason Berry, and Leo De Silva. Wow. Ciro Flamini and Kent Chambers rounding up the 8th and 9th position. Grayson Walcott out, as we said, on lap number 12. Hey, listen, that was a lot of excitement for a B main. Shout out to all those drivers, and they got the full distance. They put on a show. Keith Lewis showing what he had in terms of pace, 56.884. He was a half a second faster than both Lempin and Grace on their fastest laps. As Xander said, no doubt about it, deserved to be in the A main, but put on a show here in the B main as well. And Lempin and Grace, 2nd and 3rd. That was some great racing in that B main. Where are we lining up right now? 2:30, and we are a 2:35 start for KA100 Junior and the A main. 5 minutes away, folks. The driver's getting ready to roll. Don't go anywhere. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
All right, folks, a great one there in the B main for KA100 Junior. Let's go main event racing this time. This is the drivers in the A main, those who were able to get their way through here. The drivers working their way onto the track right now. Teo Salomeo going to start in the pole position alongside Max Cristea. We have ourselves a heck of a championship battle in this one here, too. Lots to go on. David Cole's giving me some numbers. I'll come back with that in a second. Travis Pettit going to start on the inside of row 2 alongside Alexander Vanchev. He sits in the driver's seat in terms of the championship. Edward Rodriguez starting 5th with Tristan Murphy on the outside. Gabriel Balog and Victor De Alencar on row 4. Alessandro Truchot and Marco Samet starting on row number 5. Row 6, Nico Kitowski and Tyrone Kemper Jr. Behind them would be Ruben Gutierrez 13th, Isaac Malkit 14th, Valentino Santian and Martin Caramelo on row 8, John McClellan and Cole Medeiros row 9, Mateus Fortunato and Lorenzo Varela on row number 10. Again, we'll scroll through to give you another shot here at what we've got going on. Looking at the championship battle coming in, Vanchev, I believe, oh, that's the wrong one. Got the wrong one, Rob. KA100, the junior category. We got her dialed in. I think that's key to remember, too. We haven't talked about it that much. Remember, 2 different pre-files, Flight A and Flight B, so some of these guys haven't raced against each other today, maybe not even on the weekend at all in terms of the 2 main events. So we'll see how they play out here right now, opening laps. We will have a look as Salameo takes the early lead at some of the permutations, the calculations we have for KA100. Salameo does have a chance to win the championship, but he has to win, he has to get the fast lap, and Vanchez has to be P4 or worse. Like I said, driver's seat for Vanchez. If he wins or second or third, I think he has things pretty much locked down. Same goes for Cristia. He needs Vanchez to finish P5 or worse and get all the available points to win and the fast lap. So Cristia and Salameo both with a shot at it here right now. Vanchev, though, needs to be the man on the move. In fact, he works his way now up into the 4th position. Good pass to the inside coming through there for Vanchev, getting by Edgar Rodriguez. So indeed, settling in early. 18 laps to go. 3 drivers really with the championship in championship contention. The mathematical calculations will happen throughout the race here right now. Fast lap is going to be key. Anybody other than those top 3 will change things as well. Obviously, those 10 bonus points will change where Vanchev can finish on the racetrack. Out of turn number 9, early going here right now. Salameo, Pettit, Cristea will cross the line the first time. Salameo and Pettit starting to pull away just a little bit. So into our main events now. The B main for KA100 Junior is done. 8 main events for you here on the racetrack right now is our KA100 Juniors. From here we will go to KA100 Senior, then Micro Swifts. Some great racing for you here, all live on Kart Chase from the Orlando Kart Center. 82 degrees, the high of the day, the heat of the day for the drivers out here. A little challenge again for the mechanics to get that tire pressure correct. The educated guess to make things exactly perfect in terms of the temp. The rubber's been going down. Of course, we had different rubber here at the Rotax weekend. They capped off their program last weekend here in Orlando, so it's taking the time to get this thing fully suited up for Vinco. There's the 839 there of Max Cristia trying to lead that next group. Vanchev says go, I'm with you. You just keep going forward. That's a good call for Vanchev. Make sure he knows where you are going. There's a pass a little bit further back for the 866 of Alessandro Truchot. He was 7th. May have got by Belog there for P7. Again, early going for the drivers here in KA100 Junior. The seniors rolling onto the grid, getting set to go as well.
Out a lot this weekend. Back of the field goes off, front of the field ends up with dust into the airbox or onto the tires. Now, this pack has already split up 3 laps in. Truchot leads that kind of middle group. 7th on back. You've got Cristea here ahead of Alexander Vanchev. 3rd and 4th right now. Edgar Rodriguez 5th. Again, Teo Salamao needs everything to fall into his favor to try and secure the title here with the way that the drops factor in. Scenario's a little bleak with how good Alexander Vanchev has been.
And again, when we say this is of course unofficial. David Cole doing the spreadsheet as he always does. And Xander setting one up here as well. And again, so unofficial, whatever you hear from us, is just based on what we've done calculation-wise. It has to come from Supercar USA when it's all said and done. Again, Vanchev, if he finishes in 3rd spot, essentially has this thing handled. As they run on the racetrack right now, with Salameo leading, Vanchev in 4th. Salameo doesn't have the fast lap. That right now belongs to Edward Kennedy. That would put the championship to Vanchev. And indeed, Salameo needs to win and get the fast lap, and Vanchev needs to be 4th or worse. Same with Cristea, 5th or worse for Vanchev. So Vanchev goes to P3, it's done. If he finishes on the podium, Vanchev is going to win the championship. Otherwise, it goes in the hands of the other guys to get the victory and the fast lap of the race. But again, what did you say earlier today? How many times we see Edward Kennedy bang out a purple lap? He's got another one here, Xander, already.
Yeah, Edward Kennedy on a roll right now here in KA100 Junior. So what an impressive run for Edward and the Energy Courses group. They've shown the speed and every weekend, and we've definitely talked about him, but they would love to have us talking about a win. He's got a long road ahead of him here. Luckily, a lot of laps as he challenges Marco Salmon. Ooh, the door slams in his face right there in turn number 1, Rob. That was close. Salmon now with Kennedy losing some momentum, pushes him back towards the likes of the Parolin in new Parolin driver, Valentino Santillan. And then again, up the road from him, you have Ruben Gutierrez, Nico Kutowski, Tyrone Kepler Jr. The points continuing to update and populate here with everyone keeping their drops in mind as there's a big send by the Nash driver there on the inside.
Yeah, Vanchev now making the move into third spot there when he was in fourth as they ran the track first and fourth, but no fast lap for Salameo. They were tied. The tiebreaker goes to Vanchev.
Wow.
So lots of permutations here in terms of a tie as well, but Vanchev now up into third. If he finishes on the podium, Vanchev will win the championship here. Christine and, of course, Salameo still with an opportunity to get the job done. Travis Pettit and Salameo trying to pull away, but Vanchev up on the wheel. Victor DeAlencar now with the fast lap. He's in the middle of the fight there as well. Further back, you see them going at it. DeAlencar in the 870 right there. Easy to pick up that Kart with absolutely zero decals on it. Plain white for DeAlencar, but he has not been anything but plain in terms of pace. He has had good speed here throughout the day. DeAlencar now up, I believe, into, I want to say, the 6th position, getting got by Gabriel Balog. So indeed, yeah, DeAlencar, the man on the move. Next up for him will be Edgar Rodriguez. That thing's a hot rod right now.
Yeah, Edgar Rodriguez here on one of the smaller teams in the pits that has put up some big-time results, Rob. We have called SLA Kart Racing to the win many times, and they do not have really usually more than 3 to 4 drivers with them. Another superstar potentially in the making to try and follow in the paths that they have built already from the likes of Bender Fernandez, Super Nash champ. A couple weeks ago they had a superstar from Chile and another again, the whole country in our comment section rooting the kid on. Now, as we exit turn number 6 with the main group, let's check through the pack. Vanchev right now, P3. Teo Salamao again leading the way, but the important thing, like you mentioned, keep an eye on that fastest lap of the race. We do believe we'll have our live points updating, Rob, with drops factored in if this race is all good. And again, checking all the provisional math, it'd be Vanchev by 10 to Salamao, 10 more. 20 points out of the lead to third, Max Christia, but I'm going to make sure that math is correct here.
Yeah, we'll do our best to double check and triple check for you as we get to tail end of this one. This is the guy on the move right now, guys. This is Edward Kennedy on that energy. He is moving forward now again, gets another spot as we're closing in on the halfway point. There is the leader, Salameo, out front. Pettit now runs in the 2nd position. They are pulling away a little bit here from Vanchev. It's a 1.3 second gap. Last time by, they pulled another 1/10 of a second. So Salameo and Pettit trying to pull away of Vanchev, who runs in 3rd. Vanchev will get up on the wheel in a bit, though. You know it. And we're early in this one. 8 laps in will be the halfway point when they get back around 9 and 9. But again, these karts probably just starting to come in. We always talk about the fact they're not good at the very start. Pressures aren't anywhere near you need them over the first couple of laps. But once you get to that midway point, it's big. Here comes the driver on the move, Victor DeAlencar. Could he shake things up? Could he be the guy that's the disruptor right now? Is he able to get by Rodriguez? He's going to try to roll up now on the back of Max Christia. Yeah, there he is. Great run right now for Victor DeAlencar. Further back, Rodriguez 6th. Nico Kutowski in 7th. Alessandro Truchot 8th. Balog 9th. And it's Edward Kennedy, purple, now into the top 10. Edward Kennedy now into the 10th position. He and DeAlencar, the 2 drivers to watch moving forward. Here's Kennedy here. He's rolling up on Gabriel Balog now on that magic machine. We saw the halfway flag here from Aaron Lycan come into the screen. 9 laps down. Man, good stuff here. Lots of racing. Kennedy, impressive. Oh, he's going to look to the inside there again in turn number 9. Takes the spot, little adjustment of the helmet. Cool as a cucumber down into turn number 10. Kennedy rolling here right now on the energy.
So fun to watch how he's able to just carve up the field. Now, if only he could have started a little bit higher, but you can say that about a lot of superstars on this grid right now. I mean, look in the middle of the pack here, Robin. There is just kids who have won big races galore. Isaac Malcuit in the mix of it there that we've been seeing. Obviously, Alessandro Truchot has represented America with a dual citizenship extremely well. He's been only able to run an 8th right now with all the success he's had across the pond.
This is really interesting. Xander sort of cut in there. Victor DeAlencar able to get by Max Christia. He is now into 4th. Vanchev is 3rd. DeAlencar's moving. If he gets by Vanchev and moves him back to 4th, then we're really up in the air in terms of what's going to happen. Because again, we talked about the fact we said that fourth is good for Vanchev, provided Salameo wins and doesn't get the fast lap. It's still Edward Kennedy, the fast lap of the race. But remember, these Evincos last a long time. Fuel loads going down. Karts are getting lighter. They're going to be getting faster. It's open racetrack for Salameo up front. It may be a fast lap that stands between Salameo and a championship here on the Winter Series.
Another lap down here, folks, as the day ticks on past the halfway point. And now, look at this. Big move to the inside. Victor De Alencar gets by Alexander Vanchev. And this could have some serious championship implications, folks, as you're watching them all rocket their way around the sweeper into the kink here in front of the grid and towards the back straightaway.
So as they run on the racetrack right now with Salameo as your leader, De Alencar in third and Vanchev fourth, it's still Vanchev in a tiebreaker with Salameo because they both have exactly the same points. Salameo needs the fast lap of the race to break that tie, because in the tiebreaker, it's going to be Vanchev. So that's, again, unofficial. We'll continue to look at it. You'd think, hey, Salameo, is he going to be able to come away with the win? I don't know, but Pettit's fallen back by about a half a second right now. It'd almost be like Travis Pettit having to step up, Salameo taking this thing into his own hands, and again, it's the battle from Christia behind Vanchev that could open this thing wide open, because again, Xander, Pettit's not close enough to start racing up front. They would need those guys to race up front to catch them.
So much to keep tabs on here. Is look at this big battle in the middle. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Valentino Santian in the mix of it. It looks like another one of the Bureau Art machines. Tristan Murphy leads this frenzy here through the infield section, right around, well, somewhere between the mid-teens and on back.
I want to say probably 11th back to what, 23, 24?
And I'm not sure quite how Edgar Rodriguez found himself back there. Again, a driver we were just talking a couple laps ago inside the top 10. And this race has just exploded right now. Such a shakeup in the whole field. Crazy stuff.
And they're all digging to try to work their way forward here. The final KA100 Junior race of this year's Winter Series Championship, 100% up for grabs right now. We thought it might have been an easy one for Vanchev, but he doesn't have the pace to go to the lead. In fact, De Alencar getting by has really blown things wide open. Still Edward Kennedy as the fastest driver on the racetrack. Look at this fight outside the top 10, though. These guys are going at it, leaving it all out on the track right now, inside, outside. You leave the door open, someone's walking through.
You can't wait at all. You can't hesitate. You know that everyone is gunning for you. And as Nathan Dupuis now continues his march up the board, let's give you a quick update to see how well some of the drivers have fared in their charges forward as this battle just continues to rage on. I still have no idea how we have not cleaned out more, but 17 spots up for Edward Kennedy. A big move down the inside there for the 806 machine. Another one of the Bureau Arts going forward in this pack.
Yeah, Varela.
Yes, Lorenzo Varela there. And then back up to Kennedy here down to Kensowski. This is to put himself to 6.
Wow.
What a run.
Yeah, Kennedy with the fast lap of the race. That's a big step, though. It's a big point of contention for Salameo. Kennedy having that fast lap, 2/10 quicker than Salameo, means he pulls the championship away from Salameo, who's really in the position to do it, but he needs the fast lap. Vanchev continues to run in fourth, but Vanchev does have an opportunity. He's staying with him. He's been able to get some gap from Max Christia. So Vanchev, with some breathing room, is going to be able to continue to battle it out. 14 down. In fact, it'll be 15 down, 3 to go. Kennedy's coming like a freight train right now. It's crazy. But here, it'll be lap 15 when they come across the line. Salameo, is he getting any quicker? Is there an opportunity for a fast lap? No, 56.966. He's about 6/10 off. I don't think he's going to come away. He's going to need Kennedy to close up to Vanchev. He or Christia to potentially get by. Salameo's doing everything he can other than the fast lap. It's Salameo, Travis Pettit, Alencar, Vanchev, Christia, and Kennedy now 1.5 seconds back.
Big gap here, but could things change just in terms of the race win? Teo Salamao, we've been talking as if he's got this one locked up. He does not. He is being tracked down or at least held even by Travis Pettit, who is trying to make a late race charge. And even more so, Victor Day Alencar, 2.5 tenths better than everybody else on the racetrack last time by. Yellow flags waving here. Day Alencar was the most impressive. You saw, who is that that we've lost?
Is that the 836? 836 falling down the order.
Jose Halfin.
Yep.
Yes. 2 laps to go now. Mateo Salamao doing everything in his power, everything he can try to do to control his fate here, Rob. But Victor Day Alencar, Alexander Vanchev keeping it close as it gets. I mean, you just try to keep your eye on what's going on. We're waiting on everything to update. This is just going to be nuts.
Yeah, Xander, you wonder whether or not Vanchev knows if he's P4 is it enough. Because the bottom line here is, at P4, I believe they'll tie in points, and it'll be the tiebreaker going to Vanchev. That's why Salameo needs the fast lap of the race. He's nowhere close. Last lap was 56.977. He's 6 tenths away from that lap laid down by Edward Kennedy a number of laps ago. So that's the big deal right now, is the simple fact I don't think he's got enough. Salameo leading the way by a half a second over Pettit. You see the white flag flying. 1 to go as they run on the racetrack, but Pettit is close. But as they run on the racetrack, it'll be the win for Salameo and the championship for Vanchev. Unofficially, of course, final lap here in KA100 Junior.
Yeah, Alexander Vanchev by the skin of his teeth right now, hanging on. He just needs to hope that, again, Teo Salamao doesn't all of a sudden pull out the fast lap of the race on the last lap. And you know that he's pushing to hang on to it. Forget the championship at this point. Travis Pettit trying to hunt to get himself a big-time win here in Orlando. He'll round that back corner, and he did not get enough, I don't think, to be able to do anything. Let's see if they get any bit of issues out of this hairpin. One more run at him. He's going to come up close. I don't know, Rob.
This is close. You're exactly right. Does he send it coming into the inside? He thinks about it. Not quite there, but can he over-under? Not enough. And Teo Salameo out of the final corner. He's loving it. It's an Orsolon victory. They score the win. Second place goes to Pettit. Third to Alencar. And unofficially, we believe that it will be Alexander Vanchev as the KA100 Junior champion. Remember, we got to think about pushbacks. You got to make weight. We got tech still. But Day Alencar getting by, moving Vanchev back into fourth means it should be a tie. Is that what you've got, Xander? A tie first and second?
I believe so. Well, let me make sure that I've got the right. I think I need to add the point bonus for pole today, and I think that would tie it. But then again, tiebreaker going to Vanchev.
Going to Vanchev.
Crazy.
So tied in points at the end. There's your official results. Teo Salameo. Hey, listen. He doesn't come away with a championship, but that was a dominating performance. Went out front, led from start to finish, green to checker. Pettit chased as far as he could, but came up just short of the TV card. To Alencar, of course, the man on the move. He gets up to third, a great podium for Victor. Vanchev P4, that's what he needed to do. He needed to be P4 if Salameo won. He needed to be P5 if Cristeo won. So he's got it done. Tie in the points between Salameo and Vanchev, and the tiebreaker goes to Alexander. Unofficially the champion in KA100 Junior. What a scrap. Xander, you've got it. What do you got there?
Yep, no, you're right, Rob. Dead tie. 10-point bonus in qualifying. Tied it up. Had he gotten that fast lap of the race, it would have been enough. But Edward Kennedy and the Energy Boys too fast here this weekend. He was actually able to get by Max Christie and steal fifth away on that final lap while we kept our eyes on the lead. So it's a big-time win for Teo Salamao. He's in good spirits, as he should be. So fast throughout this winter series. Travis Pettit, one more lap, and things would have gotten really interesting. Let's take a look back here at this main event, folks. First, with the start, 44 of them here, and well, it was mostly clean. I mean, we've seen a lot of kids get thrown into the weeds and do turn number 5 even. They were spread out enough.
And big enough of a lead for Salameo to run a full race line there. He didn't defend down into turn number 5. That allowed him to get that little bit of a gap early, and then we saw the drivers absolutely going to work, leveraging turn number 9 in a big way.
Check this out here. Alexander Vanchev doing what he needed to do early to try and keep himself within shouting distance of the race lead, as there was problems for Luke Fedowitz in the Kartworks Racing OTK. But here we are with Victor Day Alencar. Man, was this kid quick You know, he had a new sticker kit package that came in about midway through this winter stretch in Orlando, but he ran some races with a white go-kart before and said he liked the white. Took the stickers back off.
I'm not going to jinx it.
Yeah, he put them on and then took them off.
Well, easy to pick up on the racetrack, especially when you're as fast as he was. This was that incredible action deeper in the field that we saw going at it. Here's Katowski getting passed there by Edward Kennedy. Another fantastic show for Edward Kennedy. So close. He'll be breaking out with a win here soon. White flag was thrown there to Salameo, though, and he did not put a wheel wrong. No doubt about it, Xander. Travis Pettit, though, maybe one more lap, he would have thrown something at him.
You just never know, right? I mean, there is so many variables here in play. I mean, one more lap, one more. If Travis Pettit gets a little bit better exit down that back straightaway, he gets a little bit closer of a run, things could have changed quite a bit. But Teo Salamao gets the win. Alexander Vanchev, your provisional champion. Both of them elated with it, and Travis Pettit giving a fist bump. How about that? What a great way to sign it off.
Always love that at the end, man. The respect shown by the drivers. A little fist bump there coming out of the corner. Shout out to Salameo, as you said. And again, unofficially, Alexander Vanchev, congratulations, the Winter Series champion. And again, let's get a chance to talk to the driver who was dominant there. Teo Salameo down with Alex in pit lane.
Thanks, Rob. Theo, what a run. From start to finish, you led the race. I mean, describe that race to me and the feeling right now of getting this win.
Yeah, it was a really good feeling. We are fighting for the win the whole week, really fast. And yeah, we finished with a good job here.
Looking at the entire Winter Series, I know you had the DQ yesterday, but overall, how would you kind of rate how the season's gone so far?
It was a really good season so far. I had no words for it. Yesterday wasn't a good day, but today, yeah, compensated.
Obviously the win today. Who do you want to thank for it?
For Salon Racing, my team, Fabio, Esteban, Goku, my mechanic, my family, to having how can I say it, putting me here, letting me go to here, and yeah, not more people. God first of all.
Congratulations, Theo.
Thank you.
Back to you, Rob.
Thank you so much, Alex, and indeed a great job there for Theo Salamao. Getting out there, getting out front, getting it done. Just needed that last lap of the race to come away with the championship. Nonetheless, a terrific run for him. Again, we are underway, as we said, with these main events right now. We have the drivers in the KA100 Senior category getting ready to go. We are a minute away from firing these drivers up, Xander. We are getting right back at it. No rest at all. Diving right back in with the drivers here in the 100cc Senior class. We thought we had a battle there in 100cc Junior. Let's dial it up to the guys 15 and up, 14 and up. These guys are absolute badasses. We'll see them get at it. Let's head back down with the unofficial champion, Alex, standing by there with Mr. Vanchev.
Thank you, Rob. I think I can actually say it's official, only because with Theo's DQ yesterday, it makes it a little bit less close than what we thought it was going to be. But Alex, P4 on the racetrack, you kind of had an idea of where you stood in the points. Overall, sum up this feeling for you with the championship.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I think I have X30 pretty well locked up as well, but you know, it feels awesome to be champion of the Winter Series in KA Junior, and yeah.
Talk to me about how the season started for you, because you've been quick everywhere you've gone, at every race you've been a part of so far. How much has RPG been a help for you?
Yeah, so this year my team is RPG, and they've been an awesome help. Everyone under the team, they've helped me no matter what. Perfect directions, everything.
Looking to X30 now in a couple of races' time, you know, what's the approach for that one? I know you said it's pretty much wrapped up. You have a pretty hefty points lead, but still you want to go for the win, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to try and help out my teammates a little bit, be a team player, but because, you know, the championship is pretty much mine. But yeah, of course, I always want to go for the win, but a little bit more of a conservative approach.
We touched on it a little bit earlier, but who do you want to thank for the championship?
I'd like to thank everyone under RPG, especially Joni, Alex Vincent, my engine builder, BBS Race Engines, OTK, my parents, my mechanic, and yeah, that's about it.
Congrats, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Alex. And indeed, that DQ yesterday is droppable in Superkarts USA competitions. That was the drop for Salameo. So he was still in contention. As we said, that DQ was the drop. So, man, it was some exciting racing for sure. We're expecting more out of this one, folks. Jensen Burnett, the young gun, starting on the pole position alongside Santiago Fernandez, Blake Nash, and Steven Eiser on row number 2. Donovan Bonilla and Sathvik Sarathi, who's qualified on pole, going to start 6th, 5th for Bonilla. And then it's Frederick Manning and Anthony Rivera, yesterday's winner, on row 4. Row 5, capping off your top 10, Ivana Richards and Caden McQueen. Watch for McQueen coming from deep in the field. Drivers coming into the tram lines right now to get things underway. Burnett on the inside, Fernandez on the outside. These opening couple of corners will be crucial to see where they come. Racecraft over the first couple of laps. Couple drivers out of the lane early, they're further back. We're underway, and good job so far for Burnett through. Everybody else 2, maybe 3 wide. Oh, we got a Kart upside down coming out of the corner. Chaos into turn number 1.
Craziness here in the first. I mean, look at this. 10, 15 of them stuck together. They're all going to slowly try to get away. The last 2 still somewhat stuck, trying to fire as Brandon Comerford is one of them. The other, the 921, is trying to get an ID here as the field's headed through the grid corner and down the backstretch already.
Wrigley Keys with the driver involved in the 921 as well. Bunch of karts involved. We'll give you a big rundown when they come back around and we set the grid of the 46 drivers. We'll tell you who's at the very, very tail of the field, having got together in turn number 1. Otherwise, Burnett out to an early lead right now, doing a great job. Steven Eiser, the driver, has moved up into 2nd spot. They get a little bit of a break right now over the 924 of Blake Nash. Yellow flag still flying down in that corner, so no passing into turn number 1 right now as the SKUSA officials having to go to work getting that cart clean, that track cleaned up. Again, as they scroll down here, we'll have a brief look. They'll come into turn number 5 and we'll give you the update of which drivers were involved coming to the tail. Looks like Della Vecchia, Kaufman, Angeli, Barron, Torres, Sorith, Zachary Clayman DeMello. A number of drivers involved here. Brandon Comerford, we said Wrigley Keys. Wow, ton of drivers involved in that one.
Yeah, quite a few. Lots of drivers involved in the incidents there in that first start. But look at this. I mean, what a race we've got here. Forget the championship, forget the crash in turn 1. They might be crashing for the win here in a moment, Rob. It's a big line of go-karts, and it's Steven Eiser that now leads the way. Sathvik Sarathi making a move on Anthony Rivera. 2 drivers here with first on the weekend. Rivera gets his first win yesterday. Sarathi, the first pole award for him, as there's a big move down the inside. Blake Nash, Jensen Burnett side by side with Santi Fernandez, and we got contact. 1 driver's in the wall in turn 1.
We are getting after it right now. Indeed, a driver in turn 1, the 920 has gone off. Ivana Richards off on the outside of turn number 1. Yellow flag flying there. So again, no passing zone with the driver into the wall. Ivana Richards, the young Mexican, off on the outside of 1. Let me set things up here, Xander, real quickly. So essentially the championship battle here is Mossman versus Nash, right?
Correct.
It's going to be Mossman and Nash. Nash needs to win or P2 with the fast lap, and Mossman needs to finish P2 or worse. So a lot of permutations again, but really, as we'll come back to it, this is Frankie Mossman right now versus Blake Nash for the championship.
Yeah, let's pull those points up here for you, folks. We'll be able to show you these live graphics as they update throughout the race. Jensen Burnett right now back to 3rd. He was close on the way in, but Frankie Mossman, Blake Nash there right now 1 and 2, 18 points apart. Headshots there, we'll make sure those are corrected, but of course Santi Fernandez right now as they run moves up into 3rd with the drops. Nash, this move for the lead could be big. Yeah. That is I believe a 20-point swing. So he would then inherit the lead by 2. But again, Frankie started 18th. He's already up to 10th and digging.
Well, here's the thing right now, too. Remember, Nash needs to win and get the fast lap. Win or P2, but if you win and get the fast lap, that puts the pressure on Frankie. Right now, he's leading with the fast lap. So Blake Nash is doing everything he can right now in the Nash Motorsports machine. If he walks away with the victory and the fast lap, then Mossman has got to get the job done. So we are wide open on this one here right now. Nash leads early on, lap 4, 14 to go. Hold your breath, folks. There's a long way to go before this one's decided.
We'll keep you posted on it, but right now, Blake Nash, as much as he's moving forward, Frankie Mossman is as well, Rob. Frankie Mossman driving up the board, down to 9th, trying to maximize the day. He has a drop of 218 points. He needs a big haul in this main to make up for what was such a massive detriment in the pre-final. But the good part about that, again, is that he's got such a hefty drop. Nash does have to be perfect. It can't just be a 10 position, 15 position difference from 10th to 25th. It's got to be a big-time play from Blake.
Yeah, the bottom line is that if Nash wins this with the fast lap, Frankie's got to be second, based on what David Cole's firing me in here from EKN. Essentially, if Frankie gets the second, he's got it locked. But again, if the fast lap's going to be big. Donovan Medina now with the fast lap. If he doesn't have fast lap, then things start to shake around. We'll go to your calculations. We'll go to Dave's calculations. We'll cross Mojo and see how it plays out, because right now, that fast lap is always going to be key, as it was for Salameo.
Well, that's the nice part here. Again, a huge thank you to our partners at Alpha Live for helping us pioneer this live updating graphic system that'll change throughout the race, whenever we pull it up. And again, without those influence type shots, we got a lot of drivers here. There's only so many we're able to get photos up through the weekend. But I can tell you one thing, one driver that wants to be in the limelight right now is the kid who's just gone back to the lead, Steven Eisert. And this is probably a performance he was looking he could have, maybe all year last year. But now back with a familiar product, a familiar territory, he finds himself in the front and in the pack, even after ever breaking down halfway through qualifying.
Man, he got in there and kind of backed it into turn number 9 a little bit, flew past the apex just enough for Seth Nash to come back down the inside. Let's give you a top 10 rundown when they come across, because look at this, folks. They are lined up on top of each other. Nash back to the lead. Eisert runs in second. Bonilla, I believe, in the third spot. Fourth, no, it's Fernandez now third. Bonilla fourth rather. Burnett fifth. McQueen, Rivera, Alibi, Mossman, Manning. Mossman with the fast lap of the race. That's a big swing as well. That's a 20-point swing. If it's not Nash, it's Mossman. That's going to change things to where Mossman needs to finish as well. It may allow him to finish potentially fifth and not second to lock this thing down.
Yeah, it'd be a big improvement here for Frankie Mossman if he could pull this one off to keep the fast lap out of Blake's hands, because right now he's still buried in the pack. I mean, again, he's only able to do so much. Blake Nash is driving away. That was a big launch out of the hairpin by him. And Santi Fernandez is falling back as Sebastian Garzone has come to a halt here.
Again.
Turn 6 at the exit. And the heartbreaking weekend continues here for Sebastian Garzone.
Remind yourself, drivers, go back and get your go-kart. It's not the SKUSA official to get their job to get your cart out. You got to give him a hand. He was walking away there. Make sure you get back there, try to help that SKUSA official get your cart out of harm's way.
Now again, in Blake Nash's case right here, this is a big gain. He had a 210-point drop. He's trying to again maximize the day, but he needs that fast lap award to even make it really a good fight. As we watch him head down the backstretch now, about maybe 7-8 cart lengths ahead of Santi Fernandez. He's putting in good laps. But Donovan Medina is going to give him an even bigger gap, and no help in any draft to go faster as he passes Fernandez and brings Steven Eisert with him. Now the pack will stack up for fourth.
And Frankie Mossman back there in 7th with the fast lap of the race, methodically working his way forward. A championship weighs and it hangs in the balance. If he's able to make a move down to the inside, book it. He gets by Caden McQueen. Fast Frankie Mossman, who will be running USF Pro 2000 this year with the Jay Howard Driver Development Team. Just a couple of steps away from the NTT Indy Car Series. I expect to see him in an Indy next car doing some testing. He'll make another move to the inside. Mossman on a roll here right now as he gets by, I believe, Santiago Fernandez.
Huge pass right there for Frankie Mossman. That driver, Santiago Fernandez, has been able to keep that car wide. I think he's going to go back in on it, though. He does. Frankie's going, dude, what are we doing?
Yeah.
He's frustrated. Santi waves him by. Now Fernandez is going to pay the price for losing or caving to that argument as Caden McQueen goes by. There's some more passes further back. That was a number of drivers fighting outside of your top 8 or so. Another great shot, both of the curbs in the launch there, but of the slow beginning of a DNF club in the S's.
I was going to say, the sad faces of those not able to make the checkered flag today. Frankie Mossman in the 905 stepping up. I'm indeed not happy with Fernandez. Listen, I made a good move, got by you. I'm 100% faster than you. Look at the driver. I'm the guy leading the points right now, or in the second in points. Let's step things up, or leading the points rather. Let's go. I'm faster than you. Hook up with me. Let's go to the front. Instead, he threw it into turn number 9, which is of course one of those corners where neither driver is going to come away with a good result there. That's a better move to the inside. Both drivers able to get the pace. That's behind Nash. And again, that is Isert, Bonilla, and Burnett all lined up. But here comes Mossman, P5. That's the key right now. Mossman 5th with fast lap. Is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. I'm looking at our map here, Rob, and I mean, fast lap for him with Blake Nash winning this one. 3rd in the pre-final with the way the official results are. I think it's, I mean, at least by our math right here, it's showing him up by 12 points. So with drops, Blake Nash winning without the fast lap might be enough.
That's what
Mossman needs more.
David just said that. If he wins, he does not need
Mark
the fast
it down
lap.
in history. David Cole's lost to Google Sheets. Our spreadsheet was better.
He said it. He said it.
Okay, all right. He's turning it back on you. He's saying you're old and the glasses aren't working.
Yeah, I said it was wrong. I read it wrong.
There you see it.
So yeah, he's got. So the fast lap's all he doesn't need the fast lap.
No.
Mossman's got to go to second.
Yeah. I mean, again, Mossman needs to get up and massively start to make some inroads towards Blake as they run. 12 points back for Frankie Mossman, 179 back against Santi Fernandez. The rest of the field not really a factor in this one. But Frankie Mossman, fast lap of the race, he needs 2 more positions, and that would still not be enough because right now this is still a drop round. That's what's most important about this entire deal here, folks. Frankie Mossman, 12 markers back, but he's leaning on his drop from, I believe, yesterday. 218 points for him. So he's only got 198 after that abysmal pre-final. And again, if he doesn't wreck with Sebastian Garzone, we got a totally different ballgame, and he is well in a clinch spot right now.
Listen, remember, you got to go back to what happened there in that pre-final at the end when he and Garzone got together. If that didn't happen, he's through, and he gets another spot. Mossman now up to P4. But I believe, again, we're believing, looking at the numbers, Mossman needs to be second. We don't think that fast lap is going to be enough. First, the win for Nash is enough. Second plus the fast lap for Nash would be enough as well. So much going on here right now. Again, Nash can still get the title if he's P2 with fast lap, but that still belongs to Frankie Mossman. Unbelievable stuff right now.
Yeah, again, Frankie Mossman now picking up another position. It's just, he still needs another spot to 3rd to pick up more points just to match his drop. And he still needs 12 more points. So yeah, Dave's right. Even with the fast lap, Frankie needs to be second. And at the moment, the only hope, it looks like speed-wise, of catching Blake Nash out front is maybe Jensen Burnett. But Caden McQueen is starting to turn up the wick a little bit here, folks. Don't look away now. The Energy Course America's driver still yet to get that big-time win, that first win here in North America. He has gone with a podium at nearly every single race weekend he's competed in here, and it's only been a month and a quarter.
Yeah, he's definitely made his mark. There's a move to 3rd for Frankie Mossman. He gets to the inside of Isert. Mossman goes now to P3. He's got 1 more spot to get done. 13 laps in the books as they come through turn number 1. 5 laps remaining here. Frankie Mossman up on the wheel. All he needs to do now is get by Jensen Burnett and then potentially try to reel in Nash. He doesn't need to pass Nash to get the race, get the championship, but he does need to get to P2. This is heating up in KA100 Senior.
Yeah, you're bang on right, though, again, Rob. He does not need to force the issue here, folks. Frankie Mossman into 3rd. This is now matching where he needs to be and with 1 more spot. But I don't think he's going to have to work too hard to get to Nash. Jensen Burnett put down a heater of a lap last time by.
Man, you're
Mossman did go purple still, but Jensen Burnett 4/10 better than Blake Nash. He is sending it, and we've been talking about the points all race, and it's well-deserved. But Jensen Burnett is also looking to make history as one of the youngest ever winners on the SKUSA National Tour at 14 years old here in Senior.
And this is what you want to put out there, right? All the different storylines. Yeah, here comes the move to the inside. In fact, book it, Jensen Burnett to P1 for Racing Edge Motorsports, and that changes the championship chase massively right now. I believe that puts it into the hands of Frankie Mossman. But you're right, it is a championship battle potentially here between Mossman and Blake Nash. But this is all about Jensen Burnett as well. He's trying to get that first big victory. He's trying to put his name on the national map after a bunch of European races last year. He'll do a little defense to the inside. Here comes Nash to the bottom. He throws it, and here goes some Mossman, and they have some contact. Mossman's going to get the lead coming out. Mossman leads into turn number 11.
What in the world has just happened in KA Senior? 3 laps to go this time by. Steven Eisert into a podium spot on that combo REM Speed Sense machine. Here comes Caden McQueen. It's all going wrong for Blake Nash. He'll fall all the way down to 6th. Now side by side with Fernandez.
Oh, that was tough. Again, we saw Burnett go to the lead. And then another driver, Fernandez, coming through. That's the contact there with Nash. It is definitely going in the wrong direction. Nash is getting eaten up coming through the 952 of Satvik Sarathi, trying to get by as well. But he tried to make the move back to the inside of Burnett coming into turn number 10. They made a bit of contact on the exit and just a big over-under for Mossman. He went over-under to get it. He'll push his way down into turn number 10. Burnett back up on the wheel.
So now, again, getting some reports that maybe it bent the front end steering assembly here for Blake Nash, and trying to fight hard to stay in the position he needed to be in to win the championship might unfortunately be the undoing as the Kart Republics behind the leaders race it out. 2 to go. Fernandez fighting hard with Sarathi. Nash trying to survive. Look how, oh man, off by nearly 30 degrees, the steering wheel. Heavy damage. What a heartbreaker for Blake Nash. But on the other end of the spectrum, Frankie Mossman pulling away here, trying to walk off this championship with a race win.
Sarathi gets the move done as well on Fernandez, move him up to 6th position. The Pulsar, top qualifier, having a good run back up into the top 6 now. But again, Frankie Mossman leading the way. He has no idea where Seth Nash is right now. He doesn't know that he can finish second and still win this thing. He'll look under the inside. Burnett's going to be on him. It'll be white flag when they come back around. Jensen Burnett trying the over-under. Not quite enough this time. Jensen tucks back in, and look who's coming to play. Eisert, McQueen, and Padilla.
All you got to do, Frankie, is finish. Bring it home. Don't worry about the race win as much as you want it. 1 lap to go. White flag. Burnett into the grass trying to find a way by. Mossman still low, and here comes the high side king, Caden McQueen, around to 3rd. Ka-chow through the chicane.
Setting that left rear on the cushion coming through. Mossman good through turn number 5. McQueen back up on it. Remember, he was back at 7th or 8th at one point. Mossman has no idea, like I said, if Nash is right there or not. He wants to bring this home with a big exclamation point. Burnett now going to work. He's trying to hold off McQueen as well. It'll be a big park to the inside here. Yeah, he's not going to let that one open up. There's the bump in the back. Good run out of there for Mossman. He's got a little bit of a break. Quick look over the shoulder. McQueen's right with him. He'll go back around. Oh, they get together, and McQueen's into the wall. Contact coming into 10. McQueen in the wall.
Oh, Jensen Burnett at the last second tried to open up. He didn't realize McQueen was there. And now, with a huge gap, Frankie Mossman is going to go 3 out of 4. He's going to win his first national senior title, and he's going to win on Sunday's main event.
Frankie Mossman celebrated his birthday on Friday. They'll be celebrating a championship today. The Winter Series KA100 Senior title goes to Fast Frankie Mossman. What a battle. Jensen Burnett coming home in 3rd. How about Satvik Sarathi on the podium? P3, the battle continues further back. And at Jensen, it was the 3, they were 3 wide, Xander, coming up to turn number 10. It was obviously Jensen Burnett on the inside. He didn't want to lose a spot on McQueen. Kind of came back across the racetrack. They made contact. And then just that front getting into the wall for McQueen. He gets sucked into the barriers, and he is done. And again, Frankie Mossman coming away. I didn't think it was going to happen early with Blake Nash doing so well. But there is the driver celebrating today. Your KA100 champion, Frankie Mossman.
Good job, Main. How sweet. Oh, there's a penalty on here. Break.
Congrats.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, dude. I was in the air on the roof.
I know y'all got flipped, homie. I don't know. I think he bent his tie rod, right? Couldn't steer. Fucking went right into you.
Oh my God.
Almost flipped.
Thank you there, guys. Frankie, it was a lot harder, I think, than it had to be to clinch this championship. Talk about the day as a whole, and then it all ended, I think, in the best way possible.
No, for sure. I was a little bit worried at the beginning. We did everything we could. I have to thank everyone involved. This was a really big deal to me, especially after I've come so close so many times, and the bad luck and the stuff, just everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. It didn't. I found myself in the right position, and I saw it happening. We had such a great kart. The motors were great from A to Z, and I just have to thank just everyone. It's not just me. And I can't take all the credit for it because, it wouldn't be possible with all of them. And, I was able to do it with 1 foot. I got crashed in the pre-final, and I had a pretty good-sized cut on top of my knee, and then I wasn't able to put any pressure on it before the final. And, I only had an hour and a half for the medics to be able to help me out. And so thank God for the adrenaline of go-karting, because I don't think I would have been able to survive the 18 laps without anything else. So I'm super passionate about this sport, and I'm really thankful that I get to be able to do it at 19 years old. It was my birthday weekend, and to be able to get my first national championship, it just makes it even better.
I want to take you back to a year ago. You lost a ticket to Sarno at this very track.
Yep.
A year later, you're back and a national champion. How does it feel?
It feels great. This place hasn't really been forgiving to me in the past. We've had tons of good pace, and so right once I saw it on the calendar, I knew I needed redemption, and so it just means a lot.
Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank Eric Jones from Kart Sport, Jay Howard for being my biggest supporter, my dad, being the bigger supporter above that. He's done everything for me and sacrificed so much, and Nathan Lavery for working his ass off this entire weekend, and everyone back at home that works with A2Z. We've created they've created some insane power. This stuff wouldn't be possible through the last year and a half of what we've been able to do, going pole at Miami, winning this championship, having the pace that we did at Supernats. I think it's just going to be a year of just straight dominance, and I'm really excited. I'm going to be doing double duty at both USPKS and Pro Tour, and so it's going to be a busy calendar for me with my car stuff, but I'm just getting into my prime.
There you guys have it from Frankie Mossman, a championship at last. Congrats.
Thanks, bro. I feel like that was good.
What a way to win your first title, Rob. You could feel the emotion and the nerves.
Oh, yeah.
The adrenaline had to be pumping for Frankie. He knew he had to lay it all on the line. He started at 18.
Yes, that's
Can't
it.
even find him. Look at this. A flip off the start and just chaos and a yard sale down at turn number 1 here.
I think the big thing was Frankie really got on it super early. We saw some great racing up front. Hey, shout out to Seth Nash. He was able to settle in and get himself up front. Again, the SKUSA crew doing a great job getting these karts all brought in after the chaos. But again, we had a number of different leaders take their time up front. Steven Iser was there for a bit. Blake Nash, as we know, got into the fight up front as well. They were digging hard early on. A lot of path. There's Nash making that move to the inside of turn 1. He was really the man on the move early. We saw a lot of guys going at it pretty aggressively there. Again, deeper in the field, then we started seeing Frankie come to life, and he started passing drivers, started working forward. And I'll be honest, some of the racing up front probably benefited him. He needed them to slow up a little bit racing as much as they were, Xander.
He did. All this racing at the front. At one point, Blake Nash had gotten out in front by a full second. That's around when Frankie was getting into the top 5 here and making some of these moves. But you got to give a lot of kudos here to Jensen Burnett driving forward, and then right here, Blake sent it. He knew he needed to win, and then as Frankie kind of got next to him out of the corner, Blake started to, again, move over. Just such a weird coming together for the two of them. It didn't look malicious at all. They obviously weren't going to give any extra room, but Blake Nash, the front end of his go-kart destroyed after that, and then he just, again there, Santi Fernandez going by, Seth Vixarathi bringing the fight to him as well. He did everything he could, but he straight up couldn't turn.
Yeah, and not much you can do. When you have to fine-tune the adjustment on the front of that cart and it gets bent like that, there's not much you can do. Mossman went on the straight-on defense there as the white flag flew. He got a good run out of turn number 1, 2, and 3. You can see how much of a gap he was able to pull here, and that allowed him to do the full wide run. Well, let's say a middle run down into turn number 5. He didn't go all the way wide, but he didn't cover all the way down the bottom. And this was that battle back and forth. A little bit of erratic nature there coming into the braking zone, I think, for Jensen Burnett. He was in the back of Mossman, then came way to driver's left, and right where Caden was kind of set up, he just drove right into the side. Nothing you could do about it at all. But there's your celebration right there. Super happy for the birthday boy coming away with the win and the championship.
You just know how much it means to him here, folks. And, well, let's go down as the next race is already heading onto the racetrack. Microslift ready to go, but Caleb's got Jensen Burnett, one part of that massive fight for the win.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, massive fight indeed. Just walk us through the end of that race there, Jensen.
Yeah, the tires were a bit low on the pressure. We decided to make the car better for the long run. So at the start, I kind of got shuffled down a bit, tried to work with my teammates and work with other people to see if we could catch back up to Blake. And then the cart eventually started coming in, and I was able to get by them and draft up to Blake. So when I did, I ended up going in, and he didn't like the fact that I went in, I guess. And when I defended, he kind of just forced us off, which is racing. I mean, like, you're going to want to take the lead, you want to win the race, but it ended up costing Frankie to go in. So, I mean, yeah, it kind of ruined his own race and mine, but, you know, congrats to Frankie. I think that could have played out a bit better, but yeah, racing's racing.
So one more race for you here in a couple of moments with X30 Pro. Talking about putting everything together, do you guys feel like the changes you guys have made are going to work here in a couple of moments?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. The cart in the pre-final wasn't necessarily that great. It wasn't up to my liking, but I'm pretty confident that we can get it set. We've done it in the past. We did it yesterday in the pre-final and the final. We showed some great pace, and yeah, I'm very confident for the final.
Thank you, Jensen.
Thank you.
Already on to the next one here, folks. Micro Swift is ready to go green, and it feels a bit like deja vu, Rob. We've got, of course, Marcelo Flores on the inside and on the outside, getting ready to lead us around that last turn. Lennox Lockhart in the Velocity Racing Sodi.
Yeah, you got Hudson Howard in there, Alvaro Medeiros, Leo Simoni, Liam Francisco, Aiden Go, all these drivers we talked about yesterday in the battle. Trying to get them nice and slow. They're in there, not too fast.
A little bit too quick right there.
Let the kids play. Throw the green.
Hey, that's your boy there. It's Aaron.
I love Aaron Likens.
He wants the best.
You know I love Aaron Likens. Yeah, he didn't like it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. You know. Count this one at 17-lap race now because pardon me, 15. This is a 16-lapper,
yeah,
right?
One more shy.
So, Microswift brought to you by Andrew Course Americas. Did not get the green as well. We have not had a lot of luck, actually. We've waved off a bunch of starts in both cadet categories, Mini being, Micro probably being the worst. And again, they're going to slow themselves up at a turn number 4. That's perfect. Let's do a full lap around this racetrack at just snail speed.
Okay. You know, Rob, you sounded a bit like a grumpy old man.
You know, I was just going to say there, I sound sour. I sound like an old man who's just grumpy, yelling at the clouds.
Well, I mean, you're not as loud as those people
That's
there
true.
behind our camera, obviously. The good news is we get at least a little more time to give some love to some of these young superstars. As you can see their names come across the screen. Big grid, a couple stories as well to keep eyes on. You know, we've had a few drivers have to go from the back of the field. I don't think we really had all too much go crazy in the pre-final except for one. Bernardo Goubert rolls for 32nd.
He started last in the pre-final, got himself up a couple of spots, but he was up in the front yesterday.
Right, so long way forward for him. Let's see what he can do now with another chance to maybe right the wrongs of earlier today. And as they round that back hairpin, well, we're still a little ways away from going green here, folks. We're going to keep it nice and slow, it looks like.
A little quicker than last time, though.
Yes. Well, again, we've got an experienced front row on both sides, right? That was, I think, the biggest thing is, you know, we've been looking at these front rows going, okay, well, all right, maybe one kid doesn't know exactly where they should go slow, where they shouldn't. And you have to say, maybe, I don't want to believe that these kids are trying to do any kind of dirty tricks at all. I wouldn't insinuate anything like that ever, but I did hear a lot of people saying the clutches were burnt up after that pre-final, so you play a little game with the show.
All right, come on, let's get it here. They're all trying to wall them up. They're super slow around the racetrack, but they like to get rolling coming out of turn number 13 over to 14. Looking pretty good. Yeah, Aaron's going to give it to him this time. Green, green, green. Racing down into turn number 1. Drivers in the mini Swift category underway.
Oh, man, and we've got a couple turned around right in front of the field, and there's going to be a lot of stacked up in contact. That was about maybe 10th or so on back, and there's more around. 2 of them, Hudson Howard and Alvaro Madero, stuck together down in turn number 5.
Those are guys right up front, Xander. Tough for both of these drivers. They started up front the first couple of rows. And those carts are locked together. Hudson's not getting out too quick. Oh, man, tough start for both those drivers, who I think had legitimate shots at race wins or the very least podiums. So tough one for those drivers as they work their way now around for the opening lap.
Right, I mean, I'm still trying to get our points together, but 2 drivers that probably could have ended up on the championship podium here, if nothing else, fought for the race win as the leaders now get a big gap. Into third, Leo Simone. Once again, he has been king of the starts of the micro field. He's been able to move forward really nicely here on the opening laps of these races, but he's got some company. Aiden Go lined up behind him here as Lennox Lockhart rolls through turns 1 and 2, just about a car length and a half away from the back bumper of Marcelo Flores, and then you've got this 3-car pack. Let's see, 4 cars all lined up behind Simone, who even he got a little bit sideways there in turn 5, probably from all the dust kicked up in the first turn. And to the inside and through, Liam Francisco moves the Nitro kart up a spot.
Yeah, we talked about it again yesterday, that the racecraft for the opening couple of laps, that's when these drivers are digging in, getting themselves a couple of passing opportunities, getting themselves where they need to be. Then we start settling in to the middle part of this program. I'm going to say, looking at the micro category here, David says Flores needs to finish 3rd or better to clinch the title. Lockhart needs to win and earn fast lap of the race with Flores P4 to win the title. Others may have a chance depending on Flores and Lockhart positions. So Flores needs to finish, he said, 3 or better to be able to clinch the championship. He is the point leader coming in. He's got the fast lap of the race and the lead right now as he and Lennox Lockhart out front by themselves, gapping up on the field right now as they come by the stripe to put lap number 3 in a 1.7-second lead, Xander, for this lead duo, stretching away. If they finish as they are right now, Marcelo Flores will walk away with the championship.
So there you have it, the SLA kart racing driver in command of the field as Lennox Lockhart tries to keep everything nice and close right now. Still with a lot of racing to go. We're early in this as we watch the micros work their way through the sweeper. So down over to the grid corner and down the back straightaway now, maybe about 3/4 of a second to a full second as there's a bit of a dust cloud popping up. One of the Nash Motorsports drivers, Mason Brody, picks up a spot there at the back of the top 10.
Here's one for you, way deep, not on the screen right now. Bernardo Goubert has the fast lap of the race, Xander, but he's down in 39th right now. He was 32nd. He fell all the way back to 39th, but has the fast lap of the race. It just happened. He fell the tail of the field and just laid down a 101.494. He's a bit quicker than the leader all the way at the very back. He'll have some fun coming forward, but probably not the result he wanted coming into Sunday.
No, I don't think so. He needed a big pick-me-up after what's been a trial weekend, a weekend that has just not been the most fun, I'd imagine, for him. Hopefully, it can turn around a little bit here soon enough for Bernardo Goubert, one young driver who has a lot of speed as the field exits the opening couple hairpins and trades up third again. Simone this time back to it after losing it a moment ago to Francisco. And our top 2 kart performance drivers weekend comes to an early end as the leaders head down the back. Kart performance drivers weekend comes to an early end as the leaders head down the backstretch halfway of the straightaway. They're gone already, Rob.
Yeah,
backstretch halfway of the straightaway. They're gone already, Rob.
Yeah, indeed, and they're closing in on the halfway point of the race as well. Lockhart does have the fast lap at a 61.182, but they just keep gapping the guys behind them. And again, like you said, you got to make them think sooner or later that they're only battling for P3. And once they give up the thought of going for the race win, then you have got the job done. You've broken them in the back. At 2:33, a Dutch Westbrook now making a move to the inside. He'll go to 4. He'll push Simone up into turn number 1. Right there still is the 278 of Aiden Go. Oh, Aiden with a nice move through turn number 1. Is he going to make it stick? They're going to go 2 wide through 3 and 4. This may actually give Simone a little breathing room, to be honest.
Wow. So talk about...
Had the fast lap. I bet you were going to go back down to the bottom. I look at who's gone. Had the fast lap. I bet you were going to go back down to the bottom. I look at who's gone. Bernardo Goubert again. He's now up to 29th with a 1:01.148. That's got to be tough. He's got an absolute rocket right now. He's anywhere between a half a second and a full second, or even almost 2 seconds faster than the drivers in front of him. Goubert on the move to work his way back forward.
So side by side at the top of the screen here, Dutch Westbrook in the middle of it all. He's a little bit frustrated and worked up. 8 to go. Liam Francisco on the Nitro kart. Side by side out of the last turn as another lap goes in the books here for your top two, pulling away with a hefty lead. Side by side, Liam Francisco to the inside. No! Big move to hang tough around the outside for Aiden Go.
Yeah, that was pretty good, wasn't it? He gave him the room on the inside, kept the thing planted on the outside, and rolled all the way out to the corner. Finally able to get the job done. Francisco goes to the inside of him over in turn number 5. So that was patience, I think, on both drivers. Francisco could have thrown it in deeper. He pinched it enough and then just set himself up to get the pass done over in turn number 5. These kids are putting on an absolute show. And I love seeing it in January and February, because that means the rest of the season is going to be absolutely awesome. We have so many good drivers here this year in the micro category. Always new kids coming into this level that we learn throughout the Winter Series. Man, they're putting on a show here today. Great racing all the way through the field.
Side by side here with Brody Stoffel at the front of a 4-car battle. Mason Brody, Aiden Go, Mateo Gomez just past halfway, continuing to fight across the line here. All of this a hefty way back, nearly 5 seconds away from the race lead. 4.7 seconds to be exact. Now let's take a look at least while this race has a moment to breathe. The big movers here, a couple drivers trying to go up the board from where they started. I mean, really not all too many. Bernardo Goubert has picked up a few. He's gotten to 27th. Brody Brown's made up a handful of spots, I believe, but overall, I mean, you've got just about a pretty evenly lined grid, I guess. Some movers up and down. The biggest mover might be Dutch Westbrook from where he lined on the grid so far. I know, 6 up for him. Mason Brody, actually a little bit more. Up 11. Back on the Nash Motorsports kart, looking for more. Here's Westbrook, along with, actually a little bit further back, sorry. There's Westbrook in the medic by himself. Now Dutch and Leo Simone running third, fourth. There was Zev Gottschalk.
That was Gottschalk, yeah.
There he is, yes. White helmet's trying to pick out the medic. They got the kit that was a little more blue. There's Dutch with his blue and white helmet, battling it out for P3, side by side with Leo Simone. But yeah, Zev Gottschalk, my apologies.
These guys are going at it and have throughout the entire race. There's a big move to the inside for Francisco as well. He's going to be able to go by Westbrook now. We've seen Liam Francisco on the move, right? He was able to get by Aiden Go, then Brody Stoffel. Now he's got his way up already past Dutch Westbrook, right on now to Leo Simone. This is a good battle as Liam Francisco on the complete move here. Oh, we're going to go side by side a little bit more here. Who else is coming into the fight? The 229 of Brody Stoffel back into it.
Now I will say, and I want to make sure that I'm checking this through here through Speed Hive to confirm it, Bernardo Goubert has the fastest lap, but only by about half a tenth over Lennox Lockhart. So that keeps him out of the points of both of them. Right now, as they run with Leo, I believe was it Leo Simone, I believe, that had the pole qualifying. I'll have to double check who we had on pole and qualifying from earlier today. Oh, we got problems here. Brody Stoffel and Liam Francisco together in turns 1 and 2. They've lost ground. Passing still for third and fourth. Westbrook's up another spot into the top 10 and on the podium now.
Let's have a look at Micro Swift here. Again, find out who was the top driver in qualifying, because of course that's that 10-point bonus, which is key. Zev Gottschalk. Xander was the driver who was on the front there. So nobody in the top 3 with the bonus points in that one. And again, we talked about the fact that Marcelo Flores, all he needs to do is finish first, second, or third. There are 4 more laps remaining. The 16-lapper, he is P2 right now. First or second, and Flores comes away with the championship, likely over Lennox Lockhart, who's having a great drive up here now to P1. Zev Gottschalk just turned the fast lap of the race as well. The guy who qualified on the pole, now up into 12th position. And we'll give a shout out to Bernardo Goubert, 39th up into 25th of the last couple of laps. He's got 4 laps to go, and he keeps pushing to try to close up now onto Cullen Shoecraft, who was 0.8 of a second quicker. I would say he may be able to get up into the top 23 or top 24 before it's all said and done.
It'd be a nice turnaround for him for sure. Jeff Gottschalk digging up the pack here. What a drive. He went purple again last time. That's important because it takes it out of the hands of potentially Lennox Lockhart. But either way, still, it would only bring the margin from 20 markers down to 10. It wouldn't be enough to even bring it into a tie. So because of that, folks, you still don't have a big swing as we've got problems up. Oh, this is towards the front. Well, maybe. The 2-1-4 parallel together.
Enzo Ramos.
Middle of the group. I think the other one would have been the 206. Might be reading that one wrong here. Side by side, Zev Gottschalk. Around 8 to go. Had to fend him off a little bit in the last turn. 2 laps to go. Lennox Lockhart to the lead. Marcelo Flores into second. And these two put on one heck of a battle about 3 out of 4 times in the main event and pre-finals a month ago. But yesterday, heartbreak for Lennox. Had to go from the rear in the main. An incredible drive forward. It ended up still being a drop round. It's going to end up being just that one bit that keeps him from being able to hoist the championship trophy, because Marcelo Flores has been flawless throughout this run over these 2 weekends and 4 rounds. But at least they both get to fight it out here to see who is the best this afternoon. Today, side by side with an over-under. Door to door, we're racing still with a lap and a quarter to go, and Marcelo reclaims the lead.
Oh, that was super nice, being able to get that coming down in. Let's see what Lennox Lockhart has for him on the final lap. White flag will fly this time by. 1 to go here in the Winter Series for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Lockhart versus Flores. Flores back to the lead. He finishes first, second, or third, and he locks down the title. Lockhart's been right there. He's thrown everything he possibly can at him. He'll look to the inside. Oh, a little slider there. Trying to back it in. Keep it on the racetrack, boys. Lockhart goes back to P1.
Lap traffic in front of them could play a factor, as you can see. We'll see if the lap driver, lots of inexperienced karters here making their debut in the micro category this weekend and last. He'll pull into the scale line. Half a lap to go. Lennox Lockhart so close to winning the battles here head-to-head. He has never won a major U.S. race before. This track, 11 months ago, was his national debut, but he left the door open. Marcelo sends it through. Here comes Lennox to the outside. Oh, no! They get together. He turns into the side of him. Here comes Dutch Westbrook. Leo Simone into the lead.
Leo Simone into the lead. Could he come away with it here? He's got to win it, I think. This could be a turnaround here. They're going to go side by side coming around the corner. He's going to well their. Oh, don't celebrate yet. Leo Simone at the line. He is going to get the victory. What? And hold on, let me scroll back up here to what David fired me in. He said there was a potential for others to win the championship. These guys are going down the order. This could blow the championship wide open right now. Well, Xander, go to work on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, let me see if we can get it right here. I think I'm close to getting to where we need to be.
You have a look here. I will give you what happened, folks. Leo Simone with the win. Dutch Westbrook in second. Zev Gottschalk with a fast lap of the race. That could change things as well. He's P3. That's your unofficial podium. Aiden Go in fourth. Mason Brody fifth. Franco Schiavo in sixth spot. Ix Garduno in seventh. Here's the replay. They come down into the corner, out of the corner.
And, I mean, nothing Lennox could do there. I mean, Lennox did everything right, drove him clean.
Yep.
And they had such good battles, and I don't know if Marcelo knew that he didn't need to beat Lennox to win the points championship, but that move right there, I mean, again, I hate to really paint too much blame there, Rob, but that one's about as cut and dry as it goes. Yeah. You can't do that. You can't go and drive down into someone on the straightaway.
He came on around the corner. They're going to be side by side, and he obviously just turned into the right to try to defend. That allowed Leo Simone to go to the lead. Xander's going to keep doing some work here. I'm not sure whether or not how this championship plays out right now because Leo Simone was dropping, I want to say, looking at the totals here, probably a 168. No, a 168, I think, is his drop from the first race. Xander, you're working away at this thing right now. You can see Simone really enjoying it. Let's have a listen down here in the scale line. I'm going to tell you this right now. That's an emotional thing for me. Because see that guy there with the white hat? I used to call his cadet races back in Ontario when I first started. Anthony Simone was a heck of a young driver in cadet running for Enzo Cioviti's 3S go-karts team when I first started back in Ontario. So to be able to call a win for Leo and then to be obviously 30 years down the line calling his dad racing as well. Here's the recap, folks. We got things underway. As you'll see, that incident at the very top, we had a couple of drivers beating, banging. Luckily, nobody came out of the cart. Those were wild actions there coming through. But really, this thing set up super, super early. Flores was able to get out to the lead. Here's two front runners we figured were going to be in it as well, one of them being Hudson Howard. And again, those drivers connecting early. This allowed, I think the shake-up early allowed for kind of the pull-away we saw from Flores. Lennox Lockhart was up on the wheel early, so was that driver there, Liam Francisco. A number of drivers were digging further back. Eventually, it was the two drivers who were able to pull away up front. You can see them on the top there. There was racing further back. But this was the battle here right now. This was a great run to the inside for Lockhart. He didn't quite have it done. He checked it up through 3 and 4. And indeed, things started heating up further back as well. And listen, and Leo Simone gets the win because he was pushing hard and worked his way back up into that challenge spot, was able to get into third. That's why things were so wild, but it was all said and done. These were the drivers that were connected there at the end. But this is when it all came down to the championship. Was Flores at this point here? They come out, the over-under for Lennox Lockhart, and then essentially the defensive move coming out of the corner. Let's watch it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the battle. This was the battle earlier.
This was the clean edition.
Sorry, the clean
All
edition.
good.
The clean edition on the penultimate lap. No doubt about that. Here it is, though. Xander, call it.
Yeah, this was first. Marcelo left the door open. Lennox got by him, and maybe a little bit of a tight battle. But then here, Marcelo gets back to the lead. Lennox left the door open, and then just trying to maybe run him close. Lennox didn't realize that he wanted to keep chasing him across the racetrack. And so it wasn't a full-on maybe swerve or hip check, but we'll pull the points up here when this Coastal Link printing recap concludes. I don't want to, again, rain on the parade either. Leo Simone, what a run, and Dutch Westbrook threw one down the inside to try and get it. Ultimately, it ends up coming up just shy, and Leo Simone gets the biggest win so far of his young career.
Early on the celebration. Early on the celebration.
Let's go down to you, Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Leo, first national win, buddy, in micro. How does that feel?
Very good.
Describe that race to me, because that was pretty chaotic.
So I was leading the pack in front, and then Dutch came, he passed me, and then they were battling behind. So I pushed him in front, and I waited to one to go, and the hairpin, he didn't defend, so I went in.
I saw the moment with you and Alessandro DiTullio, and then you and your dad as well. How cool is it to kind of experience this win with them?
It's very cool because they don't get get to come to some of these races.
Lastly here, a lot of names on the suit here. Who do you want to thank for the win?
Infinity, Ricard, my mom and dad, and my brother, and Jay Howard Driver Development.
Congratulations, Leo.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Leo Simone still trying to double check the math here before we pull these up for you guys to make sure we have it correct in Micro Swift. Again, Leo Simone, the winner. Dutch Westbrook, so close as well. What a great charge there at the end for him and Zev Gottschalk as the X30 Juniors roll up and onto the racetrack. Just chaos here to close it out, Rob. And again, you called it. You know, we've had a couple DQs that have been able to be dropped officially across the line as they ended up. Lennox did bring it back home to finish 35th. Marcelo Flores looking for where Marcelo was able to get to the line. And I don't know if he did or not. I'm not showing him on my board here. I'm trying to figure out how
28.
So 28 for Marcelo Flores. Of course, the win for Leo Simone. A fast lap for Zev Gottschalk. Second for Dutch Westbrook. And by my math, again, it would still go the way of Marcelo, but only by a hair, and partly because of his drop. Lots of double check on that one. A very uncharacteristic Micro Swift Main to close out the day.
Yeah, from David Cole, EKN, says Flores by 20. Again, we're going to see how it plays out. But
so we're on the same page.
Yeah, you guys will say Flores by 20 and then 21 over Westbrook. Race number 2 is his drop race.
Yeah.
So that my question is, unofficially, what happens if Flores gets a penalty and drops him down a little further? That could be interesting.
Right, or again, if they make it where it's a non-droppable DQ. I mean, that's the big thing, right? If he has to lean back on the drop, 122 was the point total there. For what he'll pull from this one, it'll be 132. So it'd be exactly a 20-point swing, Rob, if they penalize him and put him down behind Lennox and cost him, if he goes all the way to the rear in that main event.
Yeah. David Cole confirms.
Dead tie.
Yeah, if he gets penalties and they put him down a little further, there you go.
It would be a tie with Dutch Westbrook. The tie would, I think, go to Flores, but then you go, okay, well, what about sportsmanlike conduct if it's a DQ in the main? And then 1 point behind it'd be
Simone. The tie would be with Simone, right?
Tie with Simone, 1 point behind with Dutch Westbrook.
Yeah, but
just crazy. Just crazy. 1 point separates three of them.
It'd be 722 points if the penalty happens. So, indeed, folks, a lot of calculations happening here right now, but while it's happening, we're going racing again. The drivers have came out onto the racetrack, and we are underway with the X30 Juniors. We already saw a lot of these drivers battling out in KA100 Junior. So, at it again here right now as they'll work their way through. Not surprising, a lot of bumping and bagging through turn for 5. But Xander, we're underway. An 18-lapper for X30 Junior.
Indeed, 18 laps on the board, and Alexander Vanchev called it. He's got this one just about locked up, sealed, and delivered, so no need to worry too much. He just needs to keep his nose clean and not have anything that catches the eye of the officials. Now, behind him, all to play for here, and again, all to play for the race win as we dive it down the inside on this first lap here. Jose Schirmer making a move on Benham Abernathy just inside the top 10. Their top 5, though, are going to stay in lockstep out of that last turn. And Alexander Vanchev is doing everything he can to get away as they continue to race behind him. 1 down, 17 to go, and we start with a half-second lead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Vanchev's like, you guys battle behind me, fight it out, see who wants to come with me right now. Actually, Vanchev did say in his interview he was going to try to be a team player, help out the guys up front that are his players, right? The Jackson Porters, the Fion Shi, see if I can help my team come up with a big result here now. Being out front, though, he's trying to put an exclamation point on the end of what will be a championship run here in X30 Junior. Big run here for Tristan Murphy. He'll work his way up. Oh, there's a move to the inside. Hey, Edward Kennedy with Xander was the fastest driver in that pre-final. He wants to get that first big victory as well. We talked about the fact that if he does get it, could it open the floodgates to lots more wins. That young driver, Kennedy, looking for that confidence to be able to work his way forward, and he has been an absolute rocket on the day today in the Energy Course Americas machine. Out front trying to get the race win. Murphy into the second spot. They'll come across the line with Fion Shi back into 4th position. Of course, this is only lap number 2. Long way to go on this one here. Behind Fion Shi is Alessandro Truchot, Jackson Porter. Cole Madero's up into 7th. Sarah Bradley 8th. Jose Schirmer in 9th. And Benham Abernathy rounding out the top 10.
Big move there down the inside. That was Tristan Murphy taking the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine up and into second, I believe. Fion Shi going back by Tristan Murphy to take over 3rd. Sent Murphy back to 4th. Up the road still Edward Kennedy, who is trying to keep his sights on Alexander Vanchev, who, like Frankie Mossman, wants to end his run here in X30 Junior at the Winter Series. With a full sweep of the 2 junior divisions and a win on the main. So he would be open to helping his teammates out if it was possible. But as they exit that last turn, now we'll go 3 laps complete. His teammates are not able to hang with him as of right now. In fact, really hardly anyone is. And we'll take the moment to check back in with some of the midfield. Sarah Bradley, Jose Schirmer, 8th and 9th. Nico Kutowski running behind them there in 10th.
That battle there as they roll through turn number 5. And all this training about, especially the drivers moving up to junior for the first time, all setting up for the Pro Tour that'll happen at the end of March, getting the Internationals kicking things off. Looking forward to that one, of course. Memorial Day weekend at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, and wrapping it all up with the Summer Nationals, traditionally at the Newcastle Motorsports Park. Kennedy up on the wheel, no doubt about it. This is going to be something we're going to be watching here. He just turned a purple lap again. He was over a 10th, not quite a 10th, actually quicker than Vanchev. 8 tenths back at the line. But Kennedy's got the room right now to work, Xander. Look at the kind of gap he has here from Fion Shi. Good run for Jackson Porter. I think he was able to get by Tristan Murphy as well. So move Jackson Porter, I think, up into the 4th spot at the line indeed. Murphy goes back to 6th. Cole Madero's purple lap now. He's up in to the 6th position as well. So Cole Medeiros having a good run here. He'll look to the inside actually on Tristan Murphy. Ooh, that's a bit rough into the corner there. That's not going to work. Yeah, tried it though.
That was close, real close there for him on the inside, but ultimately not quite. So Cole Medeiros still there though, still early. So much time in these races here, and it's such an adjustment for us at least. I have to imagine it's the same for the junior drivers to go from an 8-lap sprint and a dash to these 18-lap long main events. Medeiros again now winds up with another run at Murphy. Let's see if he goes here. Oh yeah, last turn sends it down the inside and picks up the spot.
Early running still, a lot of big racing drivers trying to get those early spots. We again talked about it all day yesterday as well. These early laps when you can really go after somebody, but then you kind of settle into it. Here's that pass potentially for the lead. Indeed, he'll go for it, book it to the inside. Give it up right now for Edward Kennedy, your new leader.
Edward Kennedy about a car length out in front. We've talked about the speed. Let's talk about hopefully a race win. Alexander Vanchev right behind. How about Theon Shee as well? Theon Shee, fastest, one of the fastest on the racetrack, if not the fastest the last couple laps. He's digging.
Xander, pole position both days from the slow group. So he was in the first group of qualifying. Theon Shee coming up with a couple of pole positions. He's having a great drive here as well. He's in front of Jackson Porter. But the man of the hour right now, Edward Kennedy, he worked his way forward, had the purple lap. Now that belongs, fast lap belongs to Cole Medeiros. But the bottom line is here, what can we get at Edward Kennedy? Can he pull away from Vanchev? Vanchev knows he's kind of got the race locked, but he said he was going to try to be a team player. He'll want to get back out in front. Maybe you can see if he can't bring his RPG teammates with him, because they run 2, 3, and 4 with Kennedy out front and Medeiros rolling for P5. He's ready to become part of the discussion as well.
Yeah, Cole Medeiros and Racing Edge Motorsports, they have had a lot of speed here altogether. He's shown with the RPG entry here, but this weekend he's back with his home team back in Canada. And Kevin Monteith's crew with that all purple and chrome livery back at the tail end of this main group. Little gap back to Tristan Murphy and the Ryan Perry entry. Sandro Truccio, and then you got to go a little ways before you find Nico Katowski. Now, Edward Kennedy to the lead here at the midway point. How well does he lead this race? Is he able to start to build a gap? Or does he end up towing away, burning his front tires off in front of the field and allowing the rest of them to get back around him late in the going?
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Kind of uncharted waters, at least on the weekend here for Edward Kennedy. He's had a lot of pace, but we haven't seen him running up front, being that pace setter to kind of just get everybody following him behind him, like you said. So we'll see whether this plays out. We're still not even at the halfway point. This is, unlike the cadets, the full 18-lap main event, not 16, so 9 laps would be the halfway point. Kennedy's look good, for good lap times. But again, running out front, a little different than having those rabbits up front that you're trying to chase down. Jose Halfin, another one of the RPG drivers, just turned the fast lap back in 14th. He's trying to close up on Travis Pettit. Was quicker by 7/10 of a second from Pettit last time by. Halfin tried to have a good run. It hasn't been a great weekend for Jose, having been really strong in January.
Yeah, Jose Halfin not really talked about outside of the couple of moments where things have gone really wrong, like a DNF in a session, Rob. Yeah. He was, like you said, really good to start the year. It's a bummer to end your winter series in this fashion, but at that same point, you keep an eye on the rest of the year. This is just spring training. This is just the beginning of a long road to Las Vegas to build towards the biggest race in the North American continent, arguably again, the biggest and most exposed race in the world that can change careers. It's made careers, and we've seen some of the best in all of motorsport compete there. So you're building towards that. You're building to a SKUSA Pro Tour title. As much as I say that, though, doubling up on a winter series, well, that's pretty sweet. That's what Alexander Vanchev is on the cusp of doing.
Well, if you do that, again, I keep kind of leaning towards Kimi Antonelli, right? Here's the guy that doubled up on the SKUSA Winter Series Junior program a number of years ago. Of course, worked his way into the Formula ranks and is now, amazingly, the new driver who will be alongside George Russell for Mercedes F1. So, again, right from the SKUSA Winter Series, obviously a top driver in European karting, well, World Championship karting, but man, again, to see him over here, he was a dominant driver on a Kart Republic, not surprisingly. That chassis has been so good throughout the winter, throughout USA competition nowadays, led by Joe Turney, and of course then a championship as well for Frankie Mossman. They've had a really good run. That Kart Republic brand, Xander's been one of the top brands here on the Winter Series throughout the year.
So let's check in. Halfway in, halfway home. Cole Medeiros has gone by your top qualifier, Fion Shi. He has faded all the way down to the 5th spot. The battle's still further back. In fact, a pretty decent midfield scrum outside the top 10, it looks like, right around the mid-teens. The lead group, pretty tame. Jackson Porter kind of riding under the radar there in 3rd. Then that 3-car group, Sandro Trucho leads this main pack, and then you go all the way towards the middle of the field to find this gaggle right here. Nathan Dupuis in the middle, the 718 of Leo Da Silva, Alan Bonilla. Again, Nathan Dupuis had to start, I believe, towards the tail end of the grid. So our Chargers kind of making some waves as we keep a tab on it all. Here he is side by side now with the 794 machine going through turn number 6.
Yeah, a good fight a little further back, as you said. What is that? Just outside the top 15. That's 18th, 19th, and 20th. Dupuis will go to the inside. Whoa, we're way wide coming through turn number 7, but the driver was right in front of him. He lost a ton there. Back up front with Vanchev, Kennedy, and Porter. Porter's coming on pretty good here right now. He was faster than both of those drivers. Now, the top 3, the quickest last time by was Jackson Porter. Look at him closing up there. Cole Medeiros up on the wheel as well. He did a 55.588 last time by, a 55.011 for Porter closing up. So indeed, Vanchev, Kennedy, Porter, Medeiros, and Shi, top 5 drivers. I like how this is playing out right now because you've got a driver like Vanchev who's already got the championship lock. You got Kennedy, who's hungry for that first race win. 7 laps remaining right now of the 18. Kennedy will be up on the wheel. We've seen him turn fast laps all the way through. In that KA100 race, Xander, he turned fast laps early. He turned fast laps late. I think he'll still be a driver potentially with what it takes to reel in Vanchev, although there is a bit of a gap right now.
Yeah, just a little bit of a ways here out right now for Alexander Vanchev from Edward Kennedy, but it's kind of holding even at this midway point in this X30 Junior Final as we get that great shot of them all flying the curve there in the S's. Kennedy closing back up just a little there through turns 1 and 2. Jackson Porter hanging on. Alexander Vanchev's grown up at this racetrack here, Rob. He knows every inch of this place. He knows exactly where to position that go-kart when it comes down to the racetrack. He also knows how to run consistent lap times here. He definitely doesn't seem to be the outright fastest in this main event. The last lap even, Cole Medeiros was better. The lap before, obviously, Jackson Porter has had some better laps. Kennedy's matching him stride for stride. Fion Shi was top qualifier, but consistency wins championships, and right now consistency is what is leading and keeping Alexander Vanchev in the lead.
Yeah, it's 6 laps to go. It'll be 5 when they get back around here to cap things off of this lap here. And again, Vanchev lost the lead. Kennedy, again, turning those purple laps early, was able to get by and take over P1, but Vanchev slowly worked his way back to the points. Back there to Tristan Murphy, then the bigger gap back there to Nico Katowski, the TKG Barrel Art Machine. Nico having a really strong day today. And talked to him in the lunch hour, talking about his racecraft and how he wanted to really improve on that. Felt like he had some outright speed and looking really good right now. Katowski in 7th ahead of Sarah Bradley, Jose Schirmer, and Ethan Sky Manjatek. So again, watching the battle all the way through. And again, Nathan Dupuis, we picked him up there briefly. He is coming up in a big way. Shout out to him. Starting deep in the field, up 18 positions to 19th, still fighting it out inside the top 20.
And I think he just really fought it out there with Leo Da Silva. Looked like he had gotten tired of being around him. Here's the 791. I don't know if we come back to Nate Dogg at the right time or not. He might not have been ready for us, but like you said, from the back, 37th to 19th, nearly 20 spots gained, and trying to get some more. Juthara Malaswamy right behind it there on the SCR Red Speed, and then back behind, that's Arthur Cordero. So 19, 20, and 21st. And he is the biggest mover by a lot. Next best will be Leonardo Saravalli, just outside the top 20, 23rd and 32nd. Big move forward as you mentioned for Jose Halpin, 16 towards the top 10. As we get closer to the top 10, the battles are starting to pick up. Travis Pettit, Ashton Woon battling it out here just inside turns 5 and 6. So 2 drivers who have moved up or in a similar position. Travis Pettit in this spot 1 year ago. Small kid, moves up on the early side. In his case, physically, Ashton Woon was at the limit in Mini Swift, but he's not the biggest physically. He was able to win the Mini Swift championship, but it's a lot. It takes a lot of strength to wheel these full-size go-karts. You hear it, and we talk about it all the time in the Pro Shifter Boys especially. But he is wheeling that thing right now on the outside edge of the top 10, although provisionally it does look like that front bumper is a bit loose here, Rob. So I think he may be, sadly, getting a few spots dinged in the scales.
Yeah, early running, obviously the debut here for Ashton Moon after a fantastic mini career, lots of race wins there. So you keep digging, you keep learning, and again, that's what this is all about. A couple of mistakes potentially to get that front bumper dropped. Otherwise, we're watching the battle. There's Cole Medeiros there digging in the 707. He's got his way up into the third spot. Cole, who's had a bit of a rough run here to start off the year, but man, this would be a nice way to cap off the Winter Series, be able to come home with a podium. There's a shot there of Theon Chi and Tristan Murphy. They run now 5th and 6th. There's 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th up the order right now. Jackson Porter would love to get back onto the podium here. He was P3 for a time, but Medeiros, who was turning those early laps, a 54.731 was a fast time. He stays purple, but last time by a 54.966, a very similar lap time to the leaders. Not enough to close up on them though, Xander. This still could be a Vanchev-Kennedy battle, I believe.
It definitely could be just them. It could still very easily become a whole lot more if Edward Kennedy can get to him this lap. It's going to come down to whether or not he's able to close up in this sector especially. Right here is where Joe Turney was able to launch over the curve, just like Edward did, and really eat up a lot of time. But you cannot sacrifice the exit onto this back straightaway. You can make up ground, but you still need to quickly set the go-kart and then get the launch you need. Alexander Vanchev, he's getting more conservative. He's not going to fly those curves as much because he doesn't want to risk blowing the chains since he's already got the lead. He's still having to hit them, of course. You have to be fast here. But he may not be as aggressive as Kennedy. How bad do you want it, Edward? It's right in front of you, and a couple hundreds better. Give the nod in the 769.
Vanchev, remember, there's a different mindset. He said in the interview, he knows he's already got this thing locked down. He really just needs to get a solid result here. He leads, trying to put the exclamation point. You always want to, get the championship with the victory. But Edward Kennedy's hungry. We know that. This kid is on the cusp. We've said this throughout the weekend. On the cusp of getting that first big national victory. His pace has been there. Purple laps all weekend long. Xander talked about the fact he's just nailing them out. This has been the best race we've seen out of him so far. One driver out early here. Yeah, Alessandro Truchot from, I want to say, 15th in the order. But this is the final lap once again. Out of turn number 10, Xander. Here comes Vanchev working his way through 11 and 12.
Well, you want to be able to really stamp your presence, make it known, doubling up on championships and doubling up with another race win. Alexander Vanchev wins an X30 Junior. He closes out a fantastic run in the Winter Series. 2 championships, a ton of wins, and a whole lot of hardware. Thankfully, home is not too far down the road.
You think about some of the drivers who have come through the Rawls Performance Group and put on big seasons, right? You go back to a Caleb DeFerra, you look at Ernesto Rivera, you look at these drivers that they've had at the front of their junior programs. I just got that feeling that Alexander Vanchev's going to be that guy that's going to be an absolute monster throughout the season. He is going to get better and better the more times he wins races, the more confidence he gets. Vanchev, back-to-back championships here on the weekend, like you said. Edward Kennedy, though, a big, strong run for him. A couple of Canadians, actually. Edward Kennedy and Cole Medeiros on the podium, P1, 2, and 3.
We're going to take a quick commercial break, folks, here. It's been non-stop action so far. We need a moment to catch our breath. Pro X30 is ready to go down on the grid, and Joe Turney is looking to do what I don't believe anyone has done before in a class that is as big in turnout as this one is, and that is go 4 for 4. We'll be back.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, But I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
X30 is set to go green. Joe Turney, 3 Winter Series Main, 3 Winter Series Main Event wins. Yesterday they about handed it to him on a silver platter. He's won 6 straight U.S. starts. It's a partial schedule. We get to see him here in North America. He's won the title. He rolls from the pole. But I can tell you one thing, Rob, if there's someone that's tired of letting him win, it's this grid. They want to be the ones that we're hyping out, that we're talking so good about. And well, we're going to get ready to show you all of the superstars here in just a moment. But first, let's go down to pit lane. Alexander Searle and Caleb Bieska have been roaming the pits, giving us all the intel. Let's get down for a last bit of information.
Thank you, Xander. Spoke to Ryan Norberg before this race. Ryan said that his key to victory was to get out to the lead. He feels that when he leads and Joe's behind, they can break away from the rest of the field and make it a mano-a-mano fight all the way to the end. Whenever other drivers get into the mix, that's where Ryan feels like it gets harder. Alex?
Well, the guy they're all chasing, Joe Turney. If you ever wonder what's going through the mind of arguably the best single-speed driver in the world at the moment, he is calm, cool, and collected. Spoke to him on the grid, and I kind of joked with him saying, does it ever cross your mind that one of these races will get kind of rough for you? He said, listen, it's probably going to happen right now. He's on a 6-race winning streak, looking for 7 straight. Look for the Brit to try to make something happen.
Good insight from both of our pit reporters. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Caleb. And you're exactly right. Turney, he's got a huge target on his back right now. He's going to start P1, but as we roll through the grid, all these guys are gunning so hard for Caden McQueen off pole. Xander, he wants his first win. Norberg wants to get back on top of the box. Colin Lloyd is looking for that huge breakthrough, having come to run Pro X30.
Austin Garrison and Jacob Kolar, a couple of Floridians back on row 3 would love it. Diego Ramos as well. Jensen Burnett also looking for national win #1. And when a race gets chaotic, well, don't count out Dono. Pro X30, round 4, green down to turn 1. It looks like it's going to be a pretty good start for the front of the field over through turns 1 and 2. Nobody off the racetrack just yet. They're going to fan out 2, 3, 4 wide down to turn #5. And is anyone off and into the grass? little bit sideways for one of them. One of the Kart Republics is Sawyer Roussel, and one of the REM Cosmics have tagged the wall in the chicane.
Yeah, you saw Diego Ramos getting aggressive there in turn 5, threw it down the bottom. He rolls through there, probably about 6th or 7th for Diego on the PSL Karting Bureau Lark Tourney. Out to the early lead right now, and the chase man is Ryan Norberg. Here comes Garrison to the inside. He'll make a big move. Garrison able to slip past as well. I believe that was Burnett. I think that he maybe got by. No, he got by McQueen right behind him. Look at Lloyd. Throw it to the inside as well. The SCR drivers running side by side. Over under for McQueen. I don't know that he gets it done in turn number 1. No, tucks back in front of Diego Ramos.
Smart move by Caden McQueen to lock back in and realize that there's a lot of race still to go here. 18 laps. Diego Ramos with a great start though. First time he's really gotten past about that 8th place to 10th place bubble zone that unfortunately the likes of Paulie Massimino and big contact up and over. Henry Lepard with a nasty flip at the exit of turn number 5 as the leaders head through the back sector and now the grid. He's up and okay. That was scary, Rob.
And that's exactly what you want to see when you come back to the camera and he's out of that cart. That's exactly what we're hoping for. Again, big contact there, came up and over, bit when he got into the dirt, and over he went. Great to see Henry walk away. Back to the leaders right now. A little bit of a 3-driver breakaway here. Turney, Norberg, Garrison, 3 of the absolute best.
Yeah, this feels like a throwback to 2 years ago when we closed out the Winter Series with a big-time fight amongst the 3 of them, and they were fighting for the championship at the time. It was Joe Turney's debut at the time. Norberg, the first one to strike as he takes over here in turn 5, and he'll quickly go to the low side. Behind him, fighting as well.
I had a look. You saw Garrison had a really big look over the shoulder. Okay, where am I right now? I want to go to work here as well. What kind of a gap do I have? Because I keep telling you, if you want to get Turney, you got to put him back to 3rd, maybe even 4th. You got to keep him to the point where he can't just pull the trigger and go to P1. You don't want him in 2nd. We've seen it before. Norbert almost able to pull away on Sunday back in January, but a little bit of defense down into turn number 10. Drew that gap down, so Turney was there to make the move when Ryan went a little too deep on the braking zone in turn 13. Garrison could be the linchpin here right now to see if we can't change the fortune of these drivers, these Americans, and the other Brit, of course, McQueen, trying to see if they can't end the win streak here for Joe Turney.
Well, it'd be a big-time turnaround here for Ryan Norberg, but it'd be probably an even bigger one for Austin Garrison, who just could not seem to avoid the middle of the top 10 backwards, give the race away white line fest. And yesterday, he drove it all the way to the lead to get involved in one of those again at the Supernats in the main event. We didn't get to see Garrison because he was trapped behind the group fight for 5th that let the leaders get away. And at the last couple events, it's been the same. But here he looks good. He's in the lead group, breaking away. And check it out, his teammate, unfortunately, can't say the same, but that's a slick move by Colin Lloyd. And Enzo Vidmontier just drove Paulie Massimino straight to the dirt right there.
Yeah, he loses one spot as well as another driver able to slide through on him. That may have been, was that Kolar? No, that was Bonilla. Pardon me, that was Bonilla that got through, yeah. And again, they were side by side coming out of the corners, a little touch, and Paulie essentially run out of room on the exit. We're waiting to see whether or not Garrison's got something right now for Joe Turney, who has parked himself on the rear bumper of Ryan Norberg. How many times have we seen this over the last couple of years? Norberg out front, flexing the muscles a little bit, and Turney right there waiting for the opportunity to pounce and take to the lead. And again, he needs to get back to 3rd or 4th. I keep saying this. Caden McQueen went purple, though. He's up on the wheel trying to avenge the issue with he and Burnett, the last lap of KA100, trying to put that energy up top.
Let's see if Caden McQueen can get there, as there's all kinds of dust and debris on the racetrack. They're all trying to clear it. A big lap here, I think, in the works for the energy drivers. Ryan Norberg, getting to the lead, is trying to control the pace of this one. Joe Turney the same, saving up what they can. They know it's going to be a big fight here towards the end, but it's another big moment looming, and they have kept the 58 within their reach for now. McQueen closing, so is Jacob Kolar. The kid from Key West just went to 5th, fast lap of the race as well, and that's important when it comes to the points for 2nd and 3rd that are still well up for grabs.
No doubt about that. Kolar up on the wheel, like we said, a 53.847. That's almost 2/10 quicker than your leader Norberg, so we're not then there either. 4th and 5th, 2 very quick drivers. Caden McQueen and Jacob Kolar have both shown their pace. Austin Garrison still P3. Hey, let's give a shout out to that driver right there for PSL. as well. Tremendous start for Diego Ramos, and right there currently P6. So the leaders, top 6 drivers, are separated by less than 2 seconds at the line. We'll see how things play out again. Early laps, tire pressures aren't there. These karts aren't fantastic. As they keep building the heat in the tires, those pressures come up. You're going to want that kart to be good. Lap 10 on, that's when we've always seen Joe Turney kind of turn things on.
And I want to say, Rob, he has kind of a particular style of when he's been turning up the wick in turns 1 and 2, and it's when you start to see him really clobber that second curve. And he just did that for the first time, it felt like all race. And he's closing up now. How long does he wait? He knows, again, as he told Alex, these guys are after him. They do not want to keep watching him get away with these races here. As we take a look, again, the live points, he's got Norberg behind. He's got the championship clinched. He's now got himself back to the lead.
Easy pass down the inside. Norberg felt it coming, knew what to do, just tucked back in. Norberg's not going to want to let him get away at all right now. You talked about the fact that he clobbered that second curb immediately. What does he do that lap right afterwards? Decides to go to the lead. Works his way through. Is he on it again? No, this time clean. And stretching away a little bit here. Flexing the muscles. And again, Joe Turney, so good on that KR chassis. He has been so impressive. 6 straight victories here on American soil, running in these top-level programs. He's just been a dominant driver. Of course, that nasty injury he had coming back from that, so impressive as well. The absolute focus and perseverance after the injury, broke that leg, broke that ankle, and he is right back at it again. The lead here, I gotta say, Norberg needs to go back by really quickly. Turney, though, with a length into turn number 10.
Yeah, he got a great exit there out of the grid corner, and right now we are watching him start to walk away, and unfortunately Caden McQueen, nothing he can do too far back. The same for Austin Garrison. All they can do is watch and hope that the number 1 plate can mount a counterattack. That was a good exit of the last turn. He needs a great opening sector, but Joe Turney's already looking like he's able to shorten that racetrack, and he got a great launch out of turn 2, turns 3 and 4. Norberg closes back in. Right here, it's just going to come down to if he can get that exit release. Turney's so good at getting that last little bit off the corner as Norberg closes in the center.
It'll be the halfway point of the race this next time by. 3 more events on the docket for you. KA100 Master will go from there into, I believe, what is it, Mini after that? What we got? Mini Swift after that, then we'll do the Pro and Master Shifter category. This battle we've got going on here is solid. Turney trying to pull away here, but not quite yet. Norberg rising to the challenge thus far. Jacob Kolar still with fast lap of the race, but even Turney and Norberg, Xander, pulling away a little bit here from Austin Garrison.
Yeah, this is the part of the race here where Joe's going to maybe wither the pack down a little bit, and Ryan the same. Took Ryan a little bit to kind of find his footing behind Joe and make sure he can get around. You see, again, he's having to kind of cross the lines of the dirty air as he sends one down the inside in turn 5. McQueen does the same back for 3rd, and we've got a race today. Ryan Norberg back to the point. Caden McQueen says thank you for keeping him close. Hold him off for half a lap. I'll be there.
And my thought kind of there for a second was, man, if McQueen didn't make that move, Garrison could be on top of them right now, but that maybe been good for Turney, right? That McQueen locked it up as well. Turney will go back down the inside. Norberg going to try to over-under, at least make sure he's right there. Caden McQueen right back on him. Hey, Norberg would like that push from the back as well, coming down the straightaway. McQueen now up into 3rd spot. The leaders again swapping his positions. It's still Garrison running in 4th. 5th right there as well as Jacob Kolar. So impressive. Kolar P5. And again, Diego Ramos, Xander, falling back just a little bit in 6th.
Joe is so good at being able to just park it and point the nose. And now, even with that good exit out of turns 1 and 2, he feels the pressure. He goes low in 5. Norberg even a little lower in 6 to cover off from McQueen and the rest of the pack as Jacob Kolar slips by Austin Garrison. New man into 4th. The Key West kid is closing on a podium and a potential race win. Talk about this again. We've got 3 Floridians here in the top 5. This state has produced some superstars over the last decade. And Diego Ramos out of Brazil, relocated to Orlando, Florida. This has been the track that's been the best to him over the last 2 years. He got 2 wins here. He'd like to add a 3rd. He's 6th and closing.
You know, Xander, for Jacob Kolar, running these races like this, where he's able to make good passes on a guy first like Diego Ramos, then make the pass on Austin Garrison, he's going to start earning that street cred. You know what I mean? They're going to get the respect from when he's driving clean like this. They see how bad fast he is here. Into the inside comes McQueen on Norberg. Book it. He's through to take over P2. The problem now is, does Turney pull away? Norberg's going to push him. Norberg cannot fight him right now. This is going to give Turney the opportunity to stretch. Oh my goodness, is this it for Turney to pull away?
Yes, but again, Norberg was the one that was saying that we got to all agree to just not fight. Jacob Kolar was the one he kind of name dropped in that interview. So does he feel the pressure from Kolar to have to go? Does he lose third? It looks like he's recovered well, and I think Caden McQueen still has more than what might meet the eye here, Rob. The last couple of laps, he's been just methodically carving his way up the field. Henry Beaudet, a commentator many of our fans have come to know, said this kid, he is a legend. Be ready to get to know him, and we have had a pleasure doing so.
And let's just throw this out here. The Energy guys have got that chassis dialed in. Norberg back to the inside. He'll go to second. The gap coming across was 0.4 of a second. Turney back to McQueen.
It's one of those pucker moments here. You just don't know, Rob. But again, if there's anyone that could find any extra bit at Orlando Kart Center, it might be the guy that's got a banner up in turn number 3 and an academy based here. So don't give up hope just yet. As good as Joe Turney was, as far away as he got yesterday, he said he wasn't that good. He still didn't feel fully comfortable with the go-kart. Ryan Norberg has been pushing himself to be ready for this, a last lap dash to hunt down Joe Turney for the last 2 years. He's wanted it. He's tucking down the straightaway. Let's see if he can start to make some inroads.
Well, and this is it, right? Is the Kart set up to come big time? Was he waiting? There it is right there. Norberg Nation, that's where he has his racing academy here at Orlando. The bottom line is, does he have the setup dialed in to that RPG Cosmic so it will come alive over the last couple of laps? That pass allowed Turney to stretch out to 0.7 of a second. Norberg's going to need to dial things in a big way if he's going to be able to roll down Turney. He gets himself back into second. Caden McQueen does not make a move as of yet. In fact, Norberg's got about a kart length coming down into turn number 10. He's got to dig in to make this a battle. Otherwise, Turney is going to go 7 for 7.
I will say, Rob, he's definitely pulled away, and I think the gap maybe has closed a little bit. It's hard to remember, again, how long ago it was. It was only a couple of years that Ryan Norberg was the one you were groaning when you'd see get to a lead like this, and you know the race was over. And in chatting with him this week, he said, well, I asked him point blank, why should people root for you? So many years of you dominating, you winning. Everybody has been so frustrated. He said, well, for the first time it feels like I'm the underdog. I'm the one that's lost all these head-to-head fights. And a 10th lopped out of the gap last lap. It's almost enough. He needs another couple monster runs. Let's see what he gets on the back straightaway.
And remember, this needs to be close, right? He needs to get there. He gained, as Xander said, he gained essentially a full 1/10 of a second on that last lap. There are 4 laps remaining right now. It'll be 3 when they get back around. He needs to get close enough to potentially put Turney into defensive mode, right? He's got to push hard enough that he'll make cover off a corner. That's what he needs to be able to close back up. Then everybody's back on top of him. 3 laps remaining. 15 down, 3 to go. 53.541 for Turney. 53.443. Another 1/10 of a second. He's got it down to 5/10. 1/10 may not be enough, but once he gets that draft, he'll be close. Xander, 3 laps to go rather. Turney, Norberg, McQueen, Kolar, Garrison.
This stuff is just too close. It is insane how good everyone is right now at the last part of the race. Joe Turney went purple the lap before. Norberg purple as well now. Fast lap, yellow flags waving. Will there be any dirt or debris that could throw Joe Turney back? As now Norberg's got the gap to less than half a second. Is he going to be able to get close enough? 2 to go this time by. He's giving it everything he has right now.
And he is working it over the curving of turns number 11 and 12. Remember, that's where he lost it to Turney last time by. Big run out of 14 down into turn number 1. Lap 16 goes into the books. Turney rolling out of 53.462. A little bit quicker than Norberg. Still 0.550, a half a second. Norberg's going to find a little bit more. And we said 2 laps to go. Not close enough yet to put Turney into defensive mode.
Yeah, the back end, it looked good early. I was going to say a couple laps ago, a lot of Ryan Norberg's detriment in the opening couple of races that he lost to Joe. It looked like he couldn't get that rear end to plant on the end of the corner at the end of the race. The rear tires were just gone. now, though, it looks like we're getting maybe to that point a little bit.
Xander, the crazy thing is a 53.426 was his fast lap. He was only 0.06 of a second off his fast lap. These are still big laps. Turney did turn his quickest lap last time by. Norberg's got to dig in. White flag and a fly this time by.
1 lap to go. Joe Turney just trying to bring it home, being pushed all the way to the limit right now. 1 more lap around Orlando Kart Center. Ryan Norberg lost another half-10. Turney pulling out the gap here. He lost the gap and opened it. Then ultimately, as they fight behind, look at this, Kolar, big send on Caden McQueen there in turn 6. These two are duking it out for the podium right now.
Yeah, you might as well, right? First and second up the road. Kolar wants to go to the podium. Turney's just kept going faster and faster. His personal best laps. No, he's not going purple. Norberg has that, but Turney keeps going a couple of hundredths of a second faster. Here comes the battle down into turn number 10. Over under, it's going to be Garrison coming away clean as Kolar and McQueen get together. Diego Ramos, we're going to rub fenders here coming through. It's Austin Garrison third. Out of the corner, Garrison clean. Xander, here he comes.
Joe Turney, 7 in a row. He sweeps the entire Winter Series. 4 for 4 race wins. And Ryan Norberg once again watches as the 58 celebrates. And the sign of respect here continues between the pair. It was close. He almost had him again. But Joe Turney has played the race to perfection for the 7th consecutive time.
Unbelievable run for Joe Turney again. Absolute perfection, as you said. That's the most, for me, that's the thing. Turney just unbelievable over those last couple of laps. You saw him go just a little bit quicker. It was these little, a half a tenth, couple hundredths of a second to be able to hold back this man who was making it all happen. Ryan Norberg digging in at the end, and you got to think about what's going through his head right now. Keeps digging. Xander just trying to find that little bit more to make sure that Turney doesn't stand on top of the box once again.
Again, they laid it all on the line there to try and get to him. Joe Turney, middle of the scale line, gets to celebrate now. The job is finished. We're hoping we're going to get to see him a good bit this year. It still remains to be seen. But in 2023, I didn't even know this until we talked earlier this week. The plan was never fully for Joe to run the entire season. It was just to run the Winter Series and go from there. We were his debut with Kart Republic, and of course he won the Winter Series, and history wrote itself after that. Well, he just dominated the Winter Series here. He said 2 years ago he was on top of the podium. He had posted the throwback, and now Joe Turney is on top again. 4 races, a complete perfect sweep of the main events.
I want to throw this out there too. Just that lead group of 6 drivers, fantastic. They were all so super impressive. Joe Turney with the win. Ryan Norberg coming home in second. That scrap between Jacob Kolar and Caden McQueen in the last lap. We're going to get to that in the recap right now. The start though, Turney quickly out of the lead. Xander, again, great start as well for Ryan Norberg slotting into second.
Yeah, I mean, he did everything he could. He followed him through, got to third in the pre-final, didn't lose second off the bat here, and kept him close. And then as the pack was able to also behave themselves a little better, we got some great action shots in the opening couple of laps with passes all around, and for the first time it felt like all winter clean racing action here. Now Caden McQueen side by side with Colin Lloyd again. He was way up early in this one, and then this scary moment there, a huge dust cloud as Henry Lepard climbs up and over the side of another, I think it might have been Steven de Kaiser there in turn number 5. The race kicked off though not long after. Norberg first to strike, go to the lead. Colin Lloyd trying to play catch up and get himself back and into the fight as we go to check in with our official Winter Series champion, Joe Turney. 4 main events, 4 race wins. Perfect 7 races in a row, Rob. Just crazy.
Xander, they still haven't done it yet. They got to put him back to third. They got to put him back to fourth. He's been first or second in every main. Yeah, he may not lead start to finish. He'll go back to second, but he'll take the lead when he needs to. They've never been able to put him back to third or fourth yet. He's never been mired back in the back. He's been able to be so good up front. Yeah, impressive.
Let's go down to pit lane here. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Joe, we talked yesterday, last night, after you won that race. You felt like you didn't have the best go-kart. You didn't have the best package, but 24 hours later, you were by far the fastest man on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean,
don't get me wrong, yesterday I had a more than good enough package, like it was super strong. Able to obviously win the race, but today I had the best car out there for sure. We made some small changes last night, and today it was just, from the first session, felt incredible, honestly.
Yeah, and looking back, a perfect sweep of the preseason. How good does it feel to go perfect in this early run of the year?
Yeah, awesome. I mean, like, it's all credit to the team, to the engine builder as well, because, like, we obviously have an unbelievable package, and that's why we're able to have the speed that we have through the race and through the weekend. Like, yeah, when it comes to Saturday and Sunday, our package is, I think, the best out there, so that's why.
Lastly here, your schedule's still unconfirmed for the rest of the year, but when can we expect to see you back here in the States?
I'm not too sure. I don't think it's great news. I don't think I'll be back too soon. Like, by the looks of it, I mean, I've got to go back to work in Europe for the moment, but yeah, I think hopefully it's going to be, I don't know. I can't confirm anything, but it's not going to be too busy over here.
Well, there you guys have from Joe Turney. Perfect in the winter. Back to you guys.
It's a heartbreaker for sure that we don't get to see more of him, but true. Good news for the rest of the field at least. Spotlight will shift down at least from one spot on this board and leave it open. Ryan Norberg, P2, Austin Garrison, P3, Ramos, Caden McQueen, the top 5 over Kolar, Lloyd, Vidmontien, top 10, Donovan Bonilla, Jensen, Burnett. And back down into the scale area for a little bit more intel here as we close things out with Pro X30.
Ryan, I see the emotion on your face, especially after the scale lines there. What goes through your mind in moments like these?
I don't know. I mean, I'm happy with, what we were. I'm not disappointed at all. Obviously, like, we want to win. We're here to win, and Joe's just a good driver. He's got, good stuff, so he, you can't battle at all. And when Cade passed me, I mean, all credit to him. Like, we were battling. That's what you're supposed to do. I would have done the same thing. But then when he got up front, he just wasn't as fast. And so then obviously I had to pass him back. But, like, that's normal racing, but that's too much time to give up. And once Joe had that little gap, he kind of relaxed a little bit, didn't have to push so hard. And I was closing. I was driving as hard as I could. I think the emotion you're seeing is just I'm tired. I was driving really hard. And, like, those last 4 laps, I mean, I was going as deep as I could. I don't know what else I could have gotten out of it. I mean, through the chicane, I was, like, just flat out and hoping I didn't break something. So, yeah, I mean, we had Kart that was capable of winning. We just kind of, just battled a little bit, and that pulled us out of it inevitably. But, yeah, I mean, the team was good. RPG Kart was fantastic. Power was great. Thank you to Mike Meany and Mike Rollison and Alex and Joni. I mean, everybody here that, gets me this speed. I mean, we definitely, we had a kart to compete. We're out of it a little bit, too much in the middle.
You touched on it a little bit with the slight battling that we saw mid-race, but when you had that chance to go kind of mano-a-mano the last couple of laps, is there anything you noticed maybe attitude-wise in terms of the go-karts between you and Joe?
Yeah, I mean, we're faster in different areas. I think, we're a little bit more, like, pointy. I can get into the corner quick and some, get straight off, where he is a little bit more able to roll some speed. That's really the only difference. I mean, we're just fast in different spots, and it was awkward. He was faster from 3 to 5, and I was faster, like, in between the chicanes in here, which aren't, when you drive narrow, it's just a tough place to pass. So it was just awkward, distancing. But I had a shot at him. I saw he was kind of pulling away a little bit, and I didn't want him to get away again. And so this time I got to the lead. It's just, it's just tough. When everybody goes off track, you defend a little bit, and, with Joe, you have to defend all the way. And you're just a sitting duck because you have so much dirt on your tire. You're so much slower. That's why Cade was able to get by me as well, just because when I passed Joe, I went through the dirt, and then, I just wasn't fast for, like, half a lap, and that was enough that Cade could get there and get by me. But, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We're giving it our all. I drove as hard as I could.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Alex. Ryan Norberg, obviously, you heard it. He's just tired. I mean, he was giving it every bit that he had, and it just shows what it would take to take down one of the best-ranked drivers in the world right now.
Sandy, when you hear Ryan Norberg say he's tired, that's 18 laps of 100% giving it all, right? Everything, absolutely hanging it out to dry. I think, so important, and that's the key to what it takes to beat this Joe Turney car.
Well, Austin Garrison crossed the line third, but a big story just inside the top 10. Hunted down the leaders was Diego Ramos. We'll go down to him really quickly as the KA Masters hit the racetrack.
Thank you, Xander. And real quick, Diego, a quiet weekend for you, but in the end, a top 5. How good does it feel to end up with such a good result?
Yeah, I feel better. Finish 4th in the final. You know, I wanted more, but this week was just missing a bit. But we did a good job to find the pace that was missing for the final. It's still a bit to improve, but yeah, I did everything that I could. I hope they fight more in the front, but didn't happen like yesterday. But yeah, I think I did my job. Like the team, even speed with the engine was really good, but was missing a bit that time.
What do you think was missing compared to the leaders?
I mean, maybe a bit of me, a bit of the setup, and a bit of engine. It was small things, not blaming anyone. I think they are just a bit quicker than us, but we keep pushing and use the races to practice for Pro Tour.
There you guys have it from Diego Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. We'll head back over to the on-track action here. Quick look down the starting grid for your KA100 Masters. Let's bring it on up. Charlie Fonseca will line up on the inside, row number 1. Monday Lawyer on the outside on the HRI Mexico machine. And Franco Crivelli, after the crash on the last lap, rolls back from row number 3 alongside Todd Shambo, Miguel Mir, and Paul Elefante, able to pick up the pieces and go through. This is the biggest shakeup this KA Master field has seen since the Winter Series green flag first flew and pre-final number 1 in the first weekend of January. Here we are to get them ready to go. 18 laps, KA Masters, Mini Swift on deck, Pro Shifter to close us out. 3 main events remain, and the first of the 3 is green. Charlie Fonseca leads us into the first turn, and there's Franco Crivelli, who's clinched the title already, trying to fight his way through into 4th. He'll get there as they go down to turn 5, and now he's going to quickly go to 3rd, making the move on Paul Elefante. So quickly, decisively going through to the lead. Franco Crivelli takes over at least the lead of the mid-group, but Charlie Fonseca leads our race here. Miguel Mir on that Orsilon. Tony Kart second, but look at the big lunge down the inside. Franco Crivelli now moves up the board and into P2. A little bit of a wiggle here now as the shade begins to hit the racetrack for your KA Masters. Charlie Fonseca, the lead, just about holding pretty good right now here, maybe half a second to end at lap number 1 in this incredible kickoff to the regular season. KA Masters didn't even get a slot at the Pro Tour in 2024. Didn't have enough entries out to Orlando, only had a couple. But here for the Winter Series, it was strong and strong again, and hopefully we can convince enough of them to keep on running through the rest of the year and give us some big grids in KA Master, because that's a class that's always tough across the board to fill up. Stars has done a decent job, SKUSA has done a decent job, USPP has done a decent job. The whole series are trying everything they can to make it welcome, make it worth it. But this may be it for some of them. Who knows what the entries could look like in Houston. For now, though, we know that at least we've got 13. They've all made the start. They're all rolling decently well, and 4 of them in frame here at the front. Franco Crivelli, about 4 car lengths back, trying to hunt down your race leader. 2 laps complete, 16 to go. Let's go down the pit lane here. Alexander Cyril's caught up with Caden McQueen.
Caden, halfway through the race, you got around Ryan up to P2. At that point, did you think you had the chance to go out there and go get turning?
Yeah, I think, you know, when I caught Ryan and Joe when they were still together, I actually felt a little bit quicker than them both. So I thought, you know, I'll make the pass on Ryan and hunt down Joe. I wasn't quite quick enough towards the end of the race, like the last 3-4 laps, so which is a bit of a shame, because I feel like, you know, it would have been good to have a little bit of a race. Yeah, I mean, you know, we give it our all. We went into the race with not a lot of positive mind, but yeah, we come out of it okay.
You came over here from the UK to kind of, you know, promote the energy package. Have you guys felt like you've made strides over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, for sure. Like, not only have we come over here to promote the brand, it's also the first time of it operating as a team, and to come over here and have a podium near enough every weekend and be at the front fighting for the win on not just me, Edward as well in junior. I think it proves that the brand's good enough. I think it proves that the team do a good enough job. We've got some big things coming for the team, which hopefully should help its exposure a little bit more as well. So yeah, like the team have done an amazing job. They've put a lot of effort in, especially behind the scenes. It may not seem like it because we've only got 2 free drivers, but they work tirelessly. They work very hard. So if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be as fast as I am and fighting for the lead and fighting for the win in most races. So they do a really good job, and yeah, just watch this space.
You touched on it a little bit on the Grid Talk podcast a couple weeks ago, but how tough is it for you to kind of make the sacrifice, make the jump over from the UK to here, and pretty much be a full-time guy here in the States? You've been here for the last 6 weeks. I mean, is that tough for you?
Yeah, for sure. Look, a lot of people look at it going, "Oh my God, you're in America, like it's all glamorous." But we've been here for 6 weeks, for example. We come to the track, back to the house, eat food, go to bed, repeat. Yeah, like maybe a run every now and then or whatever. But it's not like you're coming on holiday. And a lot of people, especially from home, they see it as it's a nice holiday, but it's not. It's hard, and especially waking up at 6 o'clock every morning for the past 6 weeks and having over 12-hour days. It's tired. It's tiring. It is very tiring. But yeah, look, don't get me wrong. I miss everyone at home, but it's a great opportunity, and I enjoy being here. So,
all right, well, go get a water, buddy, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. And right on cue, right as we wanted to send it away to chat a little bit as the race got quiet, it has come to life. We have a fight on our hands in KA Master. Franco Crivelli, Charlie Fonseca, Paul Elefante now into the mix. Miguel Mir was up front at the start. He still closes. Crivelli sends one down the inside in turns 1 and 2. This one just getting going here, a 3-car party at the front of the field, and Crivelli's going to park it low into turn number 5. We're getting racy with nothing left. The championship obviously all locked up already. Elefante looking the inside of Fonseca. Not going to happen there in turn number 6. And now, with only 5 laps in the book, still so much to go, we've still got just a blanket to throw over the 4 of them as Fonseca points forward and drives off the racetrack trying to signal that he wanted to keep Franco in his sights. He'll get a little bit sideways now with the dirt, and all of a sudden, in trying to tell, I see Paul Elefante goes, "Dude, you said focus forward, and then you drove off the racetrack in a straight line." And now Crivelli has a chance, a slim one, but a chance nonetheless to try and get away. About a car length and a half ahead here. Miguel Mir on the Orsil Antoni car, right behind the main 3. He's been close to your leaders throughout this Winter Series championship run, but never really had all of the pieces to fight for the race win. Now, Elefante says, "All right, if you won't go, I will." Fonseca still side by side. He's going to let him go. And Paul Elefante moves up to 2nd on that Rocket Racing Company Cosmic. And oh man, found Fonseca right back and into the right rear tire of him. Hard to believe there, Charlie Fonseca. He was talking about working together and then went right back at Paul Elefante, who was fired up after that pre-final. Miguel Mir now into 3rd. Back behind Mundi Lawyer on the HRI Mexico entry. Then Nico Rivas, Todd Shambo, Tito Gutierrez there in the 8th position. Scott Falcone rolled from the middle of the pack. He remains there right now in 9th. Kim Carapolati 10th. Janae Dean 11th. We've seen a lot of Mundi Lawyer 2 weeks ago and last weekend, racing against Ruben Barrichello. This weekend, racing against Franco Crivelli, from an F1 driver to an engine builder. As now, 3rd changes hands again. Fonseca back to the inside of Miguel Mir. Here's a look back at 6th and 7th. Nico Rivas returns from January. Todd Shambo hasn't spent a lot of time in KA packages. His daughter Brooke racing in the Pro X30 class that just completed. So Todd, as a dad, had to watch his daughter and then quickly get the helmet on to go out and race himself. He said it's been like a newfound love for the sport once again of karting that Brooke had taken up an interest. She had actually started racing when he first got into it when she was much younger, lost a bit of interest and then had a rejuvenated love for the sport. And now Todd himself finds himself in the go-kart track a whole lot more often. And for their first time down to the Winter Series, well, they both decided they wanted to give Orlando Kart Center a try. The BJR driver in 7th. And of course, as Rob joins me back here in the booth, You can't talk about Masters racing over the last decade, Rob, without talking about Scott Falcone.
Yeah, no doubt.
And the Ursuline driver is back on the grid after a brief hiatus. He's in a bit of a fight right now, back for the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions with Tito Gutierrez and Kim Garipalati. And while you were away, well, they were fighting a bit for the lead. They've been tamed now, but things did get a little bit hectic early on with Charlie Fonseca and Franco Crivelli. They brought the fight to him, and then Fonseca, right before this hairpin here, going out of the grid corner, tried to point forward to focus on Crivelli, accidentally dropped the left side tires into the dirt. And then Paulo Elefante after the next corner shrugged and said, dude, are we working together or what are we doing here? Past him, Fonseca went back around Paul, and unfortunately for the pair, it's a similar story with a different cast of characters of what we just witnessed in Pro X30. One driver just a tick above the rest.
When I came up the stairs to come back into the booth, I was able to watch him on the lap there, and I watched the pass that Fonseca put on Miguel Mir down here in turn number 5. Really well done. Threw it in there, had it rotated nicely, and of course Mir knew he was coming, I think, and just kind of tucked back in. We'll see what Fonseca closes back up. We're at the halfway point right now. Again, he's 1.7 back. He's going to have to put some monster laps in if he wants to get back up. And at least, let's say, a couple tenths of a second a lap, right, to get there with 9 to go. Fonseca did go purple last time by, or earlier on, a 57.408. But he's doing 6s now. He's got to get back down to the 4s if he's going to challenge Crivelli here at all before it's all said and done.
Yeah, he needs to be able to pick up the pace, and it's just that last little bit that he's been lacking at different points throughout the weekend. And sadly, we've got some bad news. Scott Garipalati off on the top corner of the screen there. Out of this one, here's Nico Rivas on the RPG Cosmic in 6th, all kind of by himself.
I said he's got to get back into the 4s, and he lays out a 57.468, so that's a tenth of a second, 1.6 left. He wants to get probably a little more than that, but hey, you can't back down as the fastest driver on the racetrack right now. Keep digging. 57.4s will get it done.
We've seen crazier things happen. That's for sure than just a 1.6 second gap to go away over 8.5 laps or so. Again, this is the man back in 6th, Nico Rivas, on that Rollison Performance Group entry. Monday Lawyer also trailing and catching, I believe, Miguel Mir. He's been picking up some good lap times and laying them down. So the HRI Mexico group might have something to get excited about here in a little bit, as their man's in 5th and closing on 4th, and honestly, he's not far away really from 3rd and 2nd either. So depending on how the lap times swing over the next few laps, 4.35 could be in the conversation for a podium.
Yeah, you remember Monday Lawyer and Paul Elefante had a little bit of a tussle in the pre-main as well. They were chatting up quite a bit there over the contact over in turn number 5. Paul wasn't super thrilled about that, and they chatted about it quite a bit in the scale line. Monday Lawyer working his way back up. We talked about the fact he runs a lot of road tax racing that you and I have done together, and is a road tax driver. Was here last weekend. Great to see him hang out and come over here this weekend as well to add another entry to what is a 13-kart KA Master field. Of course, the class brought to you by AM Racing Team. Scott Garipalati out on lap number 4, as Xander did report, so he's out early. Again, Tom Gerstner running 12, Janae Din in 11th, Kim Garipalati in 10th. Again, good little scrap, as you said before, with Falcone and Garipalati. He's closed up there on Tito Gutierrez as well, was quicker. Actually, not quite as quick last time by, so a bit of a gap there as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had been closing for a little bit back up to him, but Tito got the better of him. Now he's back, I think, on his bumper this lap.
There it is, yeah.
There he is, trying to stay motivated, stay hungry. Scott's looking for it here. It looks like a switch of equipment this weekend for Falcone, moving from the OTK to the Kart Republic. She rides there in the 9th position, little bobble in the chicane.
Didn't get through that well, did he?
Not quite. You know, we saw a lot of guys hit the curbs pretty good through there. Scott Falcone's one of the guys that loves to brag about launching the curbs. I think he probably looks at himself a bit like Danny Formal does. But that was not a 4-mile line through that chicane, Rob.
Well, you go back to the days of Grand Junction. We were there was a chicane that everybody was flying over the chicane. There's some pretty good shots of Scott Falcone up and over the chicane for sure. And he's no stranger to pounding those curves, but that was not a good run through there. Lost him to the ground, trying to close up on Tito Gutierrez for P8.
Said crazier things have happened, Rob. Franco Crivelli is falling apart right now. The gap is now down to 8 tenths. And sadly, the same is happening here for Miguel Mir as he is fading backwards into the clutches of Monday Lawyer. I don't know which will happen first. but Charlie Fonseca has really tracked him down.
Yeah, 5 laps to go, and this thing has kind of dialed things around here. He's quicker by almost 0.3 of a second last time by. And in fact, last lap was the purple lap for Charlie Fonseca. That thing's starting to come alive right now. The RPG Cosmic number 410. He is up on the wheel, and he's feeling it. Charlie's a veteran driver, has been behind the wheel for many, many years. I've had a chance to race against him as well. This is what we're seeing now. Fonseca's rocking and rolling here, trying to close back up. He was 0.788 last time by. He took, almost 0.3 of a second. Do we see a half a second gap coming here to put lap number 14 in the books? If we're a half a second, this thing could get really interesting as he is rolling up. It may be even less than a half a second coming across the line. It ends up being, as they get there, 0.561, so just on top of a half a second, but he cut another at least 2.5 tenths off.
Yeah, I mean, that was a decent, another chunk taken out of the gap here. I think Monday Lawyer might arrive on the scene first, though, down to a car length away from Miguel for P4. And he has just been trying to track him down for what feels like most of this race.
You saw him on the needles a bit there, too, with that shot when you were just starting to talk about how close Mundy was getting. He had a great head-on shot there of Miguel Mir, who was on the needles coming up. So something's not absolutely perfect there. He knows he's got a challenge coming. Mundy with a big run. Does he look to the inside here? No. Thinks better of it and tucks back in. Good for him.
Yeah, Monday Lawyer now back just a car length here with 4 laps to go. They'll hit the line for 3 this time by, and at the same point, Charlie Fonseca is back. What a run up to the lead with 3 laps remaining. The 410 has found new life as the sun has slowly just dipped behind the clouds for a moment. We're getting closer and closer to sunset hour here when the pro shifters hit the racetrack. But Franco Crivelli, Charlie Fonseca, they want to give us one more show before the daylight runs away.
Yeah, and I had said that it's been a great weekend, or great winter series for Crivelli. Really, the only points he's left on the board is a couple of fast laps, right? He didn't get top qualifying yesterday. He didn't get the fast lap yesterday. But he's won every race so far. Look at this to the bottom. Left, right, Crivelli trying to block. I was surprised he didn't make a big run to the outside there. I thought maybe Fonseca would set up for the run. He's got lots of room.
Right.
This may not end well.
I don't know.
Some pretty severe defending here from Crivelli.
Yeah, it seems like caution's definitely been thrown to the wind by many of the superstars here this weekend. When it comes down to the last couple of laps of the last day of the Winter Series, I mean, we had been bragging about how many classes had put on such good racing and so much clean racing. And then I think we probably drove it into the ground and jinxed it, Rob, because things have gotten a bit nasty now. So who knows what we'll see here in Masters. They already had a hiccup once today with a lap and a half to go. Where do you pull the trigger here if you're Charlie Fonseca?
Yeah, you said a lap and a half to go. How about to the inside here of turn number 9? Who gets the run? Crivelli, I think, still going to have the run out of the corner. Let's see if Fonseca sends it all the way down the bottom. Look who's coming from the back. Paul Elefante is closing in here because these guys are running defensive lines. This could be interesting. And to be honest, Miguel Mir and Monday Lawyer aren't that far back either.
No, I mean, this race is not over at all. We've got a good fight here and a long last lap ahead of us. Here's Elefante into frame. 1 to go. Franco Crivelli, a car length ahead.
Head on the swivel.
Oh, yeah. Now, he's gotten it up to a car length and a half. Is that enough? He's not confident with that. He's going to stay still about a lane low there in turn 5. And that's going to allow Fonseca to get close. He'll go all the way to the bottom in 6. They're racing hard there. Mir and Lawyer still going at it for 4th in the background. But the fight for the win is on. And Crivelli is slamming the brakes here in the sweeper. You saw him just absolutely stop going by the scale line. I don't know what the plan was there. Maybe try not to get rooted out of the way. But now Fonseca, your only shots down the backstretch. Mir and Lawyer all the way to the grass for 4th as well. Mundy says, what was that for? And here we go, final time to the S's.
I'm surprised he didn't try it over in turn number 10. He's going to send it to the inside here. There'll be contact. They're side by side coming out of the corner. Who's got the run? It looks like it's going to, they get contact coming through, and he's going to take the win. Fonseca with the victory over Elefante as they were side by side, battling each other coming through the final corner.
What is it going to take for us to get a clean finish today and a fight for the win, Rob? I don't know. Franco Crivelli as well, shaking his head as he crosses the line.
I want to replay that for sure.
Oh, don't worry. The boys are on it here tonight Quick look at the results. Again, we're going to elevate it as Paul Elefante moves up into second. Crivelli still hasn't updated to where he crossed the line. It'll be right around, again, Strick looking to be 6th. There goes Elefante up to P2. Lawyer onto the podium.
Yeah, so that pass on Miguel Mir on the last lap was actually for P3 when it was all said and done.
You just never know, right? And, well, let's go down here to the scale line. I don't know how I feel about one to unmute the cameras here. We might have some more choice words already. Yep, there we go again. We've got a bunch of angry KA Master drivers, just as we did before.
Well, they're speaking Spanish, so we're okay right now.
I don't know how the FCC feels about that. I need to look that up.
Miguel Mir not happy at all with the action there at the end of that one, but it's between he and Mundy Lawyer. Of course, the contact between the front two guys, really, they were just banging on each other. They were leaning on each other coming out of that last corner. Let's put it that way. A big move to the inside for Fonseca coming through turn number 13. He kind of pushed wide at the exit there. They pinched to try to come through, and again, that's the way it'll shake down there for sure. Yeah, they actually shaking hands at the end of this.
That was a lot better than I think what we would have expected. And yeah, I mean, Franco tried to keep it tight with him and maybe break his momentum. So I think Franco knew that, hey, that was his goose was cooked. He was already nosing back. He wasn't going to beat him on the run to the line. His only shot was to kind of try and crowd him onto the curb and have him pop in the air and break the momentum or rub him a little bit. But yeah, it didn't pay off for Franco, and luckily it didn't take out Fonseca. He still ends up with the win.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Elefante didn't come through with the victory there. You could 100% see that Crivelli was trying to keep him down, right? Was going to pinch him down there because he got a better run out of the corner there. So he is the champion, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. Again, this race didn't really matter all too much. Franco Crivelli keeps the Inter-MS boys streak alive of Winter Series titles. Alessandro Tullio swept in the senior ranks last year, doubled up, and now Franco takes over where Tullio left off for the boys in pink and chrome. He'll make it official through the scales, and yeah, not an ideal way to end out your championship, but also he was having a good time with it. Franco Crivelli, your Winter Series champion KA Masters here, as he loads it up onto the kart stand.
Yeah, Charlie Fonseca, again, a great drive. Let's put it this way. Charlie ran him down, tried a couple of spots. They were kind of bumping and banging on each other, little pinch jobs there, coming down into the inside of turn number 10. He does come away with the victory. Elefante was close to get in there as well. He moves up a spot. Paul Elefante coming home in second spot. Mundy Lawyer rounding out the top 3.
We know we've got a lot to break down from that one. We've also got, again, 2 more main events still on tap, folks. Mini Swift getting geared up and ready to go for one more run at it all here from Orlando as they roll onto the racetrack. Now, with the grid cleared, Enzo De Janeiro getting set to lead us out here with Aston Wyatt on the outside of row number 1. We'll bring you the lineup here and get ready to roll with the second to last main event of the 2025 SKUSA Winter Series. Let's go ahead and show you how they're going to stack up for the 16-lap main. And at the same point here, while we quickly show these, we want to take a moment to go down to pit lane one more time for our KA Masters drivers.
Thank you, Xander. Mr. Fonseca, that was a crazy end to the race, and I feel like it's been crazy all weekend with you guys. How does it feel to get it done?
It was not just today. It was exactly the same yesterday, the same finish we had. He had better luck than me, and this time I couldn't make the pass, and I was happy. It was too tough. We both were racing really tough, passing, blocking, and the rest of the field got the opportunity to get close, and anything could happen at the end lap, and the result was first place.
Who would you like to thank for this victory?
Sorry?
Who would you like to thank for this victory?
Of course, RPGA gave me a really, really good kart, and this is my first race with them and first win. Yesterday it was too close by 0.9. I don't know if any of the result has been like this. It was finish, photo finish. And I hope people enjoy, but at the end we shake hands. And in the pre-final he was a little upset with me, but I think everybody's fine now.
There you guys have from Charlie Fonseca, winner in KA Master. Thank you.
Hardcore racing out there, Xander. And again, we're getting ready to roll. As you said, the drivers going off here in the Mini Swift category. Out of 13, we'll go green when they roll back around. Enzo De Janeiro will be on the pole alongside Aston Wyatt, Cameron Johnson, and Maxwell Macha on row number 2. Zane Burgess and Cooper Lopez on row 3. Into the tram lines. Let's get things underway. The penultimate race of the weekend. Oh, some contact further back. But otherwise, we're green, 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 and working our way into turn number 1 and 2. A little bit of contact coming through. I want to say from the start all the way to the very back. A lot of beating and banging. A couple drivers almost sideways coming out of the tram lines.
Yeah, I don't know about a little bit there.
Oh,
Definitely a good bit for sure. But like you said, we've got them all through. They might be elbowing, they might be pointing to the heavens as Zane Burgess was, but we've gotten our minis of drivers cleanly through the first lap.
Yeah, the first bit. We're not there for the first lap, exactly. But indeed, these drivers really getting at it early. You saw a number of drivers pushing hard to try to get a couple extra spots. Ashton Wyatt able to slot into the 3rd position. De Janeiro, I believe, goes to P1. Early fighting, though. You can see the side-by-side move of Cooper Lopez in the CRG. He got a good run, but he's going to get hung out to dry. Oh, tried to cut back in. Oh, coming straight back across.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Rob.
I know.
We've definitely seen some penalties handed out for less. So 1 lap in the books here, and we are racing hard in mini Swift side by side. With dirt on the tires, though, he's still going to go backwards quite a bit there. Is the 104 Cooper Lopez. That'll be 3 in 1 corner.
Yeah, he tried to tuck back in, come across as they were getting into the 11-12, that combination of the chicane there, and just got into the back of Ashton Wyatt, curved up in the air, and he didn't lift. He went straight across the grass. Indeed, as you said, that is a kind of a little bit of a textbook cutting the course. Now, whether or not he lost ground, gained ground, that's what they'll look at, I would expect. Safe re-entry is always the key when you go off track.
So now your minis of drivers working through lap number 2 are all chasing Enzo De Janeiro in that blue crash helmet there in the Paralyn. The red and black Nitro car to Aston Wyatt there second. Then you go back to Cameron Johnson, Maxwell Macha, and big wiggle from a lot of them. Must have been a lot of dirt still on the circuit there going into the hairpin. Take a look at this instant replay. I don't know, man. I think that was hard racing. Now gunning it through the grass takes some guts for Cooper Lopez for sure.
Man, well, he's lucky nobody was coming around and potentially getting to the side of him. There was a disaster averted, let's put it that way. Zane Burgess has got his head down and trying to get some help here from the 184 of Nathan Ramirez. They currently run in the 6th and 7th position. You can see the front 4 drivers stretching out a little bit. Benjamin Fernandez there in the 5th position as well, looking good. Wyatt pushing hardcore on De Janeiro. Early running, it won't be a 16-lapper, a penultimate race, as I said. Second last main event here on a championship Sunday for this year's Supercars USA Winter Series. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clements here in the Kart Chaser booth. Xander, it's been some good racing. It feels like it's kind of heated up a little bit over the second half. Man, those main events, we dial things up. To wrap it up, we've had some heated battles in, of course, the KA Senior category, the Pro X30, of course, KA Master as well. This one a little hectic early on as well.
Yeah, this one no different than the rest here in terms of turning up a bit of the aggression, knowing there's nothing left. And there's a big break in the regular tour as we've got one spun around. It's the 124 of Esteban Roach, I believe, has gone in the back hairpin. So we've lost one, or at least sent him down the board. Now, heading into turn number 5, look at Maxwell Macha on that Sodi here. The black, orange, and white colors are a little bit closer to the front today in catching up with his parents at the end of, I believe, last weekend's events. They said, listen, we know that the racing up front of Mini is insane and it's hard to look away from the battle for the lead at all, but could you take a look back, because Maxwell doesn't like to qualify well. We have to wait till the end of the day to get to see him on screen. Well, he's at least starting this main event good with a great pre-final result. And right now he looks really strong. I mean, if anything, he's closing in. Check out all that debris, though, from drivers going off the racetrack at the end of the hairpin. Look at the front bumper here. Lawrence Perriman, he's been through war.
Yeah, we've had a number of drivers get kind of pushed off a little bit, punted off on the side, coming out of turn number 10, coming back on. We've seen a bunch of incidents out of turn number 5. A lot of position changes in the late running as well. There's Perriman there in that Brandon Jarczyk Track Racing LN kart. A little further back again to Cooper Lopez, who's battling up there in the 3rd or 4th spot early, but again, that contact with Aston Wyatt sent him back. Perriman in the 128, pushing hard, back into the top 10 again like he was yesterday. Hey, a couple of top 10 finishes for Perriman. I think they'd be pretty happy with that to get this season underway and a great February run for him here at OKC.
So just a few laps in, and now with a big off from Benja Fernandez and Cameron Johnson with a big dust cloud in the grid corner. They were already losing touch a little bit, and I think that's why Benja wanted to go to 4th and pass Cameron. Well, it has not paid off well, and that is going to cost them both dearly. Here comes Zane Burgess closing in on the Andretti Global Soda USA machine. Now, 5 down.
So, Xander, let's jump in and have a look. Again, we do have a championship essentially up for grabs in this particular category. This one isn't locked and loaded as of yet. Right now, Fernandez needs to win. And with fast lap, Burgess P3 are worth, Gennaro P7 are worth. So Gennaro, really the driver in the hunt right now. Burgess needs to be first, second, or third. And DeGennaro's got to be outside the P7 position. That's one of the biggest things right now. Gennaro really kind of has it handled here, but if he does have trouble, would open things wide open potentially for a couple of drivers to step forward.
It could definitely mix things up for sure. I mean, you look at how many races did we think were not really going to be up for grabs, and then they ended up being, well, very much so up for grabs here. Mini Swift right now just getting going. It'll be 10 to go this time, 6 laps complete. Again, like you said, Enzo De Janeiro has a comfortable lead at the moment, and he's got a comfortable position to lead the points from here out in front with Aston Wyatt trying to push him away from the field.
Yeah, and Wyatt's one of the drivers, obviously, that's trying to get him, right? He's back there in the third position when he would need to have some trouble in terms of De Janeiro. He's got to finish outside the top 7, as we said. So for De Janeiro, put your head down, get to work, and just kind of survive here until the last couple laps.
Another good lap here further back to check in. Colton Schniegenberg, 16 spots up for Danny O'Gara, but 15 for Schniegenberg on the Team GWR Tony Kart. He's about to get another as he works on Dominic Gaddis. Inside, boom, done. Right there on the grid corner. Another spot forward for the green and white, and then back to O'Gara. Look at him on the march here. He's gotten up to, I believe, his teammate in Santiago Orioli as they are trying to both climb their way back towards the main pack.
Yeah, they need to work together here to try to stretch away. The drivers behind them, Flynn Fallon, Luca Becquerel, and Lucas Bertagna, got to get out front and pull away, especially when you found a teammate on the racetrack, right? The two MPG, Orioli programs, they're working hard together. Just get in, get locked out, and stretch away from those guys. You got a lot of gap in front of you right now. It's over 2.5 seconds up to Cooper Lopez. And last time by, they lost a bunch of ground due to the passing that they did. They got to work together here if they have any shot at potentially getting up into the top 10.
So as they fight out of turn number 6 now here, Santi Orioli and Danny O'Gara, the drivers we're watching are in the middle teens because the main lead group, well, it's only just recently started to change. William Vitor has moved his way up now into that 5th position. Zane Burgess still trails in 6th, and the bad news for Benja Fernandez right now, that championship is starting to become a little bit more of a pipe dream. Enzo De Janeiro and Aston Wyatt now nearly 3 seconds up the road. He finds himself back in 7th. The only good news he's got is Maxwell Macha is still holding on, and this group here are still tightly packed where they could make some inroads if the battling begins to open up or if some lap times really begin to drop for the likes of Team Franklin Motorsports driver Cameron Johnson.
Look at Benja Fernandez too, Xander, last time by 60.123. He was 0.4 of a second faster than De Janeiro. Benja Fernandez is up on the wheel right now, closing up on William Vitor. Vitor had just went purple as well, so they're all on top of it right now with Cameron Johnson. So we'll see what happens a little further back. I would expect to see Benja Fernandez make a move here pretty soon. He's at the tail of that trio of cars. There's a driver off the racetrack. Did we miss that? The 117 going off. Clayton Stiles off the track and backed into the wall there in turn number 9. Luckily, he was able to get out of the way. I'm sure the SKUSA crew will get that car cleared out, so we'll be able to get back to racing in turn number 8 and 9 here the next lap back. There's Benja at the back of that one running P6 right now. He needs to work his way forward. He needs a victory, as we know, for a shot at the championship here, but De Janeiro out front looking good.
Little gap back to Aston Wyatt, and here's a move by Fernandez inside and clear on Cameron Johnson. Zane Burgess trails him still. 3 cars together, Lawrence Perriman, Mikey Collins, Nathan Ramirez there, all trailing your main pack, trying to run back towards the top 3 with 6.5 laps to go.
As they run on the racetrack right now, De Janeiro would have a 96-point win in the championship over Zane Burgess. Benja Fernandez back by 115 points. So that's just a quick update here. Working lap number 10. With 6 more to go, as Andrew had said. De Janeiro up front really has control of things right now, although Benja Fernandez is quick. Aston Wyatt, of course, there as well. But again, for either of those drivers to win, Enzo Di Gennaro needs to finish 7th or worse. So that's really the only thing that even starts off the conversation. They have to win with Di Gennaro finishing well back. So he really is in the hot seat right now, doing very well up front, pulling away enough that they've got a 1.8 tenths of a second gap rather on William Vitor. They're a bit quicker than Maxwell Matcha behind him, but Di Gennaro's right where he needs to be up front.
Yeah, I mean, that lead now is actually opened up, I think, even more so than when DC just popped on by. We'll wait to let the positions update here in a moment. But Enzo Di Gennaro, it was at one point even up to 115 with the way that they run. Now, it'll have to update here in a second. But again, Enzo Di Gennaro out in front by a good margin with Maxwell Matcha trying to track him down. And Benja Fernandez, again, back in the 5th spot, is not going to be able to really make up any ground without some serious help from some of his competitors here. As we keep a tab on the race coming to this time, 5 laps to go.
Fernandez able to get by Cameron Johnson, move him up to P5. He's going to go to work on William Vitor next. He was about a 1/10 of a second faster as he continues to roll. But you see the front-running duo here of Di Gennaro and Wyatt. They've put a second on Maxwell Matcha. They've given themselves a little bit of room. Well, Enzo Di Gennaro has been super impressive here throughout the weekend. Xander, you can't say enough about Aston Wyatt. A very, very strong run for Aston up into the 2nd spot. Currently running in a really good championship position as well. I like to see these guys there. He's P3 in the championship, coming into the race now as he runs, potentially moving up to 2nd. A great way to start the 2025 season for Aston Wyatt.
No doubt. Aston Wyatt finding a new home here with Ryan Perry Motorsport and Nitro Kart. I mean, Cody Johnson, of course, they had that deal just announced very recently with Chip Ganassi Racing as the official development team. And Chris Wheeler, of course, I have to imagine Kiffin Simpson a big part of that and the program they built in IndyCar. And to have all of that looming and watching here, Aston Wyatt is doing a fantastic job of trying to make sure they know his name here with the way that he is driving. Clean, calculated, and at any point he could have given up hope because many drivers, I think, would have earlier in this race when Maxwell Matcha just would not let these two get away. And in fact, right now, still they're not even the fastest pairing. But by just staying consistent, by just staying after it, not giving up on Enzo, not thinking that he needed to start battling or he needed to lead the way. No, he stayed pushing him even though the gaps come down a little, and it's bought them time. Is the most important thing here. It's kept that gap. Hasn't opened it, but it's kept it.
And it may not be a championship for Aston Wyatt, but he's still in the position to maybe go for a race win. The driver to watch now, though, it's Benja Fernandez. He reset fast lap with a 60.051 last time by. He got by William Vitor. He's now got by Maxwell Matcha. He is into the 3rd position right now. Big run out of the final corner. And he will lead these drivers forward if they'll work with him right now. Again, Matcha goes back into 4th. 5th is Vitor, 6th is Cameron. And the guy up front is the fastest driver on track at 60.051, even with the overtake at 60.568. He'll put the head down. There's 3 laps remaining in this one here. Wyatt 100% set up to potentially battle it out here with Di Gennaro for the race win. Di Gennaro just trying to come home with a 1st or a 2nd place finish. Heck, he's on the podium. He wins the championship. He's P6. He wins the championship. He'd love to take it away, like I always say, with the exclamation point on the end of the season.
So now, with the points continuing to populate here, folks, 2.5 laps to go. Enzo Di Gennaro, obviously, like you said, big lead. It'll be close behind him between Benja Fernandez, Zane Burgess and company, depending on how these final few laps come out. Aston Wyatt's not necessarily far away from 2nd in the final standings either. But for Benja, this is it right here. He needs a lot of battling out of the front two. Enzo looking back, looks for the approval or the trust that Aston Wyatt's going to continue to push him here. And so has to get really sideways there on the brakes going into the corner, number 1, but ultimately still looking pretty good down to turn 5.
Yeah, I think Enzo's like, give me one more lap.
Yeah,
push me for one more lap.
Time.
Otherwise, they're coming because they're not that far back. Remember, we talked about 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. The gap you need if the leaders start to battle. They're only 1.6 back right now. Remember, Fernandez is the fastest driver on the racetrack. He's leading that next year. Look how close they are. They are up to 1.6. So indeed, Aston Wyatt showing supreme patience right now, not having gone by, or at least tried to go by, Enzo Di Gennaro as of yet. Di Gennaro in the spot to walk away with a Mini Swift Championship. Brought to you by Bennett Kart. But it's all going to come down to this. It'll be white flag when they come back around. They'll work their way out of turn number 13. Here's the white flag. Xander, this is it. Final lap for Mini. Does Aston Wyatt have anything for Enzo Di Gennaro?
Aston Wyatt was so close yesterday, too, to being able to get a big-time win. It would be his first on the national scene. At the end of the U.S. Pro Kart Series season, he came up thousandths of a second shy. And now, as Enzo begins to defend to try and close out his championship with a win, Fernandez going at it with William Vitor back for third. Final spot on the podium, and potentially the championship podium as well, depending how things play.
Yeah, that was 2 block runs. You can see they're already battling in the back. If they stop battling, they'd have been in here. Here we go. Big run out of the corner for Aston Wyatt. It'll be the defense down the inside. He'll go way to the outside. Oh, but he comes back across a little bit. Let's see if we get the over-under. They may not like that move back across to set up for the corner. When you've done the inside and blocked, you got to hold your spot. We'll see where they come through. Final corner, Xander through X. Here they come. Down to the inside. Oh, we're going to have a side-by-side battle out of the corner. They'll through 14. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's got the momentum? I think it looks. I don't think anybody knows. Across the line, so close. 11 thousandths of a second. Enzo Di Gennaro wins and takes the championship.
Neither one of them could believe it. And Cameron Johnson, by the way, with a 3-wide send to the bottom for about 4 spots for third. Get you some Maxwell Macha, fourth. He gets by Fernandez as well. But indeed, Enzo Di Gennaro.
I don't think he even knows he won yet.
No. I think it may just finally be setting in this storybook. 14-day, month-and-a-half span it has been for this young man. Just last weekend, Rob, he clinched his first, clinched the ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals. This week, clinches the Mini Swift Championship. Kid's on a roll.
Solid Q1 already for Enzo Di Gennaro on the parallel and the victory. Just 11 thousandths a second at the line. They were looking at each other coming across the line. I don't know that they even know who wins until they roll into the scales. It is Di Gennaro with the victory. Aston Wyatt, great job for him making that move to the inside. Cameron Johnson, like you said, sending it in the final lap. He goes up to P3, a good podium finish for Franklin Motorsports and Merlin Nation, no doubt about it. Here's the replays that come to the line.
Side by side there, Aston gave him a little bumper, drove him to the edge, didn't fully push him off, and at the line there, you see both of them trying to see who's got it. Well, they didn't even know. What a close finish here in Mini Swift to end out their run of the Winter Series and set the tone for what is about to be a very unexpected Pro and Master Shifter main event, Rob. AJ Myers will not compete due to the rib injury, trying to save himself up for the Pro Tour. It'll promote Mateus Morgado, obviously, to the point, and all the hopes of a new winner to close things out rely on the likes of Justin White, Gavin Bailiff, and Vincenzo Saraceno to take the fight to Mateus Morgado.
There is your winner and champion in the Mini Swift category, Enzo Di Gennaro, pushing that number 190 machine off the scales. That's the way to end it, like I always say, with the exclamation point. Get that victory to cap it all off. Great job for Enzo as he gets the win. And again, shout out to Aston Wyatt. Perfect wingman all race long, right? 15 laps. Waited to the very end. Didn't go early. Eventually came away with a second place finish, but by a scant 11 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, he was great. I mean, you couldn't have scripted it any better of how to play a race when you're trying to show a developing mini or micro driver what to do in big moments to bring it all down to you. So we're going to step aside for one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back with the Pro and Master Shifter main event on the other side of this interview. First, though, we've got to talk to the kid that just won a main and won another title, Enzo Di Gennaro. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Enzo, we've talked to you a whole lot this weekend, and I would say a whole lot on this time that we've been here in Orlando. How good does it feel this time to be a champion?
It feels great. I mean, I've never been a champion. Every time I got on track, I always wanted to at least win something, a championship forever, and it finally came.
Especially Orlando. Orlando has been so good to you. You got a ticket to Bahrain and a championship here. How good does it feel, and what about this track suits you so well?
It was a lot of fun. I mean, this track is a great track for battling, and I think I've proven that I was the best for it.
Who would you like to thank for this championship?
I would like to thank the whole Paralympic Association. I'd like to thank Wilshire Motors. I'd I'd like to thank my dad, my mechanic, and everybody under the Pearland tent.
Well, there you guys have from Renzo Di Gennaro. He's the champion in Mini Swift. Congrats.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop akr.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth wrist sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges?
Stop.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, one more time to go racing here from Orlando Kart Center. It is time for Pro and Master Shifter, presented by PSL Karting and Velocity Racing, Soda USA. We're ready to go racing here. Alex?
Yeah, guys, well, as you may or may not know, for those watching back at home, AJ Myers not racing in this Pro Shifter main event. Ribs were too bad, wanted to save himself for the Pro Tour. That being said, don't be too bummed out. Justin White, his first shifter win came yesterday. He entered today, including drops, 5 points back from Mateus Morgado. And the way they're going to line up, Justin White's going to have a clear shot to the inside of Morgado at the start. Be ready for it.
Thank you, Alex, there. And that's a great point here with the driver backing out. They don't necessarily move the grid up. They leave that spot empty. So we are going to have a heck of a time keeping our eyes on the Pro Shifter drivers as they rocket down to turn number 1. It'll be an empty stall where AJ Myers was supposed to line up at. Even though, again, he declared that he was out earlier on, Mateus Morgado still has to go to the outside, and Justin White will go to the inside of row number 2.
Yeah, alongside Justin White on row 2 will be his teammate Vincenzo Saraceno, all Maranello on row 2, Gavin Bailiff and Scott Presti on row 3, Lucas DeLongchamp and Ashton Henkel row 4, CJ Bowman and Charles Gauthier row 5, and Nicholas DeAndre and Gabriel Hogun on row number 6. Andrew Berdoza at the tail of the field, 13th. Then we'll have Skitchy Barnes, Rene Martinelli, and Tyler Gilboa, the Masters drivers, at the tail of the group. Field set for the final time. Green, 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 and it's not a great start for either of the Maranello drivers. A big jump for Morgado. White does go into the second spot, and a great start there as well for Gavin Bailiff. He'll go to P3. They all low-line it down to turn number 5.
All on the bottom side as Andrew Boydeshow goes to work, and he collides with Graham Henkel. I believe either him or Charles Gauthier. It might have actually been Gauthier there. Big contact coming out of turn number 5.
Yeah, he's going to try to refire. Gauthier is there. The contact you see coming out. There's Morgado for the first time. Out of turn number 9, the big run down to turn 10. And Justin White up on the wheel. Remember the confidence, the win yesterday. He feels he's got the outright pace to battle out here with Morgado. Here's a great opportunity to show us what he's got. Bailiff up into the third spot. Saraceno runs in fourth. I think that is that Presti potentially up into fifth? I think it is. Scott Presti into fifth spot. Great job for Presti ahead of Lucas de Longchamp.
Yeah, Scott Presti taking the fight to the young guns here on that Croc promotion machine. In fact, he's closed the gap up to Saraceno. Let's see if Scott can go down the inside, down to turn 5. Not going to quite happen there. Vincenzo parks it down on the bottom, and Presti loses a little on the exit. Here's Skitchy Barnes, side by side. Nick D'Andrea, Andrew Bedoso trying to get through them both. He'll get by Nick, and now goes back to work on charging forward with the Master Shifter driver, who has already clinched that title. Just up the road from him, here's Saraceno, chasing Bailiff. White chasing Morgado, all even down the backstretch.
So when you use the drops, I think it's around a 9-point difference. I think it's about maybe a 5-point difference between Morgado and White in terms of the championship chase here as well. So this could really play out interesting. White's most definitely in the fight. It's almost a head-to-head mano-a-mano shot, whoever comes up with the race win, to be honest. Now, granted, that fast lap's still going to come into play. So we'll be watching to see who the quickest driver is. Right now, early on lap 2, it is Morgado.
Yeah, Mateus off the bat good, but still, again, that has been his weak point. So I wouldn't be surprised if he is still on the back foot to start this main event when you look at how he's been at the end of these races, but not nearly as good in the beginning. We're watching right now Andrew Boydeshow. Again, that's the most exciting thing I think we've got going at the moment, as he is trying to make up some ground.
Trouble for White.
No, Vincenzo Saraceno.
No!
Vincenzo with a mechanical failure out of fourth.
You wonder whether or not it's mechanical or is it his back. Remember he talked about his tailbone. He is looking down at the engine though, so maybe not the tailbone.
Yeah, I don't know what it is there. The 33 slowly, gingerly working his way around the final couple sectors. There's something seriously wrong with that machine, and we'll see if maybe Caleb Morales can let us know. It's hard to visually see if there's anything out of place here for Vincenzo, or indeed, maybe he did put the curves too hard and really trigger the back.
Shout out to Skitchy Barnes there, watching him right now, the Bermuda champion, of course, the reigning Masters champion here as well. And he continues to look down to that engine. There's something wrong there. They'll get a chance to have a good look at it when they come back around. But Skitchy Barnes battling right now with Nicholas D'Andrea and Charles Gauthier. So that's a cool factor there right now for Barnes. Not only is he leading the way in the Masters class, but in the middle of a great scrap here with a couple of drivers in the senior category.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, for Skitchy Barnes, this is probably the best training he'll get to try and go at it for a shifter title later this year.
Great,
You've got some of the best drivers in the country on track right now in the senior class that are racing a whole lot more than he is, that don't have a day job or a wife to come home to and a house to keep up with like Skitchy does. So to be able to run as good as he is, P8 overall is pretty solid. Let's see if he can maybe pick up a little bit more as he follows Andrew Boydeshow up and through the pack. Another lap in we go. And the gap back to Justin White, just slowly eking out here from Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, he was just a little over a tenth quicker, not actually even a tenth quicker on that last lap. It's 8 tenths of a second between Morgado and White. That's the battle. Boydeshow able to get his move inside of Scott Presti. So move Andrew Boydeshow now up another spot. Probably CJ Bowman able to go by his Magic Kart USA teammate Bowman. So move him now into the 6th position. We'll look at lap times. He was about 2 tenths quicker than DeLongchamp last time as well. So Andrew Boydeshow up on the wheel. I talked to him earlier. He said he's going to do the whole Pro Tour and the Full Stars Championship. So we're going to see him behind the wheel of the shifter quite a bit. You know how much fun it is to watch him get out there and get at it. So he's the driver to watch right now moving forward. We'll see if he's able to fight his way potentially up onto the podium. There's that battle a little bit further back. I think both D'Andrea and Gauthier got by Barnes. Remember, Barnes weight significantly higher for the Masters category as well. So he's got a little bit of course, the weight to disadvantage. He's digging hard, but right behind him is Randy Martinelli, too. I think he liked potentially having those two drivers between him because Martinelli's on top of Skitchy Barnes right now. He's got the championship locked already. Barnes will be your champion in the Master Shifter category, but he's going to have maybe a fight here with Martinelli.
I'm not going to lie to you, Rob. If someone had told me after yesterday that the best fight in Pro Shifter was going to be in Shifter Master, I would not have believed it, not one bit. But with AJ Myers gone, with Mateus Morgado getting clear racetrack, he's going to run his own race here and just take care of his stuff, try to build the gap slowly over Justin White. White not really getting the best of starts. That's what we've got here. Skitchy Barnes and Martinelli close.
And maybe the next best storyline to talk about is Gavin Bailiff, who is tracking down Justin White just ever so slightly.
Just to cap off that story about Barnes, he gets backed by Nicholas DeAndreas. We're able to have one of the senior shifter drivers between he and Martinelli, so a little breathing room right now for Skitchy. But I think you're right. One of the great stories of this winter series, of course, has been Gavin Bailiff. I don't think you can talk enough about the fact it was a major move for that team, Trinity Karting Group, to move from Kart Republic into Burrell Art, setting up TKG Burrell Art USA, a big program for them, moving over to the red chassis. And again, you think about Gavin Bailiff, who was running on that KR, jumping into the Bureau, which is obviously a fantastic shifter chassis, and he's really been behind the curve in terms of battling it out against a guy like Morgado, who of course raced the whole last year to a championship on the chassis. So he has learned a ton over the start of this year and is doing a great job currently running in that third spot. His lap time really, Xander, only a couple tenths of a second off Morgado.
Not far off at all for Gavin Bailiff in the number 64 machine here. Currently, again, P3 overall. We've got just about another lap till we get to halfway, and the number 1 plate continues to pull away. Let's go down the pit lane with Alex.
Yeah, guys, status report on Vincenzo Saracino. Came in, motor mounts completely broke, so the motor was just flailing around in the go-kart. Good call for him to pull in, obviously. He said, listen, actually, it was almost a blessing for him. 3 laps into the race, he said, I don't think I could have made another 15 laps anyways with his tailbone. So for Vincenzo Saracino, one of those things where we spoke about it earlier, if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have zero luck at all.
Yeah, and obviously for a driver like Saracino, had such good speed yesterday. Xander, he was right on top, and he and White were very, very quick. You hate to hear number 1 about the tailbone, but listen, these are not machines that you're going to drive when you're in pain, right? Yeah. AJ will tell you, especially ribs, anything in the back, you're going to absolutely tear yourself apart. That's the thing about it. They're such a rough ride. They're such a physically demanding racing machine. But then you turn around and have a motor mount break. That's easy. I'm surprised he didn't pull right off the racetrack, able to just limp it back, as he said. But that's tough for him. And again, like Alex said, he may have not been able to go the full distance anyways.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a godsend there for Vincenzo Saracino, also trying to save himself for the Pro Tour. We talked about how physical this racetrack is, and Gavin Bailiff even mentioned he was kind of almost puzzled at how good he and Mateus Morgado were at the end of some of these races compared to the rest of the field. And he wasn't quite sure if it was just coming down to physical fitness or what, because the BR-Large drivers seem to have just that last little bit of edge at the end of these races. They don't seem to burn the tires up nearly as much, and ultimately, they just end up in a spot where they can really fight for the race win right when everyone else seems to be struggling and fading really, really hard. So trying to give you updates here of how the points currently stack up right now. I believe Bailiff may be a little bit closer than where that would tell you, but still, ultimately here, he just is too far back. That drop round that he has to suffer from is going to obviously hurt his total a little bit, but he's definitely closing the margin up where he can.
Well, he's also closed up on the track in a big way. Was faster last lap by a couple of tenths, a little slower on this one here, but he's only back now by a little less than 7 tenths of a second. It looks a lot more on this lap, visually closer. That may be the best battle we're going to see on the racetrack right now. Morgado does have things handled here. As your leader with the fast lap of the race, going full points as he can here in the main event. White still digging. You never know what can happen here. Again, these karts are physical machines that sometimes shake themselves apart. So a DNF always around the corner. You never know. But White continues to dig here right now. A 50.907 and a 58.57. A half a tenth of a second for Bailiff. He gets to within just under a tenth, or 6.5 tenths. Digging to try to close up here again. And listen, you get to within 2 tenths of a second. White's got to think about going defensive. We may find an opportunity for Bailiff to go to P2. He is head down digging, closing, and getting on those brakes into turn number 10.
Yeah, I believe it's actually a lot closer, I think, than what I thought right here for the drivers and Pro Shifter, just because of the drops. I need to make sure that's factored in here on the gaps through it all. Mateus Morgado, obviously, yesterday, that's his. And then you go and you look at the rest of the field. Well, of course, Gavin Bailiff has had a rough go when you take into account the way that first main event hit him. And the rest of them, I mean, this could be maybe a little bit close. between himself and Justin White. I need to double check that, and then we'll pull that back up to let you know that how much this position change might be. I don't know if it'll be enough, though, because of Justin White's win yesterday, which was, again, just absolutely crazy. And they were still riding a big high by the time we got all the way to Podiums over an hour later.
I'll tell you, Bailiff is just chipping away at it. Last time was another half a tenth. He gets it down to under 0.6 of a second. But there's still 6 laps to go. In fact, 5 laps when they come around. And Bailiff, he knows he's got a great hot rod right now. This thing's stepping up. Let's look at lap times again. As they come across line, lap 13, 50.8 Morgado, 50.9 White, 50.9 Bailiff. He got him by another half a tenth of a second again. It's down to 0.531. About a half a tenth a lap right now with 5 to go. And again, Bailiff's got to get himself close enough that he can make that dive bomb move to diamond up a corner. You see a lot of passing with the shifters like that. A lot of time it's more of a brake pass as opposed to really diving in on a guy. If you can make that move into the brakes, dive to the apex, knock down maybe that one more gear to come out of the corner, that's the passing opportunity. You can see Bailiff continues to close, but you can't make a mistake right now. When you're going a half a tenth of a second a lap, Xander, you can never make that mistake and lose it, right? You're just chipping away, getting closer and closer. We'll see if he's there again. Lap 14 going in the books as they come across the line. 51.1 Morgado. White across the line. Where does he end up slotting in terms of pace? 51.1 and a 51 flat. Bailiff, the quickest driver in the top 3, making 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, he is pulling everything out right now to try and cap off Mateus Morgado and PSL Karting, going to the Winter Series and coming away with a title for the 2nd consecutive year with a 1-2 finish. It would be a great send-off, like you mentioned, Rob. It was a bit of a risk for the Trinity Karting Group camp. I know a lot of people were a bit surprised, and for Jean Bailiff, this was not an easy decision at all, and it was something that they heavily considered for a long time of whether or not it was going to be worth it, and if it was going to make sense, and if it was going to ultimately provide, be the right product for them, their entire camp in single speed and in gearbox competition. But for Gavin's sake, selfishly, it looks really good. It seems to suit him well. And then, of course, Justin White, like we talked yesterday, so good in terms of not cracking under the pressure there, but right now he's just got to hang on for a little bit more.
Almost 0.2 of a second he made up again that lap.
Let's go down to pit lane. Alex.
Yeah, just watching this battle for P2 between Justin White and Gavin Bailiff. After my interview with Bailiff after the pre-final, I spoke with him a little bit more in detail about the gearbox issue him and Mateus have been dealing with. He said, listen, you have to pull the lever twice, essentially, to get it in gear. Sometimes it doesn't cooperate. The biggest gear they're struggling with is that 5th to 6th gear, and it's costing them a lot of power in the straights because they're having to lift quite a bit more than you usually would on a lift and shift gearbox.
Skitchy Barnes out, an issue for him. He was leading the way in the Masters category. It won't affect his championship. This will be Scott's drop race, so he'll walk away with the championship. That's going to pass the lead over to Rennie Martinelli in the Masters category. Last time by, this time White stepped it back up, moved it to just over 0.4 of a second. 2 laps to go to cap off this year's Winter Series. Xander, a fast lap for Morgado, a 3.1 second lead. Looks like he's going to walk away to a championship here in Pro Shifting.
It's interesting to hear that bit of intel from Alex about the gear lever. I don't think I've seen drivers really miss gears coming up besides Mateus Morgado a couple of times last year. Obviously, we had the moment in this hairpin where Danny was trying to grab the clutch, but there were multiple moments during Supernats, during some races over the course of the season. Even here with the Winter Series in January, Rob, we saw the number 1 plate just out of nowhere make a mistake. And so to hear from Gavin to say, yeah, it's something that they're still working on, they're still trying to minimize, they don't know what exactly obviously is the issue or the solution really yet, but they know they're lacking a little bit of power from 5th to 6th gear. So if they can sort that out today, well, it's going to be needed to be sorted before they get to Speed Sports, because it will not look like this.
Final lap. Bailiff to within 0.3 of a second. He was quicker by, again, another 1.5 on last lap. You'll see the leader coming out on the back straightaway into turn number 10. Morgado untouched. 3.6 seconds. But will we see a battle potentially for second between Justin White and Gavin Bailiff? They are close. Coming through 11 and 12. Over to 13. Xander, here is Morgado.
Final time for the race leader. He'll close out the championship with another win. Mateus Morgado puts the number 1 back on top. Justin White, top of the screen, able to hang on in that fight for second, just barely over Gavin Bailiff. And it's a cleared out house for Mateus Morgado and a flipping the script from yesterday. It's a nice turnaround for him. It's a nice send-off.
Didn't have the primary component there, right?
No,
that competition we had with AJ Myers.
A little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't going to really affect the championship anyways. I don't think, obviously, Morgado could have been going at it with Myers for the race win. Morgado, even second, would have been enough to come away with the title. Nonetheless, he is the winner by 3.2 seconds over White and Bailiff. Bailiff got off it, I think, coming out of the final corner, knowing he wasn't there, with about 0.2 of a second. He backed it down to half a second at the line. Scott Presti, shout out to Scott Presti coming home in fourth. Lucas DeLongchamp to round out your top five. Charles Gauthier, Ashton Henkel in sixth and seventh. Rennie Martinelli will get the victory by 2.5 seconds over Tyler Gilboa in the Masters category, as Scott Barnes out with 3 laps remaining on mechanical on the Maranello number 601.
We obviously saw Justin White and Gavin Bailiff going at it, but Andrew Bajoso, a great charge forward for him to be able to crack the top 5 from home before Lucas DeLongchamp got back by him. Wild Thing's going to be fun to watch later this year. I'm excited to see him kind of get his sea legs back and warm up to go after a Pro Tour title.
Not sure what happened to him. Actually, didn't get to the end, Bajoso.
Oh, no.
Put a
it was
show,
the last lap then.
He was out in the last lap, yeah. Only did 17, so an issue for him on the final lap. There's Scott Barnes pushing away as well.
Well, here we go, getting ready for Pro Tour. Don't get ready any better than dominance. Mateus Morgado down in the scales.
Thank you, Xander. Hey, Mateus, a championship for you here in the preseason. Do you guys feel like you guys maximized this preseason as you look ahead to the Pro Tour?
Yeah, we tested many things. I'm happy with the things we tried, the things we found new. We never got to put everything. I came by this week as kind of champion. I just had to finish more or less. And then we didn't even bring our stuff, to be honest. I'm using old stuff that was left here. The good stuff is back in Canada. But I mean, really happy. Got to race against AJ yesterday. Got to race against him today. He's a top competitor, for sure one of the fastest here. So, I mean, things look all right. I'm happy with all the performance.
Yeah, and obviously, looking ahead, number 1 plate on your go-kart, and you want to keep it on your go-kart. How are you guys feeling, I guess, heading into speed sports in a couple of months?
Yeah, for sure. That's a good thing to have the number 1. And I think we all feeling very confident, and I think we can do a good job.
Good start for your season. Who would you like to thank for this championship early on in the season?
Have to thank all the team, all PSL, Bureau Art, my mechanic, everyone. Been doing a great job, and hope we can keep it up.
There you guys have it from Mateus Morgado looking ahead to the Pro Tour. Thank you.
Oh, we're looking ahead to the Pro Tour as well, Caleb. This is going to be a battle. We, of course, saw a couple of the top drivers in Morgado and AJ Myers here, Justin White and Gavin Bailiff stepping things up as well, looking very good. They're lined up for a great Pro Tour debut for the year at the Winter Nationals at Speed Sports at the end of March. But then you throw in the GFC guys, you throw in the factory car guys, you throw in all the other big dogs that are getting ready to battle. So let's head back down again to the pit reporters standing by with Gavin Bailiff.
Gavin, I mean, we spoke after the pre-final. You mentioned the gearbox issues. Looks like it plagued you again in the final, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's not much we could do about it other than try and fix it with tune and driving. But yeah, it just caught me again in the final. Went for a move on Justin, and then when you're in that low a gear, it's even worse. So just had one opportunity, didn't work, and then I was never able to make one more opportunity.
I think it's safe to say, though, that if you guys can get it figured out, and you will get it figured out, the chassis looks good. You look really confident in the shifter package. I mean, what are you looking at into this year in terms of what you think you can do and take the fight, for maybe a Pro Tour championship?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of ability to take a Pro Tour championship. It's going to be difficult because there's so many good guys, especially at the Pro Tour level with GFC and all those guys. But yeah, I think we've got the package, we've got the data. I've got no excuses to not be able to fight for a Pro Tour championship. Going to practice more at home. This is the 3rd time I've driven the kart since November. So yeah, I've got a lot of work to do, but couldn't do it without everyone. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good season.
All right, thank you, Gavin.
Thank you.
Alex, thank you so much. And listen, when you come to a program like this, the unofficial spring training in the winter, Xander, everybody's got something they're working on, right? You talk about AJ Myers rolling out a prototype chassis. They're going to learn a lot from that. We talked about Morgado getting kind of back in the groove. He didn't have his stuff that he wanted here this weekend.
Right.
But then for Gavin Bailiff, it's a much different approach. He's here literally just trying to get seat time in a brand new go-kart, right, and build up that confidence, let himself know that he's got the pace. A really good weekend, 2 really good weekends for Gavin, to be real, to have him come home P3 in the championship.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything more out of a winter series. You get to run all the laps like Gavin did, outside of one freak hub failure he had at opening weekend.
That's right.
And, of course, well, we wouldn't be fair without talking to all 3 of the top finishers here in this one. Justin White, so close there to backing it up, but more than anything, he was able to withstand the heat and pressure from Gavin Bailiff.
Thank you, Xander, indeed. And, Justin, you can see it. You know, you're pretty tired after that race. I guess maybe have to mix in some cardio before we get to speed sports with 25-lap main events, huh?
Oh, 100%. A little extra treadmill, a little extra stair machine. We'll get there.
And next, the chassis for you guys, obviously something different than what you guys were using last year. What's kind of different about it, and how do you feel moving into the Pro Tour in a couple of months?
I don't know what's particularly different about it. It feels a little softer than what it once was, and it just holds a little better in the corners. So I think once we hit up the Pro Tour, I think we'll give them a run for their money with it.
And obviously a great start to the season for you guys, and I know it's a big team that puts it together. Who would you like to thank for a great start to the season with your first national race victory?
100% Nathan from Maranello USA, and then Carlos from Carbless Engines, and my dad, Kartworks. You know, everybody puts in so much work, and I couldn't be here without them.
There you guys had it from Justin White. One of the names to look for when we get into the Pro Tour. Back to you guys.
Just one of the names, of course, here. He'll be working on all of the longevity that it takes to be able to win a Pro Tour. Of course, Rob here, first and foremost, you got to get off the line well. Mateus Morgado did. The rest of the field were caught eating dust. Although this was a very, very crazy moment there with Andrew Bajoso colliding with one of the PSL Karting Bureau Arts, and then it made him have to work for it all that much harder to drive back to the field with that bent nose cone. Slowly making some passes, first getting back by Skitchy, then, of course, here, Vincenzo Saraceno, broken motor mount. Wow,
yeah.
Look at the vibration.
I was just going to say, it's going to shake itself off right now.
Man, what a close call there for Vincenzo Saraceno. Meanwhile, Mateus Morgado making it look easy here at Sunset Hour. Andrew Boydeshow getting by his teammate C.J. Bowman. Good battling here with Lucas de Longchamps. He was the other driver, so it was indeed de Longchamp that was actually the one. I was wrong on both. I thought it might have been Gauthier or Henkel. Neither. Lucas, the other one involved, drove back into the top 5 as Mateus Morgado made it look easy again, but without AJ Myers. We'll have to wait until Houston to see all the stars align. For now, the glory, the prizes remain in the hands of the number 1 plate, and he begins that charge towards history again, Rob, to try and do what he almost did a year ago, a perfect season in Pro Shifter, Winter Series, Pro Tour, and the Super NAS.
Yeah, he saw the last double checker from Aaron Likens to cap off this year's Winter Series, and again, momentum heading towards the Winter Nationals at Speed Sports, the end of March, start of April. That is going to be a heck of a battle in the Pro Shifter category. I love that race. I can remember Alan Rudolph, longtime shifter kart racer, right? Multi-time winner on the street circuits, king of the streets. He knows that track he built there was designed to a certain extent for shifter kart racing. I cannot wait to see those guys go at it. A big field of shifters to get back at. A number of drivers, teams, are still coming into the program, ready to dial things in. And again, Morgado, as you said, jacked up and ready to go out for another championship.
So much to run back through from what has been just another great SuperKarts USA national level race weekend as we close off the Winter Series. Record turnouts at both weekends, number 1 and number 2. And for Rob and myself, it's always fun getting to call the action today. A little bit crazy, but most importantly, we made it through without any red flags all the way to the end and ended with a beautiful sunset following up just elbows out, all together, emotions setting the tone for 2025. And another chapter in a number of stories has been written.
Xander, I'll tell you, every organization's always looking for a couple of rivalries, right? That's the storylines you want to tell. We don't need to look very far when it comes to those kind of rivalries here at SuperKarts USA competition.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything you could ask for to get you on the edge of your seat and make you want to tune on in to what there is, because there's action at every turn. There's the feel-good story
of a driver winning their first race, winning their first championship. Craziness in order to get it done. And then, of course, like you said, the rivalries, the all-out action, laying it all on the line. It takes so much to compete at this level. And then it can all go away just like that in an instant, like it did for Caden McQueen.
You know, there's positives. There's the thrill of victory. There's the agony of defeat, right? Right there, the thrill for, again, the birthday boy, Frankie Mossman, coming home with a big race win. That was such a fantastic battle in KA100 Senior.
Then beyond that, of course, folks, I want to make sure that we close off this broadcast with all of these lengthy highlights from the race weekend and the season to this point by giving a huge shout out to our incredible production team. This week has been a test more than most. Nearly 7 consecutive days for some of us and 3 straight weekends of bringing you all the racing action. We've gotten in trouble at points for trying to beg and plead for the gate code, and we've been here at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., to 11 p.m. at night for many, many nights to try and perfect and improve and work on our broadcast points and coverage and make it already better than it already has been, which without a doubt has been incredible. And so to be a part of this team for myself personally, I consider it an honor to be working alongside all these hardworking young men and women that we've got here at Kart Chaser. And I mean, look at these shots, Rob. The amount of work that they have all put in. This doesn't happen overnight. It's not easy, and it's definitely not an iPhone. Just film it on the side of a fence.
I'm telling you, I see the effort that you guys put in every time I come out here. Like you said, you guys are here super early. You're here super late. That's the time it takes to put things in. For me, having started the magazine back in 1998, 1999, to see how far you guys, we've come, the sport's come, and how far you guys have come. We had some spills, there's no doubt about that. A couple of flips, drivers able to get away cleanly. But again, like you said, the images captured here, the video, all the work that's been done by Kart Chaser, absolutely fantastic.
We've hopefully got more sights with our cameras catching the number 58 than just today. But as you heard in Joe Turney's voice, it's a bittersweet send-off for him. 4 races, 4 main event wins, chilling as he crossed the line there, hanging out ahead of Ryan Norberg and company. And we'll miss him for sure throughout the rest of this season. But we know he'll be back for Vegas. We know he's hoping to come back for as many starts as they will let him. But he's got a job to do, and that's to go out and compete with Kart Republic at the World Championships. And hopefully he can bring one there.
I'm sure he would love to come back, but man, for the drivers that wanted to beat him, they got to wait for a while now. It's going to be tough for them to wait for that other shot at Joe Turney. He's got work to do back home with the factory, as he talked about with the Kart Republic. Heck of a driver, and I'll tell you this, he is the best. He came out here and showed everything, but he also makes everybody else better as well.
He does. He raises the level of the field, and even AJ and Mateus, as much as they get frustrated with each other, neither one wants the other not to show up next week. They love the test. They love to be able to measure themselves against the best, and well, hopefully there's more of that on the Pro Tour, but who knows what we'll end up with when we bring all of the best in North America together for the first time this year in Pro Shifter in Houston. You get to see, at least we do, we get treated to the best in mini and micro and junior action almost every single week, it feels like, with how active these kids are. And I mean, they are just so fun to watch.
Xander, I always say when it comes to the USF Pro Championships, you're watching the future of IndyCar, right? That's why I love watching the cadet guys. That's the future of karting, whether it's the Pro X30, whether it's the Pro Shifter. These guys started. AJ Myers was a cadet driver at one point. So anytime you watch these cadet races, that's the future of North American karting.
Well, without a doubt, the future is strong. Full house grids here across the board for the SKUSA Winter Series, and I think it's only a sign of things to come for our sport in North America. It's been great. It's been a pleasure, Rob, and more than anything else, if anyone in the paddock or online sees one of our team members, make sure to give them a thank you, because they have worked their tails off, and it's been our pleasure to bring you the coverage. We'll keep it live for live podiums. Beyond that, well, this is a wrap on the Winter Series.
Talk to me.
KA100 Master Division main event. Top 3. Third place in KA Master, Nico Rivas. P2 today in KA100 Master, Paul Elefante. And your main event winner in KA Master, Charlie Fonseca. Good job. Congratulations to our KA Master top 3. Appreciate everyone staying around here. Next up, Benny Kart, Mini Swift. And we'll move along here. So third place today in the Benny Kart Mini Swift main event, Maxwell Macha. Cameron Johnson. And your main event winner in Mini Swift, Aston Wyatt. All right, boys, trophies up above your heads here. You know the drill. Throw and Master Shifter, you'll be next up. All right, next up we'll go into our Master Shifter main event. First up, third place today in Master Shifter, Sketchy Barnes. Next up, P2 today in Master Shifter, Tyler Gilbo. And your main event winner in Master Shifter, Renee Martinelli. Congratulations, fellas. We'll be moving on to the Pro Shifter podium here in a few moments. We'll have the Master Shifters raise them up. And finally, your Pro Shifter podium here in PSL Karting Pro Shifter, third place today, Gavin Bailiff. P2 today in Pro Shifter, Justin White. And your main event winner in Pro Shifter, Mateus Morgado. Now time to move on to our championship podiums. A close one to the end in Orsalon Racing, KA100 Junior, third place in your SKUSA Winter Series Championship to Max Christia. Your 2025 SKUSA Winter Series KA Junior Vice Champion, Teo Salamao. And winning out off a tiebreaker, a dead tie on points, your champion, Alexander Benches. Next up will be your AKT Racing Team KA100 Senior Division Championship podium. Huge congratulations to our KA Juniors. For KA Senior, third place in the final SKUSA Winter Series standing for 2025, Santi Fernandez. Your KA100 Senior Vice Champion, Blake Nash. And we'll have Frankie Stand-in come and stand on the top step of the podium. Frankie Mossman, your 2025 Super Kart USA KA Senior winner. Swift, third place in the final championship standings. This class, unbelievably close. Dutch Westbrook! By just a mere 1 point was all of the difference for your vice champ, Leo Simone! And your 2025 Micro Swift champion, Marcelo Flores!
Hit it gritty! Hit it gritty! Hit it gritty, Dutch!
Alright, raise the trophies up, boys. Give it up for your Micro Swift championship podium!
In the gritty! Somebody in the gritty!
Next up will be our Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior Championship Podium Top 3. A little bit of help to clear things out for SCR X30 Junior. Third place, Fion Shi! P2 today in your X30 Junior Championship, closing out by just a hair to get second, Tristan Murphy! And double it up will win today as well, your champion, Alexander Vanshell! Next up will be your Rollison Performance Group Pro X30 Championship Podium. Third place today, if I'm here, 10 points to take it. Caden McQueen! Your 2025 Vice Champion, just a couple markers up the road in Pro X30, Ryan Norberg! And a repeat from 2 years ago, your 2025 Pro X30 Champion, going 4 for 4 in main events, Joe Turney! All right, fellas, raise them up. Give it up here, Pro X30 Championship podium. AM Racing Team, KA100 Master next up. In the final standings, third place in your KA Master Championship, Paul Alamonte. P2 today, AM Racing Team, KA100 Masters, final championship standings, Charlie Fonseca. And clinching yesterday with the awesome run. Give us some fire.